Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right. As we wait to begin, I want to welcome you to this amazing hook. We're in the culture hook. And here is where we have all the vibes. Sawa? So kama wewe si wa vibes toka tu. Here is where we have all the vibe. And we want to talk about culture, we want to talk about content, we want to talk about fashion and everything concerning it. Sawa? So hapa ni kwa vibe. Kuna watu wanakaa IT hapa jameni. Niko na watu wa IT hapa. Kuna watu wa tech wamepotea? Kuna watu wanakaa tech. Na kuna watu wanakaa very creative. You know, here we deal with creativity. There are people who look very creative. You just look at the makeup and you see this person is very creative. You look at how someone is wearing, you know they are very creative. So if you have a friend, tell a friend to tell a friend that here is the place to be. If you're interested in fashion, you're interested in content creation, if you're interested in creativity and anything to do with talent. Sasa, so kama wewe ni comrade uko hapa, kuna mabeshte zako wako pale hostel, kuna msanii mwenzako unajua, mpigie simu, mtext, mwambie kuna form. Tuko BSC room 12. So if you're asking for direction or if you have a friend who is lost, this is called BSC, Business Student Center. So at BSC, we are in room 12. All right? And I also want to introduce, if you want to use the gents, it is just right outside. So if you want to use the gents, it is just right outside and feel free. So I want to welcome you in Kenyatta University at this particular moment. Madije, umepata? Tumesema hapa tuko na wasanii. We can't have a boring session. I mean, there has to be a difference between sisi na watu wa career na watu wa tech. Si ndio? Ama aje? Yes, there has to be a difference. I mean, we are the creatives, we are the content creators, we are the entertainers, we are the talented. I mean, we can't have all that and have a boring session. So today I want us to have an amazing session. I want us to kitoka hapa tumelana a lot. Wale wenye ni content creators, they've known how to monetize their content. How do you push your content forward? We have a lot of partners today, and they are all here to ensure that we move to the next step. Nimeambiwa tuko na Boomplay, nimeambiwa tuko na Blaze, nimeambiwa tuko na, I'm seeing Old Mutual is here, Absa is also here, and there are so many who are here with us, and we're going to introduce them at this point. Yes, so I'm still welcoming you. If you have a friend who is interested, just stay around. So another thing you really need to know is that we are going to award the most interactive. Sawa. So the one who is going to ask the most questions, to answer the most questions, who is going to be active, is going to get out of here with a very big surprise. Sawa. So ensure that you're the most interactive. Sasa, that is number 1. Number 2, tuko na credit, tuko na simu, kuna merchandise, na kuna mtu atatoka na gari kesho. Yeah. Kuna mtu atatoka na gari kesho. Kwa hivyo, there are a lot of amazing stuff. We also have amazing partners. Sawa? Nimwambia tuko na amazing partners. For example, tuko na kama Blaze. Unaona? Tuko na Blaze. Tuko na kama Trace Academia. I'm sure watu wa Trace Academia wako hapa ndani? Yes. So tuko na Boomplay. Wako hapa ndani. So if you are a musician, you want to know, how do I make money from my music? How do I push my music to the next place, to the next level? You're in the right place. Sasa. So we're going to get answered all of our questions. But for now, I'd love us to just sit forward. Wala wamekaa nyuma. Sogeni tu mbele tafadhali. Nimesema we just want to have fun. I mean, that lady looks very amazing. Are you into fashion? Yes. Wale wamekaa nyuma, karibu mbele. Niliwaambia ukienda event ni kama kwenda kanisa. Ukikaa nyuma, by the time watu wanabarikiwa na mandege na ma V8, wewe kufikia huko nyuma utapata unabarikiwa na nduthi na vits. Watu hapa mbele wakipokea range. So usizoe kukaa nyuma. Nikipeana credo nitaanza hapa. Nikipeana simu nitaanza hapa. So let's sit forward. And for now, I want us just to introduce ourselves, all right? As we wait for a minute to start. So just introduce yourself in very few seconds. Tell us who you are, what do you do, and one thing we don't know about you. All right? Mumenishika? Who are you? What do you do? One interesting thing about you that we don't know. Nyinyi ni wa creative. Najua mtafikiria haraka. Wacha nianze hapa.
Koma bibi na kwita ya simple tumishi lingeri ni tinglia ringi stubis na nyinyi nimezoea free things sherehe kila tarehe mano sinanga penki tina kumekuet sio dikide ni fest tulimpaka cherry kudikide ni siena. Yo, promised and delivered. Sexy nigga come to dance sezi kata stoke cheza sifu mchezaji wa kulipwa neje kiuno chako weni mwepesi anakude desi kulafia sezi kata wendo irori wendo gata dance kinyama pigo Serengeti benje nilisho M7 that makende ni akinene tuserereke usiende aluta bila gwede misheveve na sembe mpaka tenge.
All right, so I'm informed that we're supposed to check in. So for us to check in, when you introduce yourself, after you say your name, you can just quickly say your number. Lakini wanaume simu mbali, sawa? Not the phone number? There is a number you got. There's a number. Okay. So number ya code gani? One, two. All right, Madije. Wacha wajiintroduce to haraka. Okay, so just tell us your name. What do you do? One interesting thing about you.
Okay, my name is Miriam Bituto. I'm a fourth year student counseling psychology. The interesting thing that people don't know about me, I love music, though not many people know.
What genre of music?
Let me say again, it's not easy to choose, but I love music.
Okay.
Yeah, all genres I can do that.
Wapi makofi yake? Photographer situambia tajina.
Hello. Naitwa Daniel.
Daniel. Wapi makofi ya photographer? Kwa hivyo kama hauna DP, kama una DP photographer ndio huyu, sawa? Yes, usikae hapa na una DP na tuko na photographer.
My name is Zainabu.
Zainabu.
Yes.
What do you do? What don't we know about you?
I do vlogging. I have a passion for video editing, connecting with people, documenting life, basically.
Thank you. Wapi makofi yake? So, we are also going to award the person who is going to create the best content. Leo na kesho, sawa? So ensure that you create content about Safaricom Hook, post on your social media. We are using 2 hashtags, Safaricom Hook and Get Hooked. Hashtag Safaricom Hook, and hashtag get hooked. Na kwa hashtag get hooked, it is GETHOOKD. Hakuna E. So it's hashtag Safaricom hook and hashtag get hooked. So the person who's going to create the best content, the most interaction online is going to win an award. Sawa sawa? Okay, so to all content creators, the challenge is to you. Yes?
My name is Victoria. I do psychology and I do paint.
Thank you, thank you. Wapi makofi yake?
I'm Fortune, third year hospitality and tourism. The interesting thing is I love cooking.
You love cooking?
I took the course.
Wapi makofi yake? Ladies, I've seen ladies started looking, wamekuwa kikuangalia sasa tangu sema hivyo. Ladies, you love men who can cook, si ndio? There's nothing, I was told that there's nothing more attractive than a man who can cook. Is that true? Okay. You can just introduce yourselves. Naona tuko na corporates wengi, wacha niwaache. Wacha tusalimiane na comrades kwanza. Corporates watatuambia baadaye.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm Wilson Otieno Ocheng, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, doing psychology as a course. A fan of the great and the glorious Manchester United, for that matter.
Watu wa Man U, watu wa Manchester.
Yeah, the fun fact about me, I love music.
He loves music, yes. So today we are gonna dance, sindio? We can't miss out on dancing. I mean, all of us love music, sindio? Also to our corporates, I know they love music. And if you don't, after here you'll love music, sindio? Yes.
Hey, okay. What up?
Yeah.
I'm King Jaffa, a mental health artist. I do R&B and hip hop. Yeah. I'm up, siwezi sema mimi ni upcoming juu. Mimi ndo ule wa kusema sai.
Wewe shaka map, si ndio?
Yeah, the industry needs people like me.
Yes.
That's what I'm gonna provide. And mtajua mjui.
You are who you think you are, si ndio?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, my people.
We.
My name is John Daktari Mbadi. That's my birth name, but I'm a rapper. And my rap name is Doc G.
Doc G.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo, I'm noting wasanii wangu. Wasanii wangu lazima mperform leo. Si ndio? Si ndio? Before tukimaliza the speeches, before tuende lunch, lazima mpige kasho kidogo. Si ndio?
Viti.
Aya, bie kabisa. Yes, wale wengine sitaki corporate sahi. Nataka tu tusalimie. Uraria corporate. Just say hi.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, my name is Susenge and I love God.
You love God.
Yeah.
Wapi makofi yake? Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, my name is Ajanga. Yeah, I'm happy to be here today.
Hata wezi sema I love God.
I love God. Come on. It goes without saying.
Okay, yes, next.
My name is Bravin Obonyo and I take English literature in this university and I love poetry.
Okay, wapi makofi yake? Yes.
Hi guys.
Hi.
My name is Cheryl. I am pursuing theater arts and film technology. And fun fact about me is that I read and write novels and I support Man City.
Hey, wasichana wa Man City. All right. So right now I want to welcome you, and just to give you a feel of today's event, we are in Safaricom Hook Circle. Sawa. Safaricom Hook Circle, we have 3 classes. We have culture, we have culture, we have career, and we have tech. Hapa, we are dealing with culture. Under culture, we are talking about talent, we're talking about content creation, we are talking about fashion, and everything to do with that kind of industry. Sawa. We have a lot of amazing corporates who are here with us. So kama wewe ni comrade, wewe ni msanii, wewe ni mtu mwenye unataka venture into that, feel at home. And right now I want to thank all our partners who have taken their time and resources to be here with us and to share with us this amazing content. I also want to thank all of us who have taken the time, especially comrades, sisi wa KU, who have taken our time to be here. I know you have very tight schedules. I know all of you have classes right now, but you decided to come here. So I also want to appreciate you on behalf of Safaricom Hook. So right now I want you to put your hands together and help me welcome the Boom Play team. Wapi makofi ya Boom Play? Karibu.
Hi everyone. My name is Emily. I'm the marketing manager at Boomplay Kenya. We won't go fast because my colleague has stepped out a bit, but I'm happy to be here, happy to be part of Safaricom Hook, and I really hope that you guys learn a thing or two from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Once your partner gets back, kindly let me know. Okay, thank you so much. Amefika? Oh, karibu sana. Wapi makofi yake? Wapi makofi yake? Uko tayari? Unajua tuko na wasanii hapa wanataka kukusikiza. Tuko na wasanii wanataka kujua how do I get paid when I upload music on Boomplay? How do I upload music on Boomplay? So, we were just waiting for you and we're happy that you're back. Yes? Thank you. Wapi makofi yake? Wapi? Karibu, karibu, karibu. Just clap for her, she comes. Just clap for her, she comes.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for keeping you waiting. My name is Liz Karuru. I work in Boomplay. I am in charge of the artist department, which basically deals with the onboarding, promotion, seeking partnerships as well that add value for the artist, mainly because Kenya ni kujuana. So what we do at Boomplay is distribution majorly. And then just like we have learned from Safaricom, just doing the job is not it. You have to look for other value adds that you can bring to your job market so you can have a long-term impact. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to say for now, but I know we have our session, which should be the first one, and we will get to talk more about some of the topics that were also raised after our Chuka edition, which I think we're going to tackle as we go. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to interacting with you and also beyond this session to answer some of the questions that anybody would have. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, all right, so we are still waiting for the one who was in charge of the slides and the presentation. I don't know where she has gone. The one who was in charge with the presentation? Okay. Sawa. So as we wait for her, kindly, the people who could help me, kindly look for her. Kindly mnisaidia hapo. Okay, so I want us to talk about culture, Kenyan culture. Sawa. What Kenyan culture do you know that is unique in Kenya? Wapi ile mic yangu ingine? What? Tupatie moja.
Nganya. Matatu culture, that is, they are like buses, but they are painted with artists, and people get to express their life through them, through the music and the art.
Okay, so matatu culture, that is one. Any other culture that is unique in Kenya? Haiko place ingine.
the dances. For example, the Maasai dances and the songs. The
Maasai dances and the other dances. Okay, any other culture? Kuna talent gani yenye iko Kenya pekee na iko place ingine? Talent. Talent iko Kenya na iko place ingine. Talent iko Kenya na iko place ingine. I don't know if mshai not. Kenya, we have a funny talent. Unaweza pata mse talent yake ni kufanana na msanii fulani majuu. It is only in Kenya unaweza pata msanii mtu yeye ni content creator just because anafanana na mtu. Si ndio? Kenya ndio unaweza pata tuko na msanii anajiita Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo, anaambiwa suji introduce Savage Rap. Did somebody break your heart? Rocking like an angel, but you. It is only in Kenya. It is only in Kenya where you can find an artist who is calling himself Ruga wa Kenya na akona macho mbili. How? It is only in Kenya where unapata mtu anajiita Diamond wa Kenya na anafanya remix na Jason Derulo wa Kenya. Lakini akipigishwa interview anasema Omera bwana I have money. Unashindwa ni Mtanzania mgani anajua kizungu? But what will happen if we will have a competition between Kenyan artists and Tanzanian artists? Mimi naona tunaweza pelekea msanii kama Steve Simple Boy. Sawa? Wao wakituletea Diamond, sisi tunawaletea nani? Steve Simple Boy. Diamond akianza anasema la mazima Dangote. Alafu tunaambia Steve Simple Boy anapiga tu Dragon Motor Testing. Wow, wanapotea wote. Haya, tunaingia kwa chorus. Steve Simple Boy anaanza aje? Vijana tuache miadarati. Nasema tuache miada vijana. Ai, si tumewa hiyo show? Alafu akimaliza anamaliza aje? Anamaliza na mafi mushkila. Si tumemaliza hiyo show? Yani Kenya they're so funny cultures. I mean, in Kenya the best artists is Steve Simple Boy. Yesterday I was looking at Steve Simple Boy's YouTube channel. Nani anajua Steve Simple Boy akona subscribers wangapi? Nataka tu mtu aseme. Just take a wild guess. Steve Simple Boy akona subscribers wangapi? Mtu tu just take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Just take a wild guess.
1.5
million. Kwani wewe unamproduce yanga ngoma? Ona huyo. Just take a wild guess. Steve Simple Boy akona subscribers wangapi?
Nadhani about 300k.
Yes. So akona 200 and something k. You can imagine. Na kitu inampea subscribers si ngoma. Anaamka leo anasema mefi mushkila. Inapata views. Anaamka the next day anasema nini? Anasema kumbavu zangu mbwa mimi. Si ndio? Niko na watu wa fashion hapa. If you're into fashion, just say hi. If you're into fashion, just say hi. I want to award the best dressed. Niko nataka kupatia mtu credo ya so. The best dressed. If you're seated next to someone who's well dressed, just point that person. Aya, mwambie asimame. Wapi makofi yao? Yes. Yani hata Mungu ni mkubwa. Yani nimeongezewa. Yes. All right. So we have 4 of them, si ndio? Wanakaaje? Kujeni hapa mbele tuwaone. Wacha wakuje hapa mbele. You know, fashion is something that you cannot keep it to yourself. It's here to showcase, si ndio? Let's appreciate them with a clap. Kuja to appreciate. Yes. Wapi makofi yao? So I want them to tell us their name and what inspires them in fashion. And one local fashion brand you know. Sawa? One local fashion brand you know. All right? So, tuambie wewe ni nani? What inspires you in terms of fashion? And one local brand in Kenya. Aya, tuanze. Amesema ladies first.
My name is Ashley.
Yes.
What inspires me? I don't know. I just like being comfortable. And a Kenyan brand, Outfit.
Hello, my name is Joy Akinyi. Okay, what inspires me is there is one person who once told me, anywhere you go, just dress nice. You don't know the opportunity that you'll get with how you're dressed. So that inspires me just to dress nicely wherever I go. And I don't know any local, I'm not into fashion actually, but I just like dressing nicely because you don't know the opportunity you'll get by dressing nicely.
Wapi makofi yake?
Hi guys, my name is Cheryl, and what inspires me in terms of fashion is there are two things. Ya kwanza ni umaitoka nje senye unakaa vibaya unapatana kila mtu hiyo saa umevaa kidera guy. So there's that. So just prepare yourself because you don't know who you'll meet. And the second one is that what inspires me is just good to look good. Like, it's good to look good. And a fashion brand. Let's say King's Collection.
King's Collection ya Kenya?
Kenya.
A local. I'm asking about a local one. A local fashion brand in Kenya.
Mtumba ni local?
Ati Mtumba ni local. Ya Kenya. A Kenyan fashion brand. That's what I'm asking. Mtumba is a collection? King's Collection is Kenyan? Yeah. Nice. Wapi makofi yake?
Hi everyone. My name is Malik. I'm a first year taking English and literature. Okay. Kenye kilini inspire ni niliona watu wakiwa wamedress fit, inaona inani inspire azin napata motisha pia mimi nikamua
pia uvae fit.
Yes.
Ukaamua pia uvae fit.
Yeah.
Uko na umeshapata mpoa ama bado? Bado hujafanikiwa na hiyo luku yote. Aya, uongezee maombi, si ndio? So I want to appreciate you, all of you, with some credits, si ndio? Niko na credits za 50-50 hapa. I want all of you to just get credit ya 50. You continue tweeting, continue with the hashtag Safaricom hook as we continue with the event, si ndio? Wapi makofi yao wakienda kukaa chini? I'm told our partners have more gifts. Wapi makofi ya our partners? Thank you. Thank you. Kameramani utapiga picha. Aya, wapi makofi yao wanapenda kukaa chini? All right. Now, we were talking about fashion. I had this friend, tukiwa first year. She was doing fashion and design. Kuna mtu hapa anafanya fashion and design? Kuna mtu anafanya fashion and design hapa? I had this friend in first year, alikuwa anafanya fashion and design. So it was week 1 of campus. So she told me that tomorrow I'm going to have a makeup class. So anafanya fashion and design na ilikuwa week 1. So akasema on Friday I'm going to have a makeup class. Sasa msichana after ambiwa wako na makeup class, alienda kanunua makeup set mzima. Makeup set ni how much? Madam, how much is a makeup set? Several thousands, ndio? So akachukua makeup set, akajua kesho from 7 a.m. I'm going to be taught how to make my eyebrows. I'm going to be taught how to wear makeup. Akaamka asubuhi mapema, by 7 ako class. So ako so excited, anataka kuona Unilek mgani anatufundisha kuhusu makeup yenye nafundisha in fashion and design. Only to see some very old man who was coming to that class. And she was wondering, does this old man know how to do makeup? Only to realize that a makeup class is a class that you did not attend and the lecturer has rescheduled. Ilikuwa class ya UCU 100 ya communication skills. alikuwa ametumia tao kadhaa kununua makeup. And that's just being a first year, si ndio? A first year is a first year. So I'm still waiting for our IT team, tafadhali. Watu wa tech. Mko sawa? Can we have the first presenters? All right. So before to na the first presenter, I want us to just have a small icebreaker, si ndio? Okay. Wala wamekaa nyuma, songeni mbele. Leo nimeona tuko na corporates na mnakaa ni kama mtaki kuruka. Leo tutaruka. Songeni mbele. So wala wamekaa nyuma, songeni mbele. I want us to just stretch. Tuko na Gen Z hapa ndani. Gen Z hoye. Ah, very nice. Wala wamekaa nyuma, songeni mbele. My DJ, sijui kama uko na Oskido dance. Unaweza nitafutia Oskido dance tafadhali? Nataka tupunguze nataka tupunguze arthritis ya magoti. My DJ, ready when you're ready. Just stand on your feet. Just stand on your feet. After you stand on your feet, give your neighbor a high five. Just stand on your feet and give your neighbor a high five. Just stand on your feet and give your neighbor a high five. My DJ, ready when you're ready. Oskido dance. All right. As my DJ looks for that. Okay. As my DJ looks for that. So we're going to try a very simple exercise. Sawa. In this exercise, we are going to use Simon Says. Sawa. You must only do what I say after I have said Simon Says. Sawa. If I say Simon says right hand up, Simon says left hand up, Simon says both hands up, Simon says both hands down, both hands down, both hands up. All right. So you cannot do kama sijasema Simon says. That's where the trick is. Sawa. You are only going to do after I said Simon says. So nikisema both hands up na sijasema Simon says, usieke. Sawa. Let's start again. Wala mekaa nyuma sana, tusonge mbele. Sawa. Okay, let's start. Simon says right hand up. Simon says left hand up. Simon says both hands up. Both hands down. Hey. Comrades, munaniangusha. Tuanze tena. Simon says right hand up. Simon says left hand up. Simon says both hands down. Simon says both hands up. Right hand up. Hey. Aya. Okay. Jiklapia yo. Aya, let's do the second one. Sawa. In the second one, we're going to have three things. There is toma, mato, and mato. Sawa. Toma, weka mikono zote hapa. Toma. This is mato. This is mato. All right. Simepata? Toma, mato. Aya, do as I say, don't do as I do. Aya, toma, mato, toma, mato, toma, mato, toma, toma, mato. Clap for yourself. You can have your seats. Yes, I'm sure that. Okay. Madije. Mado. Okay, we are still waiting for our tech team to finalize on the issue. All right, so do I have anyone who's talented here? If you're a talented man, just inua mkono. Kuja hapa mbele. I want you to just talk to us about your talent. You can just show us something about your talent, because today we are all about talent. So if you're talented, just come hapa mbele. Yes. Kama wewe ni msanii unapiga verse moja, si ndio? Na tunaku appreciate. Washa hiyo mic. So tutakuwa na session 2 ya mangoma utaeka ngoma yako, lakini for now to introduce yourself, piga ka verse kamoja alafu tusonge mbele.
Hi, King Jaffa here. I'm a mental health artist. What inspires me to write about mental health is my story, my experience with mental health, and other people's experience to help reduce the stigma and also ndo watu wajue kuhusu mental health because the future is mental. Yeah.
Tupatie line moja, wewe ni msanii.
So they say mental health is craziness. They believe it's laziness, but I don't feel the same. They think it's a game. I've been there on the ground. Dark is all I found. But then I came back. I put it in a track. I'm not here for the fame, but you gotta know my name. Spreading positivity instead of negativity. Tell me how you feel.
One time.
This
One
is something
time.
real.
One time.
One time. Society.
One time. Two time.
And anxiety, depression and addiction, killing people, not a fiction. Yeah. We gotta work out for this. Yeah. Spread the love with the kiss.
Yeah.
So if you feel you're a champion, shine your light, let it glow to the world.
Everybody hands up. Wapi kelele yake? Wapi kelele yake?
Shine your light, let it glow to the world.
Yes.
Light.
Amesema yeye ni artist na ana spread mental health through art yake. Wapi makofi yake tena? Haya, next.
Good evening once more.
Good evening.
Good.
Ni afternoon?
Yeah, good afternoon. So
afternoon.
I'm a rapper and my name is Doc G1. Yeah. So what inspires me to be a rapper is I want to create music. I want to create a story. I don't want to staki kuimba wimbo wenye muta sing along but it doesn't have a message. I want to pass a message through. Even if you don't sing along to my songs, but you listen to the story behind it and learn more. So let me give you one line and home palette metoka ni dipshit, same place ukishikwa na home unapakiwa dip it. Basai bei za vitu gavana choma ni kama wataki tudishi. Cheki mafuta bei ya unga na mboga, if you don't want to believe it wanna take advantage. Ubaba libaki before tufikishe mbali na mystery. Bila pesa panguza vumbi kwa mfuko. Sasa tunateswa but still hoping at pigwi matungi na due to the situation. Wife anasema akokesha kumbe ni msee one dude ana risto. Bochild ana pressure sai koso cha molundi tonyi so focus on palette na end just taking it.
Wapi kelele ya msanii? Wapi kelele ya msanii? Yaani usanii ni mbaya. Nakwambia kuna talent KU, si ndio? Kuna talent KU. Tuambie jina yako tunakupata wapi mtandaoni? Weka msanii.
I'm called Doc G, D-O-C-K and G. So the doc is my name. My true name ni Daktari. So I took the Daktari and turned it to English. Then ikaifanya ikakuwa my name Usani. And then the G, what all you need to do the G. And you can find me in YouTube, TikTok, yani the Doc G1. Thank you guys.
Yes, msanii next.
Good afternoon. I'm Chalo, School of Education. I do gospel music, particularly in Kamba language.
Niko na Wakamba kwa nyumba. Wakamba oye. Mwiwata. Mwende hata. Very nice. Twende.
Yes, utanipata tu kama Jonathan Chalo in all music streaming platform, Boomplay, Spotify. Ziko song nyingi sana na nitaimba one of my hit song. Kon kava kutungi ya movai.
Amen.
Ne kava kutungi ya movai. Mango ya kumatuko matema thelu. Nitamalizia hapo tu.
Wapi makofi yake? Yaani unajua sisi Wakamba tungependa tu utuonjeshe ka chorus kidogo tu. Tuonjeshe tu kidogo. Mrudishie mic.
Okay, chorus goes this way. Tomu miedha nemia kesiaoneke chaevinda ya modhia nekava kutonge ya movai mango ya kumatuko matema thelu yelele.
Amazing. If you're a Kamba, you know how amazing that song is. Sindio? If you're a Kamba, you know how strong that message is. Sindio? Makofi yake. You are blessed. Mungu akubariki. Let's go next.
Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Katana Alan.
I'm pursuing Bachelor of Education, Arts, German, and History is my combination. I am an actor. Yeah, I speak German. What?
Woher kommst du?
Ich komme aus Kenya.
Ah, very nice, very nice. Umepita vibe check. Wapi makofi yake? Wapi makofi yake? Ah, very nice.
My talents are that I'm an actor, a very good one actually. So if you have something you want an actor to do, I can do that very well. Any role, any role. Then I'm an artist. I'm an artist, but I've not done anything serious yet. But am I allowed to give one?
Yes, give us.
A chorus maybe? Okay. I do English, basically. I'm a fan of indie folk and rap and all that. Indie folk. Anybody a fan of indie folk music? Can you let my heart so bleed? I couldn't just see the problem and I couldn't just save us both. Now I'm looking through my window, my hope, my soul so bleed.
Wapi makofi yake? Wapi makofi yake? I am told that Boomplay wants to appreciate our artists. Wapi makofi ya Boomplay? Yes, Boomplay wants to appreciate our artists today. Yes. Kameramani, piga wasanii picha hapo. Na tunawaambia kesho tutakuwa na closing ceremony na tutakuwa pia na wasanii wengine, and we are going to make sure that our own artists perform, si ndio? So after the event mtatafuta wakati wa lunchtime to register kama uko na ngoma moto, and we are going to make sure that you guys perform tomorrow when we have the closing ceremony, si ndio? Wapi makofi yao when they go sit down? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Right about now, I want to welcome our team from Boomplay to come and give us their today's presentation. A round of applause, please. Karibu, karibu, karibu Boomplay.
Hi, everybody. For those that were not here when I was introducing myself, Liz Karuru, joined by my colleague, who we go ahead to introduce herself and start on the presentation.
I think before Liz came, I already introduced myself, but I'll do it again. Who remembers my name? I have a t-shirt for whoever remembers my name. Hakuna? I'm that forgettable. My name is Emily. My name is Emily. I'm the marketing manager at Boomplay Kenya. And today I'll be taking you guys through networking and collaborations and how you can use those two social skills to build your music career. I'll get started now. In the music industry, 70% of your success will come from networking. It's a guy who knows a guy who will make introductions to the right people to propel you to where you need to be. So networking is definitely one of the backbones of the music industry. Many successful artists and producers have found their big break through the connections they have made along the way. They said 70% of the jobs in this unconventional career path will come from introductions and people you know. So your networks are really, really important in ensuring that you're known as an artist, you're known as a producer, you're known as a songwriter, whichever path you choose. Because of its unconventional nature, there's nowhere you're going to apply on LinkedIn to become an artist, but you could meet a producer in church, or as you're going to take a walk and you meet with them. So I'll be taking you through how to network, some tips, and how to be successful at it, so that you can know what to do in future when you leave school. As they say, your network is your net worth. So that's really important to keep in mind. So we'll jump right into the power of collaboration in music. So collaboration fuels creativity and opens doors, as I had mentioned earlier. Think of some of the successful music collaborations you know of that have gone on a global scale, like Sauti Sol and Burna Boy, even Beyonce and Shatta Wale. Which other ones can you think at the top of your mind? And even local here, Femi One, Major, Utawezana, Saru, yeah? Great, these are nice examples. So what are some of the benefits of collaborating? You learn new skills from others. There's always something to learn from an artist from a different genre. You're able to reach new audiences by combining fan bases. Let's take Nikita Kiring for example with her song with Calligraph. She speaks to two different fan bases, but because of the demographic that Calligraph is able to reach, she's able to tap into that fan base. So collaborations opens doors for artists to tap into a fan base that they don't typically speak to. Another benefit is you're able to create unique sounds that stand out. And last, it's loading, just a sec. So how do we do it? How do you build your network? One, networking is about building genuine relationships, not just collecting contacts. So it's not about you going and saying, hi, Elizabeth, just give me your phone number and that's it. It's more of like building a relationship with Elizabeth, making you known to her and vice versa. It's about the same way you'll go about making a friend. That's the approach I would recommend that you use when you're trying to network and meet new people in the industry so that they're long lasting. So I'm going to give you some tips on how to do it. You're already ahead because you've already applied tip number one, attending events. Attending events that are relevant to what you're trying to do. So going for concerts, open mics, workshops, one like this one by Safaricom Hook, and industry events. So utilize social media to find out where these events happening, what's going on. If you hear there's a showcase, let's say by Keithan, he had a showcase for his new project. Attend, because in that event you will find his producer, you will find his manager, you will find him, the artist, you will find other stakeholders in the industry that are beneficial to your career path. Leverage social media. I've touched on this a bit. So follow and engage with artists. There are people just like you. Make yourself known to them. So not just artists, producers, industry professionals like ourselves, and utilize platforms like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn, etc. Another one could be joining communities. Be part of music groups, forums, platforms like we had Boomplay Artist Hub, we had Boomplay Rising Star last year. Joining such communities will help propel you and kickstart your career. And also be helpful. As I said, there is reciprocity. Other than just asking for favors, see how you can contribute to whatever someone is doing. So give feedback on what you think about the project. So if you attend a listening party by Njerai, for example, go give feedback. Yeah, I really liked what you did this song, how it was different from this other one. People like engaging with people who are also giving. And feedback is something you can actually give if you don't have anything tangible to give at the time. Your opinion matters, and artists love hearing this feedback. They want to know how their fans are receiving their projects, how their fans are receiving their work. So definitely use that as a starting point in the conversation. So how do you approach these collaborations? Collaborations should, as I said, should be mutually beneficial and well planned. So find the right partner. Look for someone whose style complements you or whose direction you want to take, to zero in on how you're going to find this network. Set clear goals. What do you want to achieve? Are you looking to do a short film, an EP, a live performance. Know what you want from that collaboration. Communicate openly. So discuss roles, timelines, and how credit will be shared. So once you find that artist to collaborate with, how do you make sure you're on the same page? And also document everything so that you still remain professional. As much as it's an unconventional career path, the conventional professionalism and way of conduct still applies, even if it is an unconventional career path. So make sure you have an email address, for example. Communicate through email. Be professional. If you have a meeting, show up on time. Know how to present yourself. Here are some real-life examples of some networking collaboration success. Let's take Otile Brown, for example. Who knows some of his feature songs or artists that he has worked with? Amjui? Otile Brown. Which artist has he collaborated with from the top of your mind?
We have Jokes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. We have Jokes. We have there's Fina. This girl called Fina.
Yes, the Tanzania. Yes.
Yeah, I really love that song.
Okay.
Hii ngoma yenye umetoa.
Otile Brown's featuring Sanai Patent.
Nice.
Kuna ile nasema unayempenda hakupendi, anapenda mwingine, mwenye anapenda mwingine. Sijui kama mnajua hiyo.
Otile Brown featuring Timidat.
Oh, nice. So that's a good example of tapping into a different fan base through collaborations. So all those examples are very relevant. So Otile Brown started out as an underground artist in Mombasa, but his rise to fame have been majorly through collaborations with other artists. So you can do the same. His breakout collab with Jovial on Regina introduced him to a wider audience. He will later work with Sanai Paitande, as you mentioned, Calligraph, which helped him tap into different audiences and genres. So the takeaway here is that collaborating with artists at different stages of their careers can help you grow your audience and refine your craft. Which other artists can we highlight? That's not an artist. Who knows Magic Anger? Magix. Which some of his work do you know? Peleke pole pole.
He's a producer, musician.
Amazing. What track do you know he's been behind the scenes?
Magic's Anger on the beat.
Yeah.
Ngoma ingine sijui jina, nimesahau jina juu.
Gani hiyo?
Genge tu siku hizi nimeacha kusikiliza.
Umeokoka?
Ngwati tingo meza nyongi. Tinga na ngati ni kama movie. Sainsa ngapi hata ajui. Alitekwa akajipata kitu. That was great.
Mambichwa.
Yeah. Yes, that's one song. Na ile ya na pombe. Yeah, so it's behind that track as well. So yeah, so Magic's Anger is one of Kenya's top producers. He's set out by networking and working with upcoming artists. He even offered free beats to build his portfolio. So if you're an upcoming producer and you want to get started and get your name out there, you can start off by offering free beats, even if it's a trial. Unaambia msanii, for your first 2 beats, I can do for you, and then after that we can work on how if this works, how we can have a long-term partnership. He's had collaborations with Araboy, Nadia, and today when he works with big names like Diamond, Harmonize. Alianza too small and he's able to perform at that level. So the takeaway here is you can start small, be consistent, it will pay off. Focus on building the key relationships that you actually need. Another example that we can highlight ni Femi One, a major. They really gave us. So Femi One is a female rapper who, to break into rap as a female, as a lady, as a woman, it tends to be a bit more harder. So making it in a male-dominated rap scene has to be done through collaborations. Those male artists who are doing really well in that space are the people that you work with and that will help you get on that next level. I had mentioned Tupatane is one of good collaboration songs that really set Femi One up for success. Last one. So what are some of the common mistakes to avoid when networking? Because even small mistakes can hurt your chances of building lasting relationships. They say first impressions are everything. So you may be small now, but the way someone perceives you. So even if you go big, the first interaction people had with you is what they remember. What are some of the mistakes you can avoid? Don't be too pushy when reaching out, or reaching out when you only need something. So relationships take time. Think of how you're forming a relationship with a friend that you have. You are not, you didn't go from 0 to 100. It was baby steps, you build trust, and you're able to be on the same page. So don't be too pushy, good things take time. Not following up after meeting someone. It goes back to what I was saying. As much as this is an unconventional career path, the conduct of a conventional career still applies. So if you've had a meeting with, let's say, Magic's Anger, for example, you will stand out if you take the extra step of saying, hi, it was really great meeting you on Saturday. I liked how we talked about XYZ. I'm really looking forward to XYZ. So that follow-up really does a lot and really speaks to who you are as an artist, as a professional, as someone who's taking this career seriously. So make sure you follow up after meeting someone. Don't only focus on the big names. Sometimes your big break comes from your peers. Let's take Sauti Sol for example. They met in school and they band up together in school. They were peers. So they focused on what can you do? I can sing, I can play instruments, I can do this, and they became a band. So they were not focused on saying, oh, let's go look for Wizkid or Burna Boy and partner with them straight away. They looked around their circle, who here can offer what, and they became a group. So don't just focus on the big names. So right now I want us to have a physical activity. I want us to network and utilize some of these tips that I've given. So look around the room and network with each other. I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes. Your time starts now. Pick the room. Senior to akiongea. Pick someone in the room, introduce yourself, what's your name, what do you do, creatively. Of course, mnajua what you guys do. Ni mnapiga story ama mna network? Huh? Guys, in 3 minutes I'm going to ask you.
my number, namba moja. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni mwangu nikampa moja. Now she's my number, namba moja. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana.
Let's take one last picture. All right, guys. All right. So, order. All right. So, I am going to pick at random. Tell me who you networked with, what their name is, and what they do, and their giveaways to be won. All right. Who wants to go first, or should I pick at random? Okay. Lady in white, cream.
My name is Linda Zainabu. So I've networked with Kimberly Acheng. So she draws. Yeah.
What type of art?
Animation. Yeah.
Who else?
My name is John, and I've networked with King Jaffa, the king of rap, as he calls himself. But I think I'm better than him. So King Jaffa is an artist, a rapper, and he has shown me some of his music, and I think it's great.
Thank you.
So I've networked with Joram. Joram is a footballer. Yeye anacheza futa na bado auza majezi. Hiyo sasa ndo busy yake na tumejuana sasa.
I'm Fortune. I've networked with Miriam. She's a peer counselor, and I think what she does is cool.
Okay, mimi network na Gabriel, ni comrade mwenzangu, but yeye upiga hustle ya kuuza stickers za simu. So adio ni deal naweza niko interested naweza join yeye.
Ako wapi wa okay.
I've networked with Sheria. His nickname. Ameniambia anapiga mboka ya delivery maji akiwa weekends home. Yeah.
Amazing. I like that you guys have been able to network. See it too complicated. It's introducing yourself, what you do, and what your passion is. Yes. I'm about to wrap up. So your network is your net worth. So please keep these tips in mind, and this relationship that you build today can shape your career tomorrow. So I'm going to give you one task. Please try and reach out to one person outside this room this week, or attend at least one event. Thank you.
Wapi makofi ya Boomplay? Wapi makofi ya Boomplay? Thank you.
Hatujamaliza.
Okay.
Kuna
We want to appreciate her.
I am coming in with gifts. I'm your February Santa. Call me your Valentine. I'm trying to be creative here. So at least muni clap and nisikie poa. But yeah, si muni clap na mimi niko na gifts. I'm a ninja. You know, the beautiful thing about Safaricom is they take care of us wholesomely. Nasikia kuna lunch. Munasikia kuna lunch?
Yes.
So I'll just jump right through because time is far much gone, so I won't speak so much. But basically, as we talk about the culture, I know most people who are in this room are wondering, kuwa msanii ndio hiyo peke yake. The truth is the creative industry is huge, and as you will see as these sessions go, you'll come to realize the ABSA team will still talk to you about culture. This is mainly because si Kenya tulikuwa tunafunzwa nyumbani. Small history. Mimi nikimaliza form 4 nilikuwa nataka kuwa msanii. Hii sauti unasikia hapa inakaa kuleta sahani kwa meza kweli? Inakaa kutoa nyoka pangoni? Inaka kuita mtu kababa. Nothing, couldn't work. So that dream was shot down. Immediately it was launched in the Karuru household. Karuru is my father. And I was told, can you go look for something that is more lucrative? Right? Si mbaya because, well, I went, nilizurura campuses fulani, I ended up in KU. Did psychology. They were very happy that mtoto wao anakuwa daktari wa akili, but I also still disappointed them again because I still came back to music. Because you don't have to sing for you to join the culture. So hapa kwenye Tuko sasa tunaongelelea the different careers that you can actually apply within the industry, the music industry. And the truth is, the list is endless. I'm glad that tume mention watu kama kina Magic's Enga. I'm glad that we have mentioned calligraph. I am also glad that we are going to keep on mentioning more people who are in the production team. The creative industry is huge and it can accommodate everybody and anybody. And when I say anybody, even people who are at 50, they are not late to join the creative industry. It's all about passion, because unfortunately pia kwa creative industry you have to be passionate about what you do. Otherwise you will want to assume that money comes first, but the truth is sometimes your passion is what is going to bring you your money. So as I speak about this, I'm going to be speaking wholesomely, not just about music and boom play. And as we speak about this, I'm also going to touch on the fact that we can combine all these creative spaces, that is fashion, videography, content creation. All of these are part of the creative industry, which can be combined to still make something magical. Because the beauty about the creative industry, it's not limited to books, but it's limited to your imagination. So it is only your imagination which will limit how much you can do with what you have. So as we speak, I'm going to shoot random questions. And one of the questions that I would like to ask currently is at least someone to name 5 creative careers within the cultural space. Like, just give me 5 random ones. It can be whichever sector that you think is within the creative space. So just want 5. Na sitaki hawa wasanii sasa. Tumewaona sana na sasa niko na prejudice ama nini, but ni kama hawa walikuwa wamepewa mwa Kenya because they keep on raising their hands a lot. Na mnakaa pamoja hapa sana. Mtaenda ku network.
Chagua sasa.
Just 5. Haya, 5. I want 5 random, and imagine the creative space is so huge. So someone to give me 5 mfululizo na usihesitate. Na niko na airtime. Ona bado niko na airtime. Niko na airtime. Na najua kwa shule that was one of the rare commodities. Haya, tuna hodhia budget ya hii wiki, niko na airtime. Haya, tunaanza wapi?
Wacha nisonge side.
Kimbia.
Kama wewe bado ni
mchanga. Haya, content.
So, ya kwanza una mzee wa kuchora magari.
Anaitwa nani?
Kama Moha. Alafu ya pili.
Hata sijui Moha nani, lakini tuseme nyinyi mnajua Moha. Moha yuko. Moha wa magari yuko.
Moha graphics.
Okay.
Huyo ndio uchora. Ya pili unaweza ukuwe MC kwa bukla. Hiyo kama si unarada.
Si radi lakini tuendelee tu
Ya tatu unaweza amua kukua nini inaitwaje? Unaweza amua kukua kanjugush. Unatengeneza content,
wewe ongea tu, tunakusikia tu.
Kama nani pia ka Terence venye anaenda mambo ya Shell nini. Pia kwa creative industry unaweza amua kukua kama mkuru. Wenye mkuru au chukua kamera na seti alafu apiga tu stories zake hapo.
Wewe si the same na Njugush, si ni content creator?
Hapana.
Yake ni different.
Njugush ni skit.
Yake ni skit.
Alafu mkuru ni story. Alafu kuna hii nyingine yenye naona unaweza amua kukua kaa winja. Unatengeneza ka disco matanga nini si unarada.
Huyo ni actor sasa.
Alafu pia
ongeza tu, endelea tu.
Unaweza amua kukua nini inaitwaje, unaweza amua kukua comedian. Kama Mwirigi. Unapiga content yako hapo alafu unasukuma.
I love that you're using examples.
Na pia bado unaweza amua kukua inaitwaje, unaweza amua kukua kama Pasta Nganga pia. Juu pia hiyo ni
hata ni comedian. asitusikie aseme
Wapi makofi yake?
aseme
Wapi
Safaricom
makofi yake?
look. Wacha tukupatie mpaka t-shirt ya Yesu hapa uende ung'are juu clearly you are in the creative space. Guys, amejituma haya tusonge at least itoe kabaden kaya time. Thank you sir. Mwingine anipe zingine 5 na usimtu don't mention content creators tafadhali and don't mention actors na usimention our graphics. Let's go 5 more. Mbio chap.
Content creation.
I have seen fashionistas in this house. They're not in the creative industry. I'm not hearing anybody mentioning fashion anywhere.
Yes, tuko na moja hapa.
Good. Twende. 5 random.
Fashion. Number 2, there is cooking. The cooking industry. There is
culinary skills.
There is
sikuwa na pressure hii si ati itatoka na kati ya hii semester.
There is music. Should I mention
it's okay.
it?
Mention music. Nobody else had said.
There is also 2 more. No. Advertising, I'm not really sure on it. There is also one last.
Hata mtu picha mwenye mnaona hapa si creative industry.
The way there is videography and photography.
And
there is also one more. There is
Dishafika 5 lakini unasikia unataka kunipatia nyingine. Hata uko ya 6 sasa.
Niko kuna nyingine. There is
ni sawa tu shika umengangana. Ninaona venye umefanya hiyo exam.
Wapi makofi yake? Let's appreciate
makofi yake haraka. The last one so we can go to monetization and how to make money. Wataka nichague?
Nataka uchague. Unajua wote ni warembo hata nashindwa mimi nitachagua gani.
Okay.
Machaliwa nasikia ni kama nenda ladies first sana. Nimepusha agenda ya feminism sana. Na kujia saa hii tu.
So there is acting, there is poetry, there is choreography, there is artistic work, and there is content creation.
Content creation nimesema nisisikie mahali tumepewa njugushu.
There are others like
yes. So we will just stick to those. Thank you so much, guys. Still, we'll give you some more merchandise as we go. So these are some of the spaces that you can actually explore as an artist. Now, to be honest, it is easily when we used to say that art does not pay. The truth is art now is really paying. And I speak as someone who is behind the scenes to see people earning. I rarely speak at the front, to be honest. Safaricom, they wananitoa out of my comfort zone, but mostly I work behind the numbers. And I can tell you that art pays. Creative spaces are paying. The only thing you have to do is you be creative. The good thing about this space that we are in is that it gives you an allowance to also collaborate in terms of the different sectors. I don't know whether you have been able to see some fashion shows zenye wanaleta mpaka msanii. I know one of the persons that has been part of the movement that has really shown possibilities of what can happen in these creative spaces is someone like Kanye West. I think up to today I'm still in awe at the brain that person has, because the truth is he has pushed limits to just show that beyond music, what else can happen. Now, when you also choose to explore even technology in terms of looking for ways to expand your creativity, you realize there's a lot that can happen. Na si lazima ati ukuje shule hata usome fashion. You can do it as a passion, and then maybe you're in IT and figure out how do I combine IT for it to bring a fashion sense, or rather to become something that is a statement. The other thing that I'm going to speak briefly about is the monetization aspect of it. Wacheni na MCSK, msifikiri maneno ya MCSK na 250 shillings yao, hiyo wacheni nayo kidogo. there's other ways artists are making a lot of money online. The truth is, si kulipwa peke yake, si hata collection, hata si YouTube streams peke yake. All these ni vitu mnajua. But also some of the ways that money can be made, of course, is selling your art itself. There is also where you can actually get partnerships and collaborations with brands. That is not easy, I can tell you that for sure, because also it's normally a numbers game. So ukiona tu kama kina Otile Brown, they started making serious money the other day. But when they were starting, hawakuanza na wakalipwa immediately. Kuna sacrifices that you have to make within the creative space for you to become, to get a platform of your own. And the truth is, Pia, the world is very unforgiving. We reward effort. And the truth is, effort can only translate through numbers. And that is what anybody wants to pay for. Usiai danganywa na mtu ati, uko na talent. Ushaiona wale, let me give you an example. Ushaiona wale politicians, na utawaona juu tuko karibu kwenda elections tena, waliambiwa na wanambongo na watu wao, sasa kuja home, huku kuna soko, ground iko moto comes, ndio. And then they go and then they do this investment and they do huge campaigns, and then at the end of the day unapata alivotiwa na yeye na bibi yake, hata watoto wake watano hakumvote. So mkicount unaona hizo votes ni mbili. So paka yeye mwenyewe anashindwa, hata watoto wako kunichagua. The truth is, kuongea tu kweli, you just don't show up 2-3 months to election and then you decide ground iko sawa. Unaona? The truth is, most of these people who actually make it, they have been working behind the scenes for a long period of time. Hata msanii, sita kudanganya. Someone like Saru, I love that lady. She's one of those people who I am very close with. People like Akina King Kaka. These are people who I have had over 10 years of relationships with them. But the truth is, wase ulala studio. Unaweza pata sai catalog yake, it is not even half of what you have listened to. To be honest, hata kenye mnaona kwa hizi streams hakuna, it is not even a fraction of what these people produce. They produce a lot of music. They are always creating over and over, because that is the only way that the art is going to start making sense. Because Pia, the more you sharpen a knife, the sharper it becomes, right? So it is the same even with the creative space. Ile fashion show ya kwanza utafanya kama a fashionista is not the same one that you do when you're 10 years in the game. There are two different kind of fashion shows that you'll be able to do. Kuna ile ya beginner, so unasemanga novice. Itangwa novice ile stage ya kwanza ya game. Itangwa ni amateur. Alafu unaenda novice. Bas, sasa tu assume sasa venye kwa campus, sasa kwa hiyo stage ya amateur. It's the best, but then let me tell you, if there's a stage in life I miss a lot, it's the campus stage, because to be honest, if I had maximized it well, this is the stage that you're allowed to make the most mistakes and nobody will judge you for it. But once you leave this comfort where nimzae anakupatia do, ama at least inakupatia uko na tupesa toko to I used to do those content writing to things, and I wish I'd actually done more with those things, right? YouTubers, I've seen the people who are YouTubers, I can give up on those things, because to be honest, the more you start investing in it, the bigger it becomes, and those numbers they mean a lot. Tunaonanga paka watu wa content creators wakilia when they lose their accounts. Like they literally cry when they're saying that their accounts were hacked and they no longer have access to their accounts. This is because these numbers have been bought, they have been created over time. These communities have been created over time. It's an investment of time, it's an investment of effort, it's an investment ya kujinyima and sacrifice. And then when you're losing it 5 years later, you don't even cry because of the numbers themselves, but you cry because you know how much it took for you to get there. So, hii kitu ya instant microwave satisfaction itabidi tumesimamisha kidogo. Tuingie kwa oven. Hata keki ikianza kubekiwa, you're normally told start the oven and then you start creating your ingredients. So you need to start the journey from wherever it will start and then build on it pole pole. Monetization is hard but easy. Take a chance to know, unaona watu kama videographers, photographers, sometimes it's all about hata kwenda kumpatia a free service. Like I'll be shadowing you. I'm like your mentor. I'm your intern. I don't pay anything. I'll just be helping you clean up your equipment, kujipanga, ama ndakuwa mse wako wa mkono kwa function. You know those two things people normally underestimate. That is where you start meeting people. Juseme kwambie twende kuna gig Safaricom, kuna job. Umfuate tu, hivyo tu umeenda, umeshinda hapa, ukimbebea kamera, unakaa hapo ni kama handbag man ama handbag woman hapo nyuma yake. Bila haya, because again nambonga the shameless, they always win. Because shame, ukianza hapo kusema mimi niko na haya, hautafika. Karanyama alisema mimi niko na kila kitu isipokuwa haya. So some of these things, but they employ them positively in your lives, because to be honest, kama uko na haya, you'll never go to spaces that need you to be shameless to achieve. So start shadowing them. We call it shadowing. Anza kushadow mse pole pole, and then start building the skills. Start learning on the job, because the truth is that will give you a far higher itakupatia speed kuliko venye unaweza kumeka class ukingoja utoke ndio sasa uende uanze kuapply ya job. Na hii kitu kingine tulidanganywa na ilinikasisha sana ni ya kuambiwa wewe someni alafu mkitoka huko nje kuna majobs utaanza na salary ya 60,000. My friend nilianza na salary ya 3,000. Na hiyo nilikuwa nimebeg ati wanipatie tu fair. Nipeni tu fair. Aki tu nifike huku na nikauliza hutaki job madam? And I'm like okay acha basi ni shuka kidogo tuanze wiki 2 alafu mkiona kama kazi yangu iko sawa mnipe tu hiyo 3,000 ya fair. And we woke up and you are in the office by 8. They don't know how you got there. They don't care how you got there, but you're just getting your job done. And then as you go now, people start noticing you and giving you bigger roles. So I would say it's the same in the creative space, because people think that sometimes it's a shortcut, but the truth is it takes way more effort, because there are no guidelines which guide these spaces. Ni effort yako na kujituma yako. So the careers that you can explore are many. How you can combine them is intense. If you want to sit down, or even if you want us to talk and figure out how we can join, or rather how you can explore more opportunities for yourself, I have no problem. Tutaona kwenye tutaongea, and then kwa kusaidia pia, like Emily has said, networking ni relationship formed over a period of time. Si kuniambia sasa tulikutana na ile S-hook ulikuwa umeniambia mko na job opportunity. Sina but tunaweza kaa chini tujue kenye unaweza fanya na maisha yako. That's true. So I will give 5 minutes for questions and see what I can cover in those 5 minutes. Chap.
Right, let's appreciate her. All right, questions? Okay. So we're going to ask all the questions, then she answers them once. Sawa?
Sasa tena nilikuwa nasema like some of us are very creative, some of us are I mean most of us, let me not say most of us, let me say I. You see, sometimes I have these very many ideas. I don't know if you've ever been in that situation where you feel like you can do everything. Like, so how do you compartmentalize? For example, I don't want to say my ideas, they can be stolen, but like, you feel like you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. So how can you as a creative dude or a creative person be able to compartmentalize so that you can be able to focus on one specific thing, or even if it is focusing on all of them in a way that can make sense, money-wise, and also in a manner that you can fully reach your potential, if I may ask.
Okay, kuna mwingine tulize zote pamoja.
Hi everyone. Hi. I have a question. I am an article writer, and the question is, sometimes when you're writing articles, unless you have a really, really good and old account from a place like Upwork, it's virtually impossible for you to get a job, because as much as you're good, they do not trust you enough to give you a job if you do not have an account. So you get a job, like someone gives you a job, but then they're earning like 80% of the money, which is yours, just because you're using their account, and you only get 10 or 20%. So is there a way you could help us learn how to create good accounts and maybe put us out to the platform for us to get opportunities to showcase our skills and talent?
The last one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Miriam. I've heard you say that to get the success, it's a journey. Now, beyond the passion and everything someone has, when things don't work, what else can work, can motivate them to go on? And to add on that, aside from now having passion, is it that okay for someone still to maybe to go, there are these free platforms to learn, to advance on the skill and the talent?
I will shoot each very fast. Starting with you, you have many skills and you're wondering how to narrow them down. Most times I normally say, do everything until you perfect one thing. Because to be honest, the truth is, ni kama kudate mademu watatu at the same time. Kuna ule moja utapenda. Kuna ule moja tu utaanza kuona, hapa imekuwa effortless, hapa hakuna story mingi. Ironically, do you know most of the principles in life apply across board? Literally. So it's one of those things where yes, you think you're good at everything, but there's always one thing that you're better in comparison to the rest. Here jikata, choose the thing that you do easily. Like you don't think about it. Like it's just like your second nature. So ukifanya ina flow too. Choose that one. Or thirdly, choose the one that brings you money fast. Lakini si easy. In regards to writing and academic writing, I have done those things. And the truth is, I choose to see them as a stepping stone for you to achieve other things. Ni kama tu kwa intern kwa kampuni. Sometimes you just allow yourself to earn at the bottom as you learn more skills for you to be able to upgrade to the level where possibly you can purchase your own account, or leave that space and actually start doing like imaginative writing, other forms of writing which will allow you to probably open your own platforms. There's a platform called Udu, which is being advertised a lot. What they do is they give you a chance to create. They already give you a space where you can create your own website. Probably you can check it out because I know they have a free tier, and see if you can actually decide to start writing on your own and see whether you can actually become more of a creative writer in comparison to waiting to get paid for you to make money. Is that okay? Otherwise, there's a lot of other spaces where you can actually even just Google and check ways of making money through writing. You don't necessarily have to be under someone to make money when you're in the creative space. All right? Shida, kujituma. Hiyo ndio inakuanga the whole thing. Hata yako kujituma. The truth is, some of these motivations, you have to make them yourself. So you have to push yourself out of your comfort zone. Otherwise, if you keep on waiting for the world to give you a chance to perform, you probably never get that chance, mainly because the world is not fair. So it is you to create the fairness in the world that you live in. So what you have to do is ask yourself, what exactly do I want to achieve with myself? And then when you answer that question, you'll have a roadmap to how to achieve all that. Okay? Najua your story, nakupatia credit. Go seek more help, even on AI or any. Nowadays, you keep on saying AI a lot. Just do a lot of research and internal checking to know where to start. Wewe writing pia nakupatia, enda ununue data, uendelee ngangana, learn more skills, and then expand to bigger horizons. Nimekata vibaya. And all the best. Uyi wa talanta mingi, ndakuongezea ya time so you can have enough data to be able to expand your horizons and see how you can become good in what you do. Otherwise, asanteni sana. It's been fun interacting with you.
Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Karibu. Tumefurahia, si ndio? Tumefurahia sana. I know we've learned a lot concerning Boomplay, and we are really appreciative. Let's give them another clap. Let's give them another clap. All right. Okay. So before we go to the next we are going to have, the next team is going to be, okay. Okay, sorry. The next team is going to be Old Mutual, and I know they are ready. Before then, I want us just to just relax kidogo, si ndio? Okay, stretch kidogo. Bado salimia neighbor yako kidogo. Salimia neighbor yako kidogo. Aya. Yes, I want us to do some simple dance. Okay, so just get on your feet. Hapa sisi ni watu creative, sisi ni watu wa energy, si ndio? Yes, tumesema wale watu wa kuboeka tutawatuma kule kwa career. Huko ndo kwa madaktari na walimu. Hapa ni kwa creative, si ndio? Aya, my DJ uko ready? My DJ, we're ready when you're ready. Aya, si mnajua hiyo ngoma? Si mnajua hiyo? Aya, we are gonna do a very simple choreo, sawa? Aya, warm kidogo, twende kidogo. Five. Kuna ngine 6. Ruka. 1 2 3. Madije hold hapo. Hiyo ilikuwa free trial, sawa? Now we want to do it. Sawa? This time weka energy, sawa? Weka energy na unatingisha kiuno vizuri. Sawa? Haya, twende warm kidogo. Weka style. Twende. 1 2 3, twende. DJ, hold, DJ. Hold. So, we're going to try the same song, but a different choreo sasa. Sawa? This one is more interesting. Okay. I have a friend of mine, nilimuuliza, what kind of girl? Sawa? Akasema anataka dem akona akili, akona nini, na akona nini. Sawa? So, we are going to dance the first dance. Unatingisha kichwa, unatingisha nini, alafu unatingisha nini, alafu 1 2 3. Sawa? Madije, from the top, sawa? Aya, twende. Warm kidogo. Warm kiasi. One, two, three, twende. Ruka. Twende. 1 2 3, twende. One, two, three, twende. Clap for yourself. My DJ, hold, clap for yourself. You're an amazing team. Yes, you can have our seats. Najua energy merudi sasa, si ndio? Yes. So in that same energy, I want you guys to help me introduce Old Mutual. Wapi makofi ya Old Mutual? Wapi makofi yao? Karibu sana.
Good morning, Kacha KU. Ati good morning, guy. You guys are hungry. Ninja, sindo. My name is Myra Wendo. I work in Old Mutual Investment Group as a business development officer, and I'm also an artist of my life. Next. So, thank you. Thanks. So, ati I sing. talk to me behind the tent. Talk to me behind the tent. So next, let's move on. And I'll be your host for this segment. This is the financial education segment. And nimesikia kuna wasanii hapa. Sindio? Na nyuma ndio wakusema. Sindio? Now, of course, lazima useme na pesa yako. Sindio? Hey, setiku, just music, and your art. Also, let your money speak for you. So, I'll now be taking you through 4 financial principles. And this is very critical as an artist. This is very critical as a writer for you to know what these are. We have, number 1, get on top of your income and expenses. You have to be on top of your income and expenses. Number 2, make your money work for you. The savings, investments, lazima, you have... as you're making your beats, pia unatupa hapo ndani that you have cash stashed somewhere else. Control your debt. Number 4, protect what you love. Kenya unapenda. You have to protect it. Sindio? But first and foremost, I want us to do something, a very important exercise. Mkona pen and paper, hapo kwa phone, mmeshafungua notes. Fungueni notes, naona. Fungueni notes. Fungua notes. On your pen and paper, I want us to do a very simple exercise because kuna gift at the end. I want us to set up goals, right? 2025. 1 year from now, tutakuwa in 2020. 2026, a time from now, you have to be in a different financial state. Sindio, your money has to be working for you, exactly. So 1 year from now, I want you to imagine where you'll be 1 year from now. Andika your goal. Me personally, nataka nikuwa nimepanda career-wise. So for yourself, write it. Where do you see yourself 1 year from now? Medium-term goals. 2030. Huh? See, Kenya, we have the vision. I have vision 2030. You also have to set your own vision 2030. Exactly. Write it down. Andika. Exactly. Next. In the next, let's give it 2035. Where do you see yourself? Ebu yandike. $2035. Where do you see yourself? Unajiona wapi? Write it down. Okay? Then, I want to get a bit personal now. Let's get a bit real. What's your money personality? Unajiona aje? So I want to use a shortcut here. Artists, the singers, have any of you ever released a diss track? A diss track? Well, it's a time for a big comeback. So I want to use something called the diss method. Are you a dreamer? Are you an investor? Are you a saver? Are you a spender? That's the diss track. So who are dreamers? Dreamers are people who, they just sit somewhere and fantasize. Unajua unapata mtu amekaa tu hivi anafantua na kushow, manze, mi siku moja taomoka, usinione tu hivi. Si ndio? Aya, investors. Unajua mse wa crypto, si ndio? Unajua mse wa crypto, si ndio? But si mbaya, dreamers are okay, investors are also okay. Then we also have savers. Savers, yule mse kiatu yake imeraruka mse, lakini kuna pesa kwa bank. Si ndio? Anaonyeshanga watu their account balance. Paka people would say, usione umse hivi akona pesa mob. But that money is just sitting in the bank, doing what? Nothing. Next, we have spenders. When a new fashion trend pulls up, you see those shoes. You see the white-legged jeans. You see the big headphones. Msana tembea hivi kwa campus, and he just has big headphones. Sindio? So, I really want you to sit down and write what type of investment or money personality are you? Because up next is some dope speakers who are going to give you tips on how to be a better characteristic. Me personally, and I'll be honest, this is me. I don't even want to shout. Yo, if you know, you know. That's me. Okay? All right. Now, I want to invite
understanding yourself section, how you interact with your finances, yani relationship yako na do. So I want to ask 3 people. I will ask 3 questions and I'll have 3 volunteers to answer me so that you'll get presents. So the first question is, mnatoanga wapi do? Who wants to answer? Come. Tell us where you get your money. Be brief.
Kama comrade, mostly tunategemea help. And then the second is my mother, and then the last one is when I'm home, I do some business. Yani sometimes I sell bull decks in the area. Those are the 3 main incomes that I have.
My second question is, where and what do you spend your money on? A girl this time, kindly.
She's coming.
My name is Angie. Mostly, I think I spend my money on food. Sana.
Anyone else?
Okay, Kuja. The lady, Kuja pia.
My name is Malik again. I spend most of my money for dressing.
For me, if I'm not eating my money, then I'm wearing my money.
Makofi yake.
And my last question is, why do you spend money the way you spend money? Unatumianga do yako. Nini ina influence the way you spend your money? Not you guys. Someone who hasn't spoken today.
Wale wako kule au wako huko mwisho. The guy and the lady in white. Kuja tumbele haraka haraka. Please. Because of time.
Hi. Okay, I spend money the way I want because it's not mine. Yeah.
What influences you to spend your money? Yeah. Is it your friends, your upbringing? Tell us.
Okay, my upbringing.
Your upbringing?
Yeah.
Okay. You?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Me, I would say friends.
Friends influence you?
Yes.
Peer pressure?
Not money
What?
pressure.
Huh?
Money pressure.
Expound, explain.
You see, like, we are a group of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has a new pair of shoes. You see, like, yes.
So basically peer pressure. Okay, that's all from me. Let me introduce Absa next.
Hao ni watu wa Tushike County.
The next session we are going to talk about controlling our money. And the good thing is I've had kuna ule anatumia pesa kubuy food, kuna ule ni pressure. Mbona mjasema transport? Ama nyote mnaishi hapa? Oh, sorry. Entertainment, hakuna mtu anabayingi bundles. So these are the ways that we spend money, but I want to give a practical example in my way. Just a minute. Okay? Work with me for a minute. If I'm given water to shower or to use, okay? At the end of the day, sindatembea huko nje kama mimi ni msafi. Utajua nimetumia maji kiasi gani? Will you know? Either way, I've been given water, and this water should do what it needs to do. Okay? And then, if I find hii ndoo imepasuka, and this is the only ndoo I need to use, what do I do? I know nauliza swali ya primary. Just work with me. What do I do? I either fix it ama nisiweke maji nafika huko, si ndio? Or kama imetoboka chini, I find ways to cover it. Okay? And then there are many places I get this water, right? So it's up to me with my technical skills or my passion to find sources of what? Water. Okay? Si kila mtu lazima akuwe msafi. Nikitokanga huko nje imeandikwa hapa nje huyu ameoga na maji ya kisima. Ama inaandikwa maji ya river. I'll still have to be clean. Okay? At the end of the day, what we are avoiding when we are talking about income is poverty. So if I manage this water in here, work with me, then I have controlled my cleanliness out there. So when we talk about income and expense, it's really controlling your money. Maji lazima nitafuta ya kufanya nini? Ya kuoga. Okay? So I've used that as an example. So the good thing is we did that exercise. Where are our money coming from? So just give me examples. Where are our money coming from? Are you having a gig currently? Wewe unatan. Niliona wewe ndio unachanga nisaidie. Where does your money come from?
Kama mimi ni mtani uzanga mandazi. Sasa hiyo ni source ya kwanza. Ingine mzae ala control. Hivyo tu.
Na watu wanapenda mandazi zako
sana.
See. Please clap for him. There was a second hand here. Yes.
Kama venye amesema pesa nategemea help na wazazi.
Okay, there is a third hand there.
Odia tu. Watu wangu wa odia tu. Gamblers.
That's an interesting one. Tutakuja hapo. Yes.
So my first source of income is I have a small business.
Nice.
Then help. Then help. Family sasa.
Nice. I'm liking because kuna more than one source of income. Nice. So we'll have the lady and then we go.
Apart from my parents, my sister, maybe boyfriend sometimes. So yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Wacha niachie hapo. Okay, what we've learned is guys focus. Thanks. Wale wa mnampea, thank you very much. So there is a way for you to get income in. You must know where is my income coming from. So I want us to do this exercise. It's part of the things we'll ask at the end. First, look at yourself. I like the guy who talked about his selling mandazi. Meaning, maybe he realized at one point he's good at culinary arts, I'm assuming. And I believe the business you're doing, what kind of business is it? Accessories. So you have to look internally. Ninapenda kuosha ama ninapenda kuorganize. And then you find your passion points there. Then you look at, there are things here that we put here, like riding a bicycle. Can I be sent from place to place? What is my passion point? And then you look at, there are people who don't like standing in queues. Mshaiona huko tao mtu anasimamanga anasimamia mtu. Did you ever know that that can be a source of income? Unasimamia mtu anakupea ka 10 bob. Very easily. Okay? Or more. Can be creative. So I want us, at the end of the day, you look at ourselves. What are my passion points? And the good thing about the session we had first from Boom Play is your limitation is your imagination. So everything we love or we are about can be our source of income. They say the same way I said about the water. It doesn't matter where the water is from, as long as it's ethical and legal. But you need water in the bucket, which is your source of income. So think about yourself. Mimi nikijiangalia, what do I like? Mimi, I just used to find opportunities in things in campus. So at my time, back in the day, data ndio ilikuwa inaingia, cabling nini. Mimi nikapata watu, nikaanza kuuzia data cable. So you find me doing tricks because that's what is in me. That's my passion point. So think about a business you want. At the end of the day, if I have little water in this bucket, I need to determine ninataka kuosha hii maji nguo, ninataka kuogea, ama what do I want? So we are using the analogy of the bucket. So at the end of the day, I have to decide what is really my need and what is really my want. Ni nini nitastahili kufanya na hii pesa so that I don't get into debts, unnecessary debts, and my colleague will come and talk about that. So as we go through tiers of life, Maslow needs, hierarchy of needs, kuna those needs that I have to start with, really basic needs. Nahitaji nguo, nahitaji transport has become a need nowadays. I need airtime, I need to communicate, especially kama teacher natumanga new notes on phone, so I need to have bundles. It becomes a need. So decide what is that, because in me, in this bucket, I need some water to shower. Ndio nisinukie watu. See, we have all understood. We still need money. So there is something called Moscow. You need this table. It tells you what must I have at the top, right there. What must I have? What should I have? What could I have if I had the money? And what is it that I won't have? So this is our Moscow table. So budgeting, put in that so that this helps you decide what needs and what are the needs that you must have, what are the things that are must have, which are the needs. We'll place them on the top, and then the bottom are the wants. You can push them to another day. If you have then some leeway in your budget, you work with it. At the end of income and expense, you're budgeting like a boss, because hapa ndio control. You must control what you have before you move to saving and investing. You must use the water you have there. So figure how much money is coming in and where it's coming from, how often it's coming, so that you can budget, you can know how to work with yourself. Then manage how much of it is going out. Remember the analogy of the basket, or rather of the bucket. Kama imetoboka, I either seal it, which are the removing of the needs of the ones that I don't need. So figure out how much is going. And then third there, make choices. You must make hard choices, because at the end of the day, lazima mtu akue nini? Musafi. And musafi here is, you must fight poverty at all costs. Then lastly, look at that budget regularly. Hii budget kaje, so that you know what are my must-haves and what are those that are just wants I can push to a different day. And with this is the exercise that I want us to look at the end of the day. How much am I getting here? And how much is going out? Then you can determine, am I in a deficit? Am I in a surplus, or am I in a deficit? So as you plan every time regularly, maybe monthly or quarterly, make this budget and make it work for you. That's how you control that money. And with this, I want to call upon Justina. Mkaribishe tafadhali.
Thank you. Clap for me again. Good afternoon. My name is Justina. I'm from the Old Mutual Investment Group. And you've been told a lot. You've been told how to make money by Boomplay. Then you've been told about debt and budgeting. So now, I want to show you something very interesting. You remember in high school when you'd write your timetable and then you never follow it? You just write it at the beginning of the term. If the teacher comes, you say, ndio hii. And then you never follow it. We don't do that with our money. Because money, if you don't respect money, money won't respect you. So the first thing I want us to discuss is savings versus investing. Who knows what the difference between a saving and investing? Hand up.
Kusave ni kama kuweka pesa yako mahali tu, lakini inakaa tu, hakuna kitu ambacho kinapata.
Okay.
Jua hiyo. Sasa investing ni kwamba unaweka pesa yako mahali inakufanyia kazi, unaona?
All right. At the back.
I think I'll say investing has a risk and saving has no risk.
Okay. A lady, I want a lady now. Here. At the back. Okay.
Okay, for me, saving is just that you put your money maybe on a bank or somewhere, and then you will take out the money in the same number. No increasement or decreasement, but on investing, the money can be either increase or decrease.
Good. I think we have a very smart room today. So investing, like most of you have said, investing is when you set money aside. It could be in any form. You could be putting your money in the bank, in a money market account. You could be putting it under your mattress or wherever. In your M-Pesa, it just sits there. You're saving money. Every month, you're putting 2,000 like that. It's not really, you're not telling it where to go. But then, you're also not taking risk. Someone mentioned risk. Saving is very low risk or even zero risk. And then, investing is when now you start to direct your money. Where do you want it to go? You start to take a bit of risk. So you start to tell your money, okay, nimesave, imefika 10,000, now what do I want to do with this 10,000? You send it to, okay, can I buy equities? Can I buy bonds? Do I want to start a business? That's also an investment. And investments tend to take a longer term horizon compared to savings. Savings, huwezi kuna save for 10 years, my friends. That's a zero-sum game. You save, and then after a short period, now you start directing your money towards something. Next, I want us to talk about types of savings that you should have. Who's heard of an emergency fund? You guys don't have any. Okay, who has an emergency fund in this room? 2 people only. Okay, so what is an emergency fund? An emergency fund is money that you put aside that is easily accessible to you and can help you to cover your expenses for 3 to 6 months. So let's say today you finish uni, or let's say you're a content creator, YouTube shuts down and says, you know what, we are done. Pesa imetosha, we are closing YouTube. Now, what do you do? For the next 3 to 6 months, you need to figure out what you're doing next. Where do you get your money? You need to have saved money and put it aside for you to be able to address such. You have a question? Mm-hmm.
Can insurance be placed at emergent funding?
So,
can insurance?
No. We'll talk about insurance later. Okay. So after you have an emergency fund, you can have a goal-driven savings. So maybe you want to buy a car. Now you decide, okay, the car is going to cost me 1 million. Okay. Now how long do I need to save for? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? And then now from there, from your income, you calculate how much you're going to be saving. And just because we've said savings don't tend to earn a lot in terms of, or rather you're not taking a lot of risk, doesn't mean your money just needs to sit in the account. You can send it somewhere where it earns a bit more interest, but it's not taking too much risk. For example, you can invest in a money market fund. You keep saving there until you have enough. You buy your car, you buy your house, you buy the shoes you want to buy. That's also an investment, and it's a goal you can drive towards. And then retirement. I know you guys are so young, and you don't even think you should be concerned about retirement. I remember when I got my first job, and my boss was telling me, so now, retirement, you need to open CG and SSF, and then you start saving. I was like, can you see how young I am? You shouldn't be talking to me about retirement. But retirement is very important, and you need to start thinking about retirement even from this age. Because at Olmuchol, there's something we call the sandwich generation. So you're in this generation where you grow up a little bit, you start earning, then you get your own family. So you have your own kids, and then your parents, who probably did not think about their own retirement, are now depending on you. You're sandwiched between nalipa school fees huku, and then your parents here are asking you for money for, you know, they have medical expenses, they have all these things. So to avoid that, you need to be able to be thinking of retirement so that when your kids are grown, you're not sandwiching them again. We are breaking generational curses, guys. We're not doing that again. Next, the savings methods. So there are many different methods for saving. So you can open a savings account in the bank, retail savings. But who's heard of Emakiba? Okay, no one. So that's homework. Go Google Emakiba, an Emakiba bond. Then you can have a chama. Who's in a chama here? Ladies, I see you, and one gentleman. Chamas are good guys. Don't think of them like they are for old people. Chamas are very good. And then fixed deposit accounts. So you can go to a bank and open a fixed deposit account. Next, I want us to understand the risk-reward spectrum, because we've said in investing, you're taking risk. So there's certain investments that are less risk and others are higher risk. So for example, when we start with cash, what is cash? Cash could either be the actual money that you have in your bank or money that's in very low risk instruments like a money market account. Do you guys know what a money market account is? I think I've mentioned it 4 times or more. Who knows what a money market account is? Wow. Wow. One gentleman at the end, he needs a gift. We need someone else who knows what a money market account is.
Money market account. We have one.
A money market fund is a low risk, low reward, where you get to save your money and earn interest, which is usually fluctuating, like ZD.
Good. So you guys have told about ZD and you still don't know what a money market account is. Yeah. So a money market fund is where you come to an institution like Old Mutual. We pull money from people and then we invest it for you. Give you a slightly higher return compared to what a bank would give, a regular savings account would pay you. So that is what we would consider a cash investment, because this is money that you can access very easily from your phone through, you know, if you go open a ZD account or an Old Mutual money market account, that's what you get. And then you start to take, if you're interested in a little bit more risk, you can buy a bond. Bonds are where you lend money to the government. So, see, you know, when everyone's telling you, ata Kenya iko na madeni, now those are the debts. And you can be one of the debtors for Kenya. You can decide, actually, guys, I've given Mimi mkona deni yangu as a country. You know, this is where it comes in. So now you come, you give Gava your money, and then they pay you interest on a semi-annual basis, and then at some point they return your money depending on what kind of bond you bought. And then higher risk equities. When you buy shares, you can go buy shares of Safaricom, for example. Safaricom is listed. You go buy shares of Safaricom. If today it's 18 bob, and then in a year's time it's 25 bob, you sell, then you've made more money. But you're also taking risk, because these shares sometimes go to 15 bob, they come back, they go down. So it's a bit more risk, but it's still a good investment. Then next, we have crypto, which all of you know about. So crypto is a lot of high risk because, you know, for example, Bitcoin today will be trading at $100,000. And then tomorrow could be even half of that. So it's a lot higher risk, but higher reward at the end of the day. More risk, more reward. Then next, we have the 5 rules of investing. So this is what I want to leave you guys with. Something to think about and something to take action on. So first, you have to think about your risk appetite. Your risk appetite goes hand in hand with your money personality that Myra talked about. So if you're a dreamer, what do? Dreamers are those people who kesho, you have new ideas every now and then. And it's very easy for you to be, today I'm investing in this, kesho I'm investing in this. What does that mean? All your money is always going to all these ideas. But, for example, if you have an emergency, what happens? You don't have an emergency fund. So you're supposed to automate your savings so that whatever money comes in, first it goes to savings, and then all your ideas can start being funded. Next, you have the savers. If you're a saver, your money is just sitting in the account. Now start investing. Start taking a bit more risk. You have an investor. Investors sometimes tend to take too much risk. So you need to sit there, think about the risk that you're taking with your investments, evaluate it, and actually see, does this really work for me? Does this really work for your portfolio? Next, you need to diversify your investments as well if you're an investor, because you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Next, you need to invest in the long term to build wealth. Who wants to be wealthy? All of us. We all have a common enemy, poverty. We're all fighting the same enemy, and you have to have a long-term perspective when you're investing, and then you also have to weigh up your risk versus reward. Because at the end of the day, even when you come to mutual, we even look at your age. You can't be 60 and telling us you want to put all your money in crypto, because we will not allow you as professionals. We will tell you you're taking too much risk and you're risking losing. So you need to weigh up your risk and reward. Because the earlier you start investing, the more you're able to actually manage those two very well. And then lastly is to work with a financial advisor. Work with professionals that actually tell you or rather give you advice, sound advice on what to invest in, and then they're able to evaluate your money situation and give you the correct advice. Next, I'm going to invite Vincent from ABSA. He's going to talk to you about debt. Thank you.
Comrades power. Comrades power. My name is Vincent from ABSA. I'm here to talk about debt. Deni. Mnajua deni? Nani ana deni? Ainue mkono. Ule ana deni. Nani hajadaiwa? 1, 2, 3, 4. Help ni deni. Help ni deni. Mko sure? Now I would like one person to tell me deni ni nini. Nani ataniambia? Nani atasema deni ni nini? Huyo?
A debt is basically just money that you borrow with an intention or with a requirement of giving it back after some time.
She has put good words, with an intention. With an intention. I think just to explain it better for all of us to understand, and through experience, debt is simply borrowing money from an institution, from someone, with an agreement. The best words to put in debt is it has what we call terms and condition. Tuko pamoja? Then you can put, it also have a timeline. I need 100 bob today, I will pay you in the evening. Evening ni saa. Ukiniambia ndakulipa jioni ni saa ama ni siku. So basically when we talk about debt, this is something, you have seen a lot of people now when they are walking in the streets, wanaenda wakirusha mikono. Mnaona shida mingi ni nini? Ama hapa shule mnaenda mkirusha mikono kwa njia? Shida mingi ni deni. But basically, what we are saying, when you borrow, you're expected to return the money after a period. And we have two types of debts. Especially kuna moja inaitwa secured na ingine inaitwa unsecured. So I always ask other students, HELB, is it secured or unsecured? HELB loan, is it secured or unsecured? So let me define security. We get to know about this HELB loan. So we'll also, it is a very good example to give, especially this is the loan that we understand at this stage. But when we talk about secured loan, I'll give an example. Ukitaka kwenda kununua gari nzuri, umeenda kwa Kayad, umeona gari. You approach maybe a bank or an institution, and you tell them that you want a car and you don't have money. The other question we will ask you, what security do you have? Then utawaambia aje, nataka kuwapatia logbook. Logbook will stand as a security. Are we together? So that loan will give you to buy the car, we'll call it a secured loan. Sawa sawa. So unsecured loan is that loan, maybe you walk to an institution, you tell them, my name is so and so, I'm in KU, and I want an education loan. Then they will ask you just to prove that you are a student. And if you are in need of a loan, are we together? Then you will produce maybe your school ID, you will fill some details showing where you come from, maybe your parents, and they'll give you some money. So that we term it as unsecured loans. And mostly in these lending institutions, the unsecured loan, you come with your payslip. Mukona payslip. When you use your payslip, that one is termed as an unsecured loan. So to differentiate the two, hii moja nilo unasikiaga title deed iko kwa bank, na hii ingine there's nothing attached into it. Are we together? So when we expand this far, we look at what are these good debts and bad debts. Deni mbaya ni gani? Deni mbaya ni gani na deni nzuri ni gani? For example, if you get help money, that is a debt. But in future, will it bring any value to you? Aitalete? Ikilete, tunaita a good debt. If it increases the value, you have had net worth. And Musani mgani, net worth yako ni ngapi? Uko negative. Are you sure? So, if anything that increases your net worth, you have taken some money, you have borrowed from somewhere, and it has increased your net worth. Maybe you have heard people talking about maybe they are at 3 billion, 1 million, then you increase your net worth to 1.5, we say that is a good debt. So a bad one is the one that will decrease your net worth. Maybe you borrowed 1 million, and with time, tumefanya ile inatagwa collateral damage, we have come to your place na tumeng'oa mabati ya nyumba. That is a bad debt, but we don't do that. But that's a good example of how you can differentiate between what is good and a bad debt. But we always say borrow for the best, borrow for you to have what we call a good debt, borrow money that will assist you in future. So with that, we have everything iko na dawa ya kuitatua. Ukiwa na madeni, tafadhali pia kuna counseling. Are we together? You come to me as a banker, you go to your good friend, na unamuelezea vile uko karibu kuchotewa. your money and how you are going through tough time. We also, you can review your debt. You sit down, you do some good reviews. Huyu ananidai, ule ananidai, deni ni mingi. So it is good. You also do some good review so that you are able to see where to start and end. And lastly, we also have debt consolidation. You'll find most of us, we have a lot of debts. Unadaiwa na ule, unadaiwa na huyu. And the game we play, nakopa kwa huyu, nalipa ule, kesho nakopa kwa huyu, nalipa ulo. So what we always say, you can consolidate your debts into one. If you can just borrow one person and pay all the debts and remain with only one loan repayment for your debts. So the approaches that you really need to do when you have all these debts, because do we say mwanaume ni deni? Hapana, mmekataa hiyo. Mwanaume ni pesa. So saying that you can look at them in two ways. You can take a good notebook, write them down. Maybe you can start from the lowest to the highest. Huyu ananidai 10 bob, huyu ananidai 30, huyu ananidai 50, huyu ananidai 10. Then you look at how you are going to really pay this. You can also do the other method. You can start with the highest to the lowest. And we look at how you are going to pay these debts. So don't run away from them. These are part of life. What you just need to do is to have good approach onto them. So with those few remarks, I think welcome. Questions after or?
Okay. So we've talked about saving, we've talked about investing, we've talked about debt. So the next thing I want to talk about is protecting what we love. Because at the end of the day, we're all trying to create wealth, and you don't want to lose it in situations that are quite unfortunate. And the one thing that, you've seen that saying that we are all one illness away from poverty. Every family is. Because, one person in the family gets sick, we all start to chip in, kidogo, we've all lost everything we worked for. So that's where insurance comes in. Because insurance is very important. It helps you to prepare for the worst while you're still hoping for the best. So what types of insurance are there? There's health insurance, which is self-explanatory, life insurance, in case you're the breadwinner for your family. And you die today, what happens to your family? Do your kids will they still afford to go to school? Will your parents still get the support they were getting from you? No. So you take life insurance for you to be able to cover your loved ones. Motor insurance, you all know about that. There's funeral and personal and funeral insurance. You see, when someone dies and you're added to a group, we're all changaing money to contribute for funeral expenses. There's something called last expense cover. You can take a last expense cover even for yourself, that when I die, Staki WhatsApp group, this is the money that will go to cater for my funeral. So that's the importance of insurance. It helps you to protect yourself and your loved ones, because let's say when you're not here, then your loved ones are not worrying about the hospital bill you left, the funeral expenses. Life just goes on for them as usual. And if you already had life insurance, now that kicks in and it helps them to actually keep going. Next, so what do you need to know about insurance? How does insurance work? How it works is you, as an individual, come to an insurance company. For you come to Old Mutual, and then it's you and Myra and Maggie and all these people come. We pull the risk together. So you are the policy holders. And in case of an unfortunate situation for one person, then the insurance company will come and pay you the claim. So this is where, this is what helps you to protect you. Because you pay, let's say, insurance cover for 100,000. And then you have an incident that costs your family 5 million. Out of 100,000, You paid 100,000 and now you have a cover for 5 million. That's fantastic if you ask me. And it helps you to protect what you're working for. So there are two types of insurance, short-term and long-term. Short-term insurance is what covers you for your assets, your car, your house, your laptop. You can even insure your phone. And then there's long-term insurance that covers events such as death, long-term illness and such things. If you lose your job in terms of retrenchment, then it also kicks in. Then, when do you take insurance? The best time to take insurance is yesterday. The next best time is after you've done this analysis. You evaluate yourself. Are you able to cover the cost of the loss that would come from an event? Let's say, for example, you own a house and the house burns down. Can you afford to buy another house or build another one? If you can, then that means you're able to self-insure. That's very expensive. Otherwise, then you take insurance. You pay a fraction of the amount in terms of the policy, and then you get covered. So insurance is always very important to help you protect what you earn. So are you able to pay the premium? That's what you ask yourself. The premium is definitely most affordable compared to self-insuring. So yeah, I think that's it in terms of insurance. So I'll invite Myra to come and tell us what to do now after all that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Justina, and thank you so much, our partners from ZD and from ABSA. That was very insightful. Sindo. So now, I'd like to take questions, because I'm sure that was a lot of information. That was good. Okay. I'll take number 1 from that side. Number 2. This side. Yeah, this side, you guys don't have questions? Huh? Okay, 3, 4. Sawa. Let's start with...
Hello.
Sawa.
Okay, hi. I have 2 very itchy questions. First is about the lady who has talked about investment. Personally, I've been raised in slums, and these people feed from hand to mouth. How do you expect, or what advice would you give a person who feeds from hand to mouth? A person who earns 200 bob, this person is supposed to pay fee. This person is supposed to feed the children. Yeah. What advice would you give such a person? And then another question is to ABSA. I'm a person who observes a lot, and I've seen this advertisement of ABSA in Citizen TV. And if you realize, ukiangalia advertisement ya Blue Band, those people speak. Ukiangalia advertisement ya Pampers, diapers, those people speak. I have a question. Why, if you look at ABSA, the last time I checked at that advertisement, do you know ABSA is the only advertisement in Citizen TV where there is no speaking? For real, that the last time I checked, it's like it's animations and then there is this auto-tune. I've really observed that. Like, what of a person who is blind and will like to learn more from their saving or something? Yeah, like I've really observed, this is the only advertisement where there is no speaking out. There is this auto-tune and then there is pictures, like, yeah.
Yeah, good questions.
Okay, thank you. The other one, alikuwa hapa.
Okay, I have a question. For example, yeah, I had a business idea, but then I don't have enough. Okay. So I had a business idea, but I didn't have the money to start it. And maybe help haijaingia bado, and I'd love to borrow money, then I invest in that business. Like when I tried borrowing money from other sources, they were like, you're not eligible for a loan. So how does ABSA, or how can you help me with that?
Okay. Taking the questions, another question.
Okay, I just want to ask, as a starting artist, when is the right time to save? When is the right time to invest? Because
the lady who has talked about the insurance, I have a question to her. She has talked about life insurance. So my question is life insurance and life assurance similar? or any? I mean, I was asking if she could clarify about that.
Awesome. Okay, now let the speakers come and engage. Absam.
Good afternoon once again. I would like to tackle the question on savings. I think just to begin with, that's a very good idea. And we always say we support even startup business. If you have a business idea, and what we are looking on more, there are things which have been mentioned here, where we'll also, before we close here the session, I will speak about it, because sometimes we say start with what you have and grow from there. So you have heard we have vehicles like the money market. We have a good platform like Timiza in Absa, where somebody aside asked when is the right time to start, and we told you it was yesterday. What you need to do is to get that platform. You have it, and that platform you need to start putting as little as you can in that platform. Then through that platform, because we are trying to make banking as easy as it can, with the AI thing coming into place digitally, from that platform you'll be even able to borrow. And that borrowing will come, what I've said, the good debt. Because this is a borrowing that will borrow to prepare yourself and increase your net worth. Are we together? So don't wait, start it today. We'll give you the platform before we leave, where you can put some money aside. Then with time you can borrow, depending with the amount you want. And as you grow, we will grow with you. So thank you very much.
2 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to answer the question on investment options for someone who lives hand to mouth. You know that can seem like you really do not have options, but you know there are investment options that can take even 100 shillings. For example, when you want to save in a money market account, the minimum is 100 shillings, and the reason why it's been set so low is for us to be able to accommodate everyone. So, you know, today you save 10 bob, 10 bob, 10 bob, 20, it gets to 100, then you start your money market account. For Old Mutual, you can even just, it's so easy. You dial *480# from your phone and you're registered, and then you can start doing it directly. Then the next question was, what is the right time to start investing or saving as an artist? I think, you know, the best time is always yesterday, to be honest. But as soon as you start having money coming in, then you need to start thinking of investing and saving, because at the end of the day, you need to diversify your risk. From the music business, from whatever it is that you're doing, your actual business, you need to start diversifying your money and taking a bit more risk to be able to grow your wealth in case your primary source of income is impacted in any way. And then the difference between life insurance and life assurance. So life insurance is and I hope after this you go actually read up on it. Life insurance is where you're covered for a certain period. Let's say, for example, you take life insurance for 10 years. If you die within those 10 years, then you're paid. If you survive those 10 years, then we give you a lump sum, mostly equivalent to what you've been paying in premiums. Life assurance does not have an end date. You've just covered your life until the day you die. And then a payout is made to your family or your beneficiaries that you list on that insurance. Thanks.
Hey, please clap for us. Hi. My little sister talked about people living hand to mouth. Remember the scenario of the bucket? At the end of the day, we wash ourselves. So it depends with how much you have. And the good thing with technology and innovations now, even as little as 5 bob, the timiza that he talked about, you can start saving. So let's fight that poverty and let's have that mentality of we can get ourselves out of any situation. Sini hivyo? Sini hivyo wase? Ama ni njaa? Okay? Oh, okay. Iko. And the question of advertisement. Every organization have their research done and they look at ways that they can take the market. The first thing that I've loved is you noticed us, which is a good thing. So it's the research we did and we thought this is the way to take the attention. But your feedback is really important. Thank you for that. So we'll take the feedback back and we'll see what will be done from there. But thank you for even noticing us. It's very important. Watu wamefanya kazi imeonekana, si ndio? So I want us to clap for the presenters who've come. Tunaanza na Zidi. Aikwangi fokodhare. Najua mnaenda lunch. Sasa it's between me and your lunch. Now we start with the Faith from Zidi. Makofi kwake. And then we had Myra. Please clap for her. And then Justina. And Maggie, who is coming in front with gifts. Sasa huyo namklapia properly. Sasa myself and I. And then lastly Vincent. He's the only gent who was here. Please clap for him. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the financial education session. Gifts zimebaki. So nataka nizipeane. Safaricom walisema tusirudi na gifts. Na ni speed. Tuko na seconds. Question number 1. Mbio. Gojea. Okay.
Your side.
Aya, question number 1.
Aya.
First of all, partners wamesema ukiingia kwa social media, either LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, ufollow, udm niko kwa room ya culture na nimewafollow. So ingia pale Absa, ingia pale Safaricom Zidi, ingia pale Old Mutual Kenya, either TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, udm useme niko kwa room ya culture na nime like your presentation. Watanipea winners. Question number 1. Which are the types of savings that you should have? Mbio, speed questions. Ule. Good. Kimbia front. Right?
Aya.
Easy gift naenda nazo kasi na answers. 3 types of savings you should
Hapa?
have. 3 types of savings you should have.
Emergency fund.
Zote. Hey, wacha AI pale. Emergency fund, Mwingine, nani ako ready? Uko ready?
Emergency fund. Protect what you love.
Chini. Pale, ile side. Nani aliinua mkono hii side? Ule. Mbio. 3 types of savings you should have.
Emergency fund, savings account.
Ma'am, bring it home.
Emergency fund, goal-oriented savings, and retirement savings.
Kuja hapa mbio. Anapata kwanza 2 gifts.
Wapi makofi yake?
2 gifts. Mbio. Haya, second question. Kuja Antonina, umpe na credit. Second question, right? Safaricom money market account inaitwa nini? Kuja, sema. Kimbia, kujia gift.
Wapi makofi yake?
Justina kuja award gift. All right. Na umpe airtime hapo ya 100 bobs plus that notebook. Last question. Asa, wamesema ukitaka kusave for your midterm goals, unaweka kwa which account? Absa Vincent was on stage, akasema tuko na X, akijibu question ya kuomba deni. Ukiwa unataka loan ya business, unaweka kwa account gani? Going once, hii kwanza itakuwa na 2 sock. Going twice? Wacha tu nikuulize swali lingine ili upate gift. What are the types of loans? Kuja. Thank you very much.
Wapi makofi yake?
Okay, tumemaliza. Umepata mtu amekudia? Bado. Umepata? Jina yake? Jina kwanza watatu. Evelyn Maina?
Tuko na merchandise pia. Nataka kuwapea merchandise.
Sawa. Evelyn Maina?
Haya.
Kuja. Zabib?
Uko na moja?
Zabib, get 2 gifts. And Sherry Cruz, wamefuata Absa, get a gift. Hapo ni?
Yes.
Old Mutual? Oh,
Shika
okay.
huyu.
Aya. Thank you very much for having us. All right.
Wapi makofi yao? Let's appreciate our couples for the let's appreciate them. Wapi makofi yao? Thank you. I have a lot of merchandise. Niko na credo, niko na wristband, niko na kofia, niko na tu vitu vingi. Sasa I want to see anyone who has joined Safaricom Hook today. Star 555 #. Kama hujajoin una join sahi. Kama umejoin leo, haraka haraka nikupe credo. Haraka haraka. Kama hujajoin una join sahi. Star 555 #. And you get amazing offers from Safaricom. Star 555 #. Kama hujajoin, nataka mtu amejoin leo. Mtu amejoin leo, nimpe credo sahi. Sahi. Sitaki kuenda na hizi credo. Yes, unanionyesha message haraka haraka twende lunch. Inakataa. Aya, hebu retry. Star 555 #. Star 555 #. Majenzi. Nice. Huyo yake imekubali. Nani mwingine? Request is failed. Jaribu tena. Aya. Star 555 #. Nataka kupeana hii credo ishe. Thank you for S-Hook. Sawa. Nani mwingine? Nataka text. Haya. Nani amebaki? Huyo amepata. Nani amebaki? Kuna watu wameanza kuforward message. Sasa unapata ati Safaricom wamekutext na 0721. Yaani Gen Z. Haya. Aye iko sawa. Na huyo? Very nice. Jipige makofi. All right. So, right now we want to break for our lunch break. Si kila mtu ako na tag yake, mlipa meal card. Wale wakupewa mtashughulikiwa tu kwa amphitheater. Kama hujapewa utapewa tu amphitheater, sawa? Haya, kidogo nakuja. Unataka kunionyesha hiyo message? Sawa. Okay. So we are going to have our lunch until 3 p.m. After 3 p.m. we are going to come back here and continue with an afternoon session till 5 or 4 to 5 hapo thereby. Sawa. So I want to appreciate you so much for coming here. Please don't go away. We have a lot to talk about. Pia tuko na a lot of goodies and a lot of awards. Sawa. So my name has been Solo Daktari. I have been a MC. I want to thank you all for being here today. We can now break for lunch. Wapi? Jipige wale bado wamepata, wakujie credo. Wale wawili, kuna wawili wamenonyesha sahi. Kujeni credo. challenge ya mambo ya saving as a comrade unajua ni nini? Shida ya comrade na saving ni ati comrade una saving leo na Kenya umesave na kusave kesho. Sijadanganya, si ndio? Shida ya comrade ni una save leo, so kesho unakufa njaa na kusave. Kesho kutwa unapata roabe, una save kwa savings account. Ikifika Friday, inafika Friday hauna kitu. Inabidi unafanya nini tena? Unatoa ile roabe si ndio? You know, that is the problem. The other thing is about help. Unajua? Tunasemanga help ndio mshahara ya comrade, si ndio? Help is the mshahara ya comrade. Should help be free or should it be alone? It should be free, si ndio? Niliona asubuhi tumeulizwa, is help a good debt or a bad debt? Na tukaambiwa, how do you know about if it is a good debt or a bad debt? Ni if he help inakusaidia. Aya, nataka mniambie, kuna mtu mwenye help yake inamsaidia hapa? Na inakusaidia aje? Nataka mjibu hiyo. Kuna mtu hapa help yake inamsaidia na inamsaidia aje? Aya, inueni tu mkono niwaone. Kama help yako inakusaidia na inakusaidia aje?
Inanisaidia as in venye imeandikwa upkeep. So inakusaidia kujiweka fiti. Alafu pia unapunguzia mzazi pressure.
Aya, wapi makofi yake huyo? Huyo anatumia help vizuri.
Help tena apart from kupumzisha mzazi. Tena kuna ile comrade ya vitu napenda kufanya. Hiyo help inakusaidia. Tuseme unaweza anza kabizi nayo kana kusaidia.
So busy ndo kitu unapenda kufanya? Okay, ulisema kitu unapenda kufanya nikafikiria mbali. Na huyu?
So help inasaidiaga macomrades juu kwanza sherehe nayo inasaidiaga upande wa sherehe.
Anu watu watushike county. Anu watu tushike county.
Lazima ujinice kiasi sometimes. Hawezi kaa tu hivi.
All right. Aya, sawa. Wacha nipe mtu wa mwisho.
Mimi naona help inasaidianga pia mzazi kulipa school fees sometimes, rent. Na pia kwa watu wengine fashion, kuna ile pesa tuseme mzazi amekutumia 1500 ya kununua kiatu. Na wewe plan yako unasemanga unataka kiatu ya that 500. So help inakusaidia, inakuongezea kiasi.
Aya, sawa sawa. Unajua kuna sisi wenye tulikuwa tukipata help, kitu ya kwanza ni Gikomba. Sijui kama kuna watu kama sisi. Mimi nilikuwa nikipata help, place ya kwanza ni Gikomba. Unapata nimeshika hapo matoja jeans hapo. Yaani nimechukua luku ingine hapo. Ukitoka hapo yenye imebaki unaweka ka budget ka 1000 kadhaa ka sherehe. Sijui niko peke yangu. Siko hivyo. Unaweka kwanza tao kadhaa za kujibamba na kuna zingine za luku. Alafu nyingine sasa ndio upkeep, si ndio? Yes. So I want us to do a simple activity. Then we welcome our today's speaker. They are an amazing team and we are going to learn a lot. Sawa? So wale wamekaa, nataka wao fill hizi spaces. Wale watatu tu. Fill in hizi spaces. Wale watatu hivyo. Fill hizi spaces kwa hapa katikati. Sawa? So let's get on our feet. I want us to do a very simple activity. Let's get on our feet. Let's get on our feet. Kama wewe ni Gen Z, inuka tu. Kama wewe ni Gen Z, unainuka tu. Aya. Gen Z hoye. Gen Z hoye. Aya, nataka tufanye simple activity. Nikisema 1, una put your right finger up. Nikisema 1, you put your right finger up. 1. Nikisema 2, I want you to place your left hand on top on the right finger of the person next to you. Watu wa Kiswahili history hawanielewi. Nasema hivi, nikisema tu, chukua mkono wako, uweke juu ya kidole cha aliye kando yako. Aya, nikisema 1, weka right finger up. Kuna watu nitaangalia GPA zao. Kuna watu wanakaa hawaelewi. Nitaangalia GPA. Nikisema 1, unaweka tu hiyo kidole juu. Nikisema 2, place your hand on top, ikiwa flat hivi, on top of the person next to you. Hapa una place kwa mwenye, ona msuka, una place kwa mwenye ako kando yako, mwenye ako kando yako on your left, sawa? Haya, una place kwa mwenye ako on your left huku hivi hivi, weka hiyo tu hivyo. Nikisema 3, I want you to make sure that umeshika mwenye ako kando yako na hujashikwa. Nikisema 3, make sure umetoa kidole yako usishikwe na umeshika mwenye ako kando yako. Umenielewa? Umenielewa? Kuna watu GPA zao naona zinawasumbua, lakini tutadili nao baadaye. Let's give it a dry run. So let's give it a dry run. 1, unaweka tu kidole juu. 2, 3. Kuna watu nimeona wameshikwa. Nimeona kama 5, sawa? Haya. Ukishikwa utakuja hapa nje udance. Hapa mbele udance. Umenisikia? Ukishikwa utakuja hapa mbele udance. Kama utaki kudance unafungua GPA kwa portal. Haya, umesikia? Either udance ama ufungue portal. Haya. Let's go. 1, 2, 2. Weka mkono flat. Weka mkono flat. 2, 3. Haya, huyu ameshikwa. Hawa wawili wameshikwa. Kuja. Ukishikwa unakuja mbele. Ukishikwa unakuja mbele. Ukishikwa kuja. Ukishikwa unakuja mbele. Ukishikwa unakuja mbele. Kuna huyu alishikwa hapa, wewe. Kuja. Wale wameshikwa, kuja mbele. Shika. Haya, tuendelee. Karibiani tuendelee. Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3. Nani huyu ameshikwa? Huyu ameshikwa. Kuja. My DJ, unaweza nichezea kifo cha mende? Ati nani? Haya, kuja. Yes. Haya, nataka muwekewe kifo cha mende. Si mnajua hiyo ngoma? My DJ, ready when you're ready. Haya. Twende. Amjui ku dance? Haya, twende. Unajua ku dance ya ngoma? Haya. My DJ, hold hapo kidogo tuwaonyeshe, si ndio? Simameni tuwa motivate. Tunataka kwenda tu kwa chorus, my DJ. Haya. Tunaanza. Yani bad boy kijana wa. So 1, 2. So gonga hapa. Twende 1, 2. Gonga na mkono mwingine sasa. 1, 2 alafu mkono mwingine. Twende tena. 1, 2 mkono mwingine. Haya, so ni 1, 2 hii mkono mwingine, alafu unalamba, alafu unatoa. Sawa. Haya, twende. Yani bad boy kijana wa Ingo, napenda njugu na mukombero. Other side. Napenda mastingo, kifo cha mende ama wagido. Leo ni kifo cha mende. Simashika. You are a student. My DJ, nipeleke tu kwa chorus. Simko sawa sasa? Anzisha tu ya chorus, my DJ. Twende.
Leo tunavunja kitanda, udonjo kudunda na yeye.
Anzisha ya chorus, DJ. Ni kuisha inaisha. Anzisha tu DJ yanze. Haya, warm kidogo.
Nakula chapo ndai hapa. Aje. Sidon connect nikirusha mamista.
Haya, tunangoja chorus. 1, 2, twende.
Kijana wa Ingo, napenda njugu na mukombero. Kingo masel napenda mastingo. Kifo cha mende ama wagido.
Twende kufa dereva makanga, leo ni kifo cha mende. Again.
Leo tunavunja kitanda.
Anguka nayo. Wapi makofi yao? Wapi makofi yao? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just clap for yourself. Give yourself a clap. All right. I still want to thank you for coming to this afternoon session. I don't take it for granted that most of you are here in the morning. Merudi tena. We learned a lot and we're still going to learn a lot. So I want to thank you. My name is MC Solo Daktari and I'm going to be your host. At this juncture, I want us to welcome our team from Chiromo. Wapi makofi yao? Wapi makofi yao? Amazing, amazing pretty ladies. Karibuni sana.
Hello everyone. Mko salama? Mko salama? High five your neighbor. High five your neighbor. You don't want to high five your neighbor? You don't believe in that? Nani amemwinvite? Oh, you want me to high five you? I don't mind. Yeah. Nice one. Mko salama? My name is Kate Modhoni. I'm a clinical psychologist. I came with my colleague. Do you want to hear her voice? Yeah, please come. Kuja ungeponea. Atukuski, shika mic.
Good afternoon.
Mnamsikia? Siongeze sauti.
Kai. Good afternoon. How are we this afternoon? Ati? Tuko na mixed feelings.
Ati mkonja. Mimi nasikia mtu akisema mkonja.
So my name is Vivian Okello. I am a psychologist and I am happy to be here. So I will not take much time. I think I'll just let Kathleen take over. And please ensure this is very interactive. It all depends on how active and engaged you are. Sawa?
Yeah. Okay. So, a fun fact about Mimi, I will share with you. This is my former undergraduate. This is why I did my undergraduate in KU. Hi. So this is my alma mater. So it was so fun kukuja, kutembea around, nimeenda shopping center, nimepita OML. So I've had so much fun. So guys, I'm a living testament that whatever it is that you do, kuna masomo KU. Sijali vile ndovu nikuwa nasemanga. Sawa. Are we together? So I want us to do something very simple. If you have mental health today, just ninulie mkono. How many of us have mental health? Including the tech team. If you think you have mental health, si mkono half mast. I want certainty, like nipungie mkono kwenye hewa. Let me see those hands. How many of us tech team? Awa wanajishuku. Awa kona machine, see mental health. Let me see. Okay. Nice. So, umeketi next to someone mwenye mkono yake iko chini. Muulize sasa wewe, tuende madhare ama. I mean, if you do not have mental health, it means you have mental illness. That is as simple as asking us, how many are healthy today? How many are healthy today? Even if you're being managed for any illness, the fact that you're able to dress up, go to class, live your life at the end of the day, it means you have health. So we'll be looking at something very interesting. Nataka uniambie, without Googling online, what do you think mental health is? How do you define mental health? Before we even start projecting the slides. Mwenye ananiambia, I have a small stuff for them. Oh, yeah, thank you. What do you think mental health is? I want to hear from a lady and a gentleman.
Okay, so hi, my name is Emma.
Hi, Emma.
According to me, I would say mental health is the capacity of your mind to have stress and handle it. Yeah, that's mental health.
Emma, when I'm deep, let's snap for her. We snap for her. I love that school of thought. There's a hand here. Meanwhile, a gentleman, prepare your throat. Okay, there's a dude there. Okay, perfect.
I personally believe mental health is the general psychological and emotional well-being of a person.
Snap for her. What's your name?
Grace.
Grace. Oh, that's my middle name. So let's snap for Grace. Amazing. Here you go. Oh, sorry.
For me, mental health ni vile how your mental state is. If you have stress or you're happy, sad or remorseful or any feeling you have in your head.
I like the fact that you've used the word feeling. So he's bringing it down for the boy child. But I have a very quick question. Who are more emotionally aware? Is it the men or the women? Who agrees it's men? The ones who are very much emotionally in touch with their emotions, very much aware about what is going on. They wake up and they know, oh, I have mood swings today. Who are more aware about that? Is it women or men? Ati men. Okay, if you think it's women. Wow. Wow. Okay, fine. If you think it's girls, ladies, lift up your hands. Oh, yeah. Yeah, lift up your hands if it's ladies, surely. If it's gentlemen. Inua mkono. I want to see. If it's gentlemen, ama unajiongelewa mwenyewe. Acha nikupatie ka credit ya kukuboost morale. Thank you for being very, very vulnerable. So, fun fact. According to the brain anatomy of men and women, men are wired to be very logical. Whenever there is a situation, a man would want it to make sense. Anataka kuelewa ni nini ime happen. Like tusikie bomb blast, ama ki blast. Mjamaa atakuwa zile za, hiyo ni tire, like puncture, ama like a blast, ama what is that? Ni kitu ime short circuit, ama ni transformer imelipuka. A man will be very logical. They want to know what has caused that. But a woman, feelings kivipi, it's not just enough to say feelings. Wewe na bolt mtakuwa mnaonana the same, si ndio? Unafunguka kwanza and then consequences later. This also applies in day-to-day conversations. This also applies in the way you view your day. You see, a lady, kama uko na msee, anyways, you're well, it's still the month of love. When something happens, she'll be telling you about how she felt. But you'll be trying to see the reason and the logic about it. Alafu unakasirikio for 1 week, unashanga ni nini ulifanya. You very, very much are unaware. So men have something that is called logic. When they're interacting with a situation, they will always try and make sense out of it. Like, what is causing this? I want 1 + 1. But women, we look at how did it impact me? That is how we interact with the environment. Hii jua inanifanya na feel tu hasira. For a dude, kuna jua na vaa vest. You see? So when we come together, we interact as women and men. We complement each other. We need to know how we feel, how certain things feel, so that we develop solutions. That is why women are very intuitive. We also need to know the logic. It's enough that I've gotten a burst and a puncture, but logic dictates I need to get it fixed so that I move from point A to point B. It's enough that nimefanya hii na nimepata hizi marks za cut, but I need to maybe up my game or do something very, very much productive so that I get good marks. So it brings us to the aspect of mental health. So you have a career, you are looking for ways to plug in into your environment to make a living. How many of us think whatever it is that they are doing and they are studying is in line with what they have always dreamt about doing? How many of us think they're on the right career path? Tuinaweza mikono? Yeah, like whatever it is that you are studying for, you feel like I'm on the right trajectory as far as my career is concerned. So here's where the logic and the emotions come. For you to have a career, you will need logical aspects. Like, is it marketable? Does it give me financial security in the future? But then again, I will also need to know, does it elicit passion within me? So that isikuwa na mkanga tu nafanya kitu ka robot. I'll have to have emotions. Emotions are the juices that drive who you are. They make you wake up. They're the motivation behind what makes sense. And that brings us to a very interesting thing about the definition of mental health. So mental health is simply a state of well-being. Matter exists in how many states? Matter exists in how many states? Which one, and which one? Kuna nasikia tu solid, liquid, and gas. Perfect. So by the fact that it's a state, it means it fluctuates. But that state
is purely on a spectrum of well-being. It means you, wherever you are seated, how in tune are you to realize your own potential? There's a reason you're doing the course that you're doing. There's a reason why you're doing a course that has a lot of units of mathematics. Whereas there's a reason another one is doing a unit that has a lot of linguistical aspects, theories. Yeah? Kuna watu wa econ hapa? Econ finance? BCom? Mko hapa? Nani hapa ko ni technology or something? Or sciences? Nani hako hapa nafanya sciences ama linguistic ama theater arts? Music? Mko hapa? You have realized your potential. You've realized that I do well, I understand pitches, I'm very good in musical intelligence. The thing is, we have 12 types of intelligence. Ambia neighbor wako akuambie 5. Yeah. What type of intelligences do they know? Other than yenye tunakuanga nayo ya shule inaitwa logic and numerics. Hiyo ndio yenye inaitwanga ya shule, yes?
Emotional intelligence.
Wewe nakupatia hata credo ya so. Shika. Emotional intelligence. Fun fact, 30% of the world, 30% of 8.5 billion people are considered to have emotional intelligence. It is the lowest, or rather the least number of inhabited types of intelligences. You had your hand up.
Artificial intelligence.
Well, I'll give you a 20 shilling, but I was talking about, in fact, of human beings. But thank you for that. It takes a lot of gut to say that. But thank you. You're going to fall under something. Yes? Physical. We call it bodily kinesthetics. Good. Yeah. That's good. Unafanya sports science? Mtu wa sports science angekuwa amebambika. Yes? Mental intelligence inaingiana na EQ. But I'll give you something. Yeah. Kuna yenye inamwagikia hapo hivyo. Naona tu watu wakigoogle. It's rigged. Nani? Wako game.
Wacheni kutumia ChatGPT. Nawaona.
Yeah,
Ninawaona.
But funny thing, simnajua ChatGPT sometimes you hallucinate. So do not think that information can match up to 8 years of learning. Hauna phone?
Kuna emotional intelligence.
But let's give him a snap. Unaitwa nani? Joseph. Thank you. I'll give you this because you have a name from the Bible. I'm biased. Yeah, you're so nice. Wewe umechukua credit zote. But uko nasema tutapatiana gift ya the person.
Yeah, kuna gift ya msako most active.
Please.
Logical intelligence.
Apart from that, but high five me. Mpatie because of, if you have credo, because he participates.
Nimempea credo cast 5 huyu. Wacha nitamuongezea. Nitakuongezea.
Linguistic intelligence.
Girl, snap for her. Linguistic intelligence. Do you know it's not easy to speak to people? Do you know there is an art of communicating with people, understanding languages? The people who speak 10 languages, they have realized their own potential. Hapana, hapa hivi kuna baby girl fulani pale amevaa black top. Yeah, I miss wearing crop tops. Gosh. Unakaa poa.
Musical intelligence.
Hebu rudia tena.
Musical intelligence.
Career, tech and culture. Kuna musical intelligence. Good girl. That is amazing. Oh, how are you? You look like a friend of mine. Maybe when brother yake.
Mimi mtoto mkubwa peke yake kwetu. So, lakini there is social intelligence.
Yes. It's not easy to make friends. And it requires a certain form of intelligence to be interactive. Yes? Anyone else? Oh, okay. Yes. It will all tie down, don't worry.
Analytical intelligence. Numerical.
Numerical and logic. Nimwambia ChatGPT utapoteza, yeah? Kijana utachukua zote. Interpersonal intelligence. Let me tell you something about interpersonal intelligence. There are people who are mean to themselves. There are people who do not know how to treat themselves. And they fall under a risk factor of having mental illnesses. We will look at that. Wacha niku high five. Nimeishiwa na credit, but ngojea. Wacha nitaangalia. So, uniachi, unaitwa nani? Ben. Nitapotea tu naona vile mimi ni mrefu. But it's a state of well-being. So think about all those types of intelligence we've mentioned. There is interpersonal intelligence between people, intrapersonal intelligence, linguistical, bodily kinesthetics, something to do with the fact that people are doing sports science, the fact that people are doing a lot of physical stuff, yeah? Yoga, ina fall under that. Cause kuna mtu mwenye umwambia ende gym, uongo. Labda ende kuswim. But yeye na gym na outdoor activities, yet they need to be fit. It will be very hard for them because their brain is not wired like that. So I want you to look at yourself, irregardless of the fact that you are pursuing logical and numerical intelligence, the kind of intelligence that school prepares us for. And this is what CBC is all about. It's about honing the skills of kids depending on their aspects of heightened states of intelligence. So, katika hiyo harakati yako, if you are very social, you're on social media. How many of us have YouTube channels and all that? You have a podcast running. Aki watu wa tech team, I acknowledge you. I love that. You're good. How many of us have that? Yeah. That is very, very good. It means you are realizing your potential. It is proven that any human being can have more than 4 intelligences working within them. So do not limit yourself. All you need to do is to train yourself. Yeah? And you can cope with normal life stress. So, stress gani inakuanga the most when you're creating content? How are you able to make sure that you remain consistent with posting content, whereas unasomea cards, uko na matekawe, uko na sitting cat, takeaway, uko na key exam kinakam. How do you make sure that you balance yourself in making sure that kama unafanya online writing, wangapi unafanya online academic writing hapa? Ama nowadays it's not a thing. AI imeharibu biz, si ndio? But back in the days, that was a big thing. Like guys used to make a lot of money. But now with AI, you can also do certain things. Photoshop, nane nafanya graphics design, self-taught, marketing, social media marketing. We talked about conventional and unconventional modes of employment. So we don't have to wait for someone in big pharma, a corporate, to hire you. So I want you to think about whatever it is that you're doing, the course that you're doing. I want us to just do something called a very simple form of psychological skill, meditate. Think about your life. Break it down to how many things you do other than IQ, that is the logical and numerical intelligence. Look at the other aspects of who you are. You interact with technology, you interact with people, you're a social media influencer, you are into music, you are DJing, you're teaching yourself how to DJ. Sai siku hizi, kuna DJ sijui anajita sijui nani. Yani so many DJs all over the world, or rather in Kenya, or in Nairobi peke. But think about the stressors. What are the common stressors that are normally, or they're normally likely to maybe fall on you? And how do you maneuver? Because the way you maneuver and you still make sure that you keep up your grades, you still make sure that you are, conversant, you're creating content, your algorithm, your YouTube, whatever platform you're on, is still maybe giving you an opportunity to earn. You are able to be productive and fruitful, and you're able to make a contribution to your community. Community si home peke. Hata ukiwa KU ni community. Ukienda church, ukienda masjid, bado hiyo ni community. Ukienda temple, wherever it is that you go to worship, it's a community. Anyone you interact with, that is your community. So are you adding on or are you subtracting from your community? This is what mental health is all about. So when you find someone, uko nje, any Tom, Dick and Harry, walking anyhow, they're not being productive, they're not being fruitful. I want you to start thinking about what state are they in. Because the truth of the matter is, and I want us to look at this, kuna watu wenye tu wako kwa simu. Where is your gauge? This is how mental health normally looks like. We say it exists in a continuum. So it's either you're excelling, umeamka morning. By the way, don't ever take it for granted. When you wake up in the morning, you're able to still remember what your name is. You're able to groom yourself. You're able to go to, to class. You're able to do whatever it is you need to do, to call people, to even operate a phone. It means you're in the excelling. We call it the green zone. By the way, let me tell you a secret. When you go to any medical facility and you hear the medical staff saying, "Uyo ni code green," it means ako wapi? They're excelling or they're thriving. It means uyo ako almost kudischargiwa. Usikia yuko code amber, unajua bado. Usikia yuko code red, uyo kwanza ni ICU anaelekea. So, our brains, I want you to tell your neighbor this. Tell them, neighbor, your brain is an organ like any other. It can get sick. It can get tired. But then again, we will see it in the way you behave. Nani wanawenka mimi? Excuse me. Excuse me. So, uliza jirani, where is your gauge? Na kupatie jibu. Gauge yake iko wapi? Si alcohol wewe, by the way. Where is your gauge? Where do you think you lie? I think Reza uliza the only other person with locks in this room, the only dude with locks in this room, Peter, jirani yako, muulize gauge yake iko wapi hapa jili na mshuku. Una survive? Uko wapi? Uko in crisis?
I am excelling.
You're excelling. Sawa, tumsnapie. What about you, MC?
I'm surviving.
You're surviving?
Yes.
Oftentimes, the loudest person in the room, you need to check up on them.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a phenomenon that happens. In any hospital, if there is a casualty, let's say there is an accident that had occurred and people are taken to the hospital. And then kuna mwenye amesimama, amenyamaza tu kwa kona. Na kuna mwingine anapiga tu nduru hapa katikati. Oftentimes, we will not even pay attention to the one who is loud. Tunaendanga kwa ule mwenye yuko kule. Jili, they're in so much pain, they can't even speak. But now when it comes to mental health, it's the other way around. Mwenye anapiga kelele, sisemi ni wewe. Mwenye anapiga kelele, huyo ndo tunafaa kuangalia the most, because they're doing so much. And the thing is, I don't know whether you knew that is an intelligence. It's not everyone who can MC. You require a heightened level of interpersonal intelligence or social intelligence. So kudos to you. That's a big thing. So, where are you? Jirani amekuambia yuko wapi? Wewe kwanza umevaa bow tie. Nani ana survive? If you're surviving, say I. Vivian, itisha ambulance tuende Chiromo na wao. Because surviving means, surviving is not so bad. It means you're coping with the normal life stressors. And I want us to get this because after this, tunaenda tukiendanga. So where is your gauge? Sometimes you might wake up and your gauge is that excelling. Sometimes you might be thriving. But sometimes, if you do not get assistance, if you're unable to cope with the normal life stressors, you might start finding yourself that you're struggling. Because you're not checking, how do we know that you're struggling mentally? You're struggling to wake up. You struggle to eat. You struggle to sleep. You struggle to stay asleep. You struggle to remain sober. Umeenda Friday sherehe, Saturday, Sunday, Monday ukikuja unaona tu dim. You're not even able to pin it. Hata ujui unalalanga wapi. Patikana kwa mtaro uko KM. So, chekeni na ni vitu zi happen. It happens. By all means, that is very, very different from being productive and fruitful. So, it all begins and falls hapa. Because on the next bit of information, I want us to see something very simple. Normal life pressures, the students. And you will add on to what is not here. So, according to statistics, these were the most top-notch. And we will look at statistics. Academic and career pressure ni itakuwa kuna job uko nje. What is the narrative? People wanasema nini kuhusu hospitality? Ama ningefanya sijui nini? Ama ningedui ni marketable? What if you do not have the capacity or the passion to do that? Not all of us can be one thing. The world would be so boring, by the way. So social media influence and comparison. Mse amechukua, amepose na picha, amehaya gari, and then on tu ko Futsubishi. When will I ever get that car? you start feeling some type of way. That is what we're talking about, interpersonal intelligence, unemployment and financial instability. I was looking at my photos nikiwa KU. I was thinner than I am right now. Number one, nilikuwa mweusi kidogo jili ya jua. I could not afford sunscreen. Yeah, there's so many things that I was lacking in, all because of financial instability. Kuna pressure, kuna your standard. I also succumbed to peer pressure. I mean, I also wanted to dress nice. Ndio nimekwambia, I miss wearing crop tops. Those are the best years of my life. And then family expectations. Wewe ndio wa kwanza kwenda university kwa hii familia, nimeuza shamba. How many of us have such stories? Kila mtu, yeah, wewe, yeah, you know, family, there's so much kelele. Hiyo inafanyanga, by the way, do you know that is a form of a trauma? Unaenda kulala unasikia sauti tu ya madha yako. Guy, unaenda kulala unashanga we. Unakumbushwa niliuza shamba uingie first year. You're like, oh Lord, you know, what am I going to do? Buy you another shamba? I mean, oh my goodness. And relationships. Kwanza hii hapa, kama uko na mtu blink twice harder, kama uko na mtu blink like this, nitajua tu kuna mtu yuko tu hivi. Wewe yuko singless yuko tu. Oh my Lord. Nana mecheki ile rile ule mse anafanya hivi. Anaka hiyo really linibia simu. Ati watu wenye wanasema hivyo mligongewa. Naikuwa mayai. Naikuwa mayai ligongwa. The truth is no matter how gangster or looter you think you might be, all human beings, or scratch that, every living thing, the most obvious sign that it is thriving is the ability to form relationships and to reproduce. So uliwachwa pole. But relationships, unakuja campus, unavunjwa moyo, unakaa course ya 6 years inakutake 15. And then self-identity, esteem, and mental health stigma. When we began the session, I just asked how many of us have mental health, but we were unable to look at that. I want us to look at statistics. Na nini ingine hapa haiko? Because gambling inaingiliana kwa financial instability. Wangapi ni pilots? Kuna mse alishinda aviator, akaenda kuchukua check yake na mask. Mliona hiyo? Alivaa mask. Because alishinda domob sana. Hata mimi ningevaa mask, by the way. Hiyo trend ilianzanga Jamaica, by the way. Someone won a very, very big sum of money. Akaenda kuichukua na mask na ka distort voice because of abductions. But anyway, so gambling, addiction, substance use, zote zinaingililia hapa. So what else is missing? What other pressure do we face? Any takers? Charlie Wabotai. What other pressure do we face other than? Akipole, sijui jina yako unaitwa? Malik. Yes. Any other thing that is missing? Any other thing that you feel like it's a pressure that what una face? Yeah? Peer pressure, kuna social but yeah? Peer pressure. What else? Kuna tu watu wanacheka tu pale. Pardon? Religion. Nice. Yeah. Religious. Pardon? Culture. Okay. Or cultural expectations. Okay. Yeah, that could work. What is the norm vis-a-vis how you're supposed to fit into it? Okay, what else? I like that. What else? Let's think. Because, unajombona nauliza hizi maswali, these will be the things that determine. However you tackle them, they will determine whether you keep your feet out of Chiromo or Mathare Hospital, or you find yourself admitted. It's very easy to be admitted, and we'll see why. Let us look at some very interesting statistics. So keep on vibing. You can go on the social media platform, #pressures za mayouth na shule. So it's in the numbers. 1 in 4 Kenyans. 1 in how many Kenyans? This is a statistical study. If you get time, and then you Ministry of Health website, get to interact with a document that is called the Mental Health Task Force Report of Kenya. Did you know? Ask your neighbor, did you know mental health treatment and therapy are covered by every insurance? Courtesy of this particular research that was done in Kenya. So 1 in 4 Kenyans suffer from mental health conditions. Tuko wangapi hapa? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what it means. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hapo ameenda wapi? Kuna wewe mwenye alikuwa amevaa brown. Mimi nashuku ni nyinyi wote on behalf of Hero. But anyway, it's on a light note. Yeah, I could even be among the 1 in 4. Yeah? So, tuangalieni maadole. If you have siblings, nani hapa ako 17? Nani ako 17? Nani ako 17? Umenichokesha. So, approximately 12% of aged 10 to 17 meet the criteria for mental disorder. The most common ni anxiety. Hizi ni za Kenya. Hizi si za Uganda ama Afrika mzima. Hii ni ya Kenya. And then 15% of girls aged, nani ako 19 hapa? Girls. Wetu ndio wewe tumeshajua 1 in 4. Tumeshajua 1 wetu ako wapi? 15 to 19 have begun childbearing, often leading to mental health challenges such as postpartum depression and stigma. And then mental disorders were the second leading cause of disability among 10 to 24. So when you think about disability, do you often think about physical impairment? Shock. Mental disability is a thing. The moment your engine does not function, it does not matter whether you have a very well squeaky clean Range Rover parked in your house. Your engine ikinok, you'll just have a very amazing shell with a dead engine. That is what the brain is. So 10 to 24-year-olds, I believe wengi wako kwa hii room wana fall hapa. Si ndio? So accounting for 9.4 of total disability adjusted life years. This is very recent studies because research inakuanga outdated after 10 years. So this is very recent, 2019. But in COVID, it is estimated that the number exacerbated. The next number of statistics, 48%. University hoye. 48 tusomeni pamoja. Hapana, tusomeni vizuri kaa kwaya. 1, 2, 3, sing. I mean go. In year 2020. So, 20% of youth aged in year Nakada 2022 have used alcohol, while 9% have used illicit drugs, contributing to mental health challenges. In the mental health psychiatric facility where I work, we also have a rehab. I'm just shocked to confirm this. The number of people we admit most of the time, mbona mnayonivo? Kwani na wabo ni watu wa young. Njaa. And then tusomeni ya mwisho. So there is a big question. Mbona number ya males iko very high? Other than kugongewa? I'm curious. Yeah.
The pressure on men, there is this pressure on men, like you need to provide, you need to be a man, maybe you are in a relationship, you should be taking care of and there is also family expectations as a man. You also have your dreams as a man, and things are not working out for you.
Yes. So we need care. So we need TLC. Sikucha lazima zitengenezwe. Bros lazima zitengenezwe. Lazima tubaiwe makeup. Acha jisemesha tu. Ngoja utafika age. Nature is very good. It's an in clock. One of the things about the brain that is so amazing is when it is time, even if you do not want to, Malik, when it is time, even if you said, mimi ni strong, chairman wasijui, inaitwa ni men's what? Association, my friend, you will drop down that chair and go and marry. Yes? Our teenager?
Yeah, being a 17-year-old in this country as a boy, it's not easy. And the biggest problem is actually mentorship.
Mentorship?
Yeah.
Snap for him. Kwani kuna maheta, si tu snap. Mwanaume. Mentorship. Yeah. For him.
Okay, what I'm about to say might sound a bit alarming, but I think it somehow it somehow relates to why the number is a bit high in men, in the sense that, I mean, even in this room, you'll find that males are more. So it would make sense that their number would be higher.
Well, according to our population report, it's actually women are 4 times more than men in this country.
Tuchukue more?
Yes, tuchukue boy child hapa, alafu baby girl pale, alafu baby girl hapa.
Okay, wacha tuanze na baby girl.
Oh, baby girl. Okay. And then after this, we will brush through statistics, yeah?
For me, it's because, like, for men, they are usually, their emotions are oppressed, and that given that space, in the sense of, like, ati mwanaume hakuja ki open up, afu shida ku open up, umsea backstab, so he has to close his shell back. And then also, like, it's June. May is mental health awareness, but it's mostly for females. And June is men's mental health. But then, as much as it's men's mental health, it's also Pride Month, so people dwell more on pride than the men. So like, men aren't given that voice, and then society dictates men should be like this, should be like that. But when it comes to the girl child, we are more favored than them.
Tusimame tumpatie standing ovation. Amemaliza, amefunga. Tumpatie ni standing ovation. Also because taki mlale. Aki kuna mwenye amesimama akaketi immediately. Nimekuona. So let's sit down. Thank you so much. That is the reason why. That was the answer I was looking for. It's because men do not have a safe space for them to just experience that testosterone in a very free place. You wanted something? Ukona something pressing to say? Nilikuwa takusema hiyo. Tumpigeni pia makofi. Right? Yeah, it's that aspect of safe space. Yeah.
Yeah. So wacha pia mimi niongee aspect ya wanaume, si ndio? Wanaume oye. So the thing about men is, one, it's so difficult to open up. Who do you open up to? Because kitu ya kwanza mamore wako atakwambia wewe acha hiyo story. So sisi as men, when another man wants to open up to us, we think that them opening up is actually they're stressing themselves more, instead of actually thinking that umsi akibonga ni ngori ndio inashu. So mtu akijana ngori tutamwambia wewe achana na hiyo story imeisha. Wewe achana na hiyo. So you cannot talk to your boys. 2, you cannot talk to your girl if you have a girl at that time. Because huyu demo atakuja kujudge baadaye. So utasema I'm struggling through this and that at this time. So at that time she'll be supportive. But 2-3 down the line, when 2-3 weeks or months down the line, when you're starting to have issues, she'll use that to leave the relationship. So you also can take to your girl. No. So you have that. I think that explains why as men we don't have anyone to talk to. Yeah. So alafu pia so unaamua kukufa na ngori yako. So that's why kukufa na ngori yako unakufa na ile suicide. Juu sasa hauna msa kuongelesha hii ngori wacha ilale. So wewe unaona tu wewe ulale hii ngori ilale.
Can I tell you what happens? You even start dying before the actual suicide. Because what you exhibit, what any individual who's going to take their own lives by suicide exhibits, they exhibit symptoms of depression or a form of a mental health issue, 1 in 4. So it starts off, it's like having a cold develop. You start off with unasikia sore throat. Ukon kum. Before you do anything, aujui ni nini utadu, unastukia akona pneumonia, vile watu wa mlima wanaitanga. Or imekuwa pneumonia ama TB. Like you did not find interventions early enough. Let me tell you something about mental illnesses. Every mental illness has a physical manifestation. Every. Depression is the worst. In fact, hizo symptoms are depression. Zikikaa more than 2 weeks, msi anaanzanga kukuwa msick. Cardiovascular illnesses. Depression often brings about diabetes. It brings about blood clots in the veins. So you find that in severely depressed individuals, issues of cardiac arrests are very, very much predominant. That is the reason why right now, 25-year-old young people, unakuta msee anakuwa na cardiac arrest at 25. Roho iliacha kubit. Why? Blood clots. Why? It started off with repressed emotions. Emotions are the blood of the brain. And they also dictate how you will keep. They will dictate whether you are surviving, they will tell us a story. All right? So as we'll be brushing through. It all begins at how you handle stress. It all begins with this. Because it means that we look at it's a natural human response to address challenges. You remember, coping with normal life stressors. So if you're unable to respond to stress, the next one, that if the demands outweigh the supply, these are the sources of stressors, environmental, perception, what we were talking about. Now custom make them to the academic pressures we were talking about. So stress manifests itself through physiological headaches, HBP, kwanza migraine, inakuanga a very big indicator of a mental health issue, not an illness, but an issue. Heart disease, yeah? Psychological, anxiety, depression, motivation iko chini, behavioral, lack of motivation. Unaanza sasa kukunywa, maladaptive coping. Kama msee ana work, turnover iko juu. Next one. And then signs and symptoms are much more frequent infections. Oi, hiyo imeenda tu. Issues with sleep, self-harm, loneliness, restlessness. So, what do you identify with kwa hii category? What do you identify with? Kuna loss of confidence. There is a way your body, your mind, your emotions and behavior will be impacted by stress. So what do you identify with? Because it's very common to have stressors as a young person. Next, if you do not manage your stressors and they hang on for pretty long time, they become chronic. Unakuta una struggle for 2-3 weeks. Now that moves from a mental health issue to a disorder because your life will be disorganized. And then kidogo inakuwa sasa hii usicheze nayo. Once you get a diagnosis of a depressive episode, it will take you around 6 months to feel like yourself again. Yeah. And stress hormones that affect, it's all in the hormones that are produced when you perceive a situation. If you perceive a situation kama any threat, your body will produce hormones that match up to that. And the hormones that are produced block the part of the brain that is responsible for regulation of emotion, cognitive functions, kusoma, kuelewa, kuongea, kutulia, and all that. And the chronic stress, it lowers your immune system, so it acts on the immunity system, and you become susceptible to colds, flus, mahoma, all the time. And eventually, because of hormonal imbalance and neurochemical imbalance, depression, anxiety come up. So next is, these are the most common. So people often who have no knowledge of what is happening, you do not have a safe space to exhibit or to talk to someone. Like for men, you need to know that counseling is an option. Clinical therapy is an option. Psychiatric consultation is also an option. Or peer groups are an option. If you feel like my friends and the people around me do not understand me, you can always explore that, because smoking won't help. It will add on to the fire that is already there. It's like adding petrol to a fire that is burning. And then excessive alcohol use. It does not deal with the issue. It only numbs you from feeling it. But when you wake up, it's there with its children and grandchildren. Using prescription pills to relax, procrastination is a type of a defense mechanism. Ndafanya tu, ndaishia tu. You do not have the energy. It's a symptom of anxiety. Hauwezi fanya iso unaogopa. Sleeping too much or too little, withdrawing and isolation. Check up on your friends. Taking out one's stress on others, shouting, yeah, gambling, risky sexual behavior. So these are maladaptive coping mechanisms. And this, ikifika hapa, gauge ikifika hapa kuna shida. Because if already you add fuel to the existing fire, next, you will now become a candidate of, now here it's mental illness. It's 1 in 8 in the world have a mental health condition. Mental illnesses are conditions that affect the way you think, feel, and behave. And I have a question. Wangapi wako na mabeshte wenye uchapa chupa kidogo? Tuko na mabeshte. So when they take that alcohol, does it affect the way they think? Unaweza reason na mseme amechapa 15 for the road. Does it affect the way they think? Does it affect the way they feel? unamkianga voice note unaambia man nakupenda na kulove na mimi kwa tu nimekupenda. That is the day they will profess their love uko haya. So bro, so does it affect the way they think, the way they feel? Does it affect their behavior? So is it a mental illness? Yes, we have an illness of alcohol use disorder that leads us to addiction. Yeah. And next, when we look at mental illnesses now, it's different. So when you get to crisis, we look at criteria. So don't go around diagonizing everyone, every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You need to look at the 4, and these ones need to be occurring at the same time. This is how we will look at maybe one aspect of diagonizing. Deviance, bizarre behavior. Mlikuwa mnangoja mtu wa Chiroma akuje afanye hii presentation, and then nitoke hapa nikiwa nimevaa bodysuit, gumboots na nasema I'm Mary Mother of Jesus. Mngenipeleka wapi? Guy. Good one. Deviance, bizarre behavior, but you don't need to let it get to deviance. Distress. Are they wanakaa a lot of stuff on their mind? Are they feeling uneasy? Yes, yeye ni mse wa Manchester, yeye ni mse wa Arsenal. But hata wakichapana, wako tu sawa ama they take it very personal. Negative feelings, and then they are very dysfunctional. Haujai muona Daro. Kuna time tulikuwa tunafanya exam, I think tulikuwa AZ. Kuna watu waliingianga kwa Daro and I was like, huyu ni nani? Sijawahi muona. Na aliingia, aliandikanga jina na akazima. So at that time we didn't know what was happening. But there's a lot of things that people are dealing with right now. Just because you're a student doesn't mean that you're exempted from life. Yeah? And then danger. Now this is when oftentimes inakuanga a little bit too much. When the person is a danger to themselves, suicidality, or a danger to others, homicidality. You've seen in the news. Someone woke up in the middle of the night, they took the lives of their family members, and then they turned the knives on them. Sindio? And then unasikianga majirani wakiinterviewiwa online. Tuliona waongeleshani watu, walikuwa tu wanakaa tu peke yao. Hatukuwa tunajua walikuwa wanateseka. Saa hizo lives zimeisha, including children. Yeah? Yeah, it happens and it is so sad. So I want you to be on the lookout for these 4. When you see someone is isolating, when you see someone is talking about nina mahoma zenye haziishi, someone who has a smooth, clear skinned ladies, and then all of a sudden akona ki breakout, and it's not because of their cycle, check on them. Those are telltale signs. The body will often tell you how the brain is doing even before you realize it yourself. So that is how we diagnose. And then next, we need to now decipher. Stress symptoms zinakwanga very much similar na anxiety. Anxiety is the physical manifestation of the unknown. So we have a lot of symptoms that share, but hapa katikati where they draw the line is the faster heartbeat, anxiety, and panic attacks. So we move on. So stress is, or rather mental illnesses, if they come from the environmental factors, they're exacerbated. They come from a place of survival and all that, and then they get into mental illness if no help has been given. So symptoms of anxiety, similar to kama stress, but here's the thing. These ones now have ravaged your life. So huyo msee haezi enda Daro, haezi work, haja shoot content, amepotea online, ameenda MIA. No one knows where they are. They're just sleeping in their hostel or in their room. Physical, psychological, behavioral, they are so similar. But one thing I would want you to know, kuna kuanga na hizi vivid dreams na nightmares. So it means the stressor is a little bit too much, even in the sub-unconscious state. Kuna mtu anaifeel hapa hivi nikaa na nyongo usiku. That was a panic attack when you were asleep. Yeah, it means you have a lot on your mind. Mbona mnacheka mnyongangu usiku? Ama unasikia niko unafinyiliwa? Alafu unaamka, that time ndo unakumbukanga jina ya Yesu, Jesus, help me. Yeah? Next. So these are symptoms of anxiety. These ones are the ones for depression. What were depression? Tuangalie feelings. Feeling overwhelmed, guilty, irritable, frustrated, hopelessness, hawezi make decision, thoughts. Ukisikia mse anasema hizi, be very much on the lookout. So let me teach you something about depression in women and in men as we finish, because these are the most common mental illnesses amongst 15 to 29-year-olds. Depression in men is very hard to catch. Men often have something called persistent, CPPD. Men have something we call high functioning depression. It has a name, but we call it dysthymia. Hello? So, one thing I'd like to teach us is men have something we call high functioning depression. These will be there, but they will be pushing themselves even harder. Ni ule mse unasema ule anakuanga go-getter, ule namtambua, anajijua, anajitambua. Alafu unaona kwa news, unasikia sijui what happened. For women it's more internal. So men often tend to be irritable when they are depressed. Mjamaa uko na hasira mob. Anakuanga na hasira mob sana by the way. Cause in a depressive episode, men will often blame people around them for how they feel. Remember, I began by saying the way men perceive situations is from a logical point of view. So the way I am feeling na hii hasira ought to be originating from somewhere. Now I by all means need to look at where it is coming from. So a man would often be very mad, very angry. By the way, check out also on your dads. They might be very angry. Maybe they are providing, they are doing so many things in the house. And you wonder, jamaa, na hii economy, analeaje watoi 12, ama watoi wa 7, na maybe mother ni housewife. That man is not okay. Na unakuta baba ya mtu ni mkali. So men have a way of exhibiting irritability and anger more when they're in a depressive don't laugh, this is so real. In fact, when they come into the hospital, sometimes hiyo hasira ndio inafanyanga. Depression is often the key, the fastest way to become psychotic. Kuchiu. Oftentimes depression is the number one causative agent. Because you're in a state of so much hormonal imbalance, so much neurochemistry is going on within your brain. It's undoing so many things. Unakuta ameanza kukua na skari, HTN, hypertension. A lot of things happen and it comes out in the blood. And we blame and they blame and they blame others around them. But for women, it's very silent. Very, very silent. She stops looking after herself. She stops caring about her appearance. She stops doing the things she loves. She starts withdrawing and going inside a closet and shutting the closet. She starts loving the darkness. She does not go out in the light. She cannot even have the energy to move around. So for women, they blame themselves. For men, they blame others. But for women, they do what? They blame themselves. Unakuta anatumia words like, I'm a failure. It's my fault. I don't deserve this. I don't look nice. And some of us maybe have sisters or even have our loved ones who maybe have used these sentences in fleeting moments. So women will blame themselves, but men will blame others. Men look for logic for the way they feel, but women will tend to stay with those feelings, and that is why we have heart issues. In fact, a lot of the times when a woman has cardiac arrest and then we do something like biopsy or an autopsy report that is postmortem, it's found out that the immune system ilikulika. A lot of immune issues like lupus and whatnot ziko kwa madem sana because you take in those feelings and they eat you from within. Yeah, they do. So depression will eat at your lungs. Anger for men, that's why a lot of men have issues with the liver. It eats the liver. When you are mad for 30 minutes, when you're just angry for 30 minutes, scientifically, your liver is injured for 3 days. I want you to remember that. Anger manifests itself through the way the liver is. Ndio maana hata ukisoma kitabu, the literal expression of how angry the person was, unaonanga mse amesema bile filled the mouth. How many of us read novels? Yeah, guy. Okay. Yeah. Unakutanga that person amesema bile filled the mouth of so and so. It means hasira. And it literally happens like that. You know, it's bile iliproduciwa. The liver has been active, but hakuna food and whatnot. So take care of your body, take care of your emotions. They always have a physical manifestation. You will injure your lungs. You will injure your liver, you will injure your tummy if you do not take care of yourself. Anxiety manifests itself through the gut. Unakuta msee amekuwa kwa H. pylori kit mara 3 kwa mwaka. Hiyo ni sumu. Very, very unusual. Yeah? Yeah. And as we wrap up, so how do we maneuver? How do we maneuver? Mastering stress. Maintain this. Take a screenshot of this. Imagine it's simpler, cheaper to prevent rather than to treat. Because if I'm managing you from depression, I'll have to have a cardiologist on board as well. I'll have to have a dietitian. Just take a screenshot of this, and the next one, we'll have a work-life integration or school-life integration. Next, mmepiga picha? Oh, pigeni hiyo, and then peleka mbele. Let them take school life integration. Take a photo of this. You need to learn how to self-manage yourself. Mmepiga? Mkimaliza sema tu aye. The next one, there are only 6. Time management, Eisenhower matrix, to properly prioritize your time. Take a photo. Get to learn about this. Nimewapatia challenge. Number 3. Managing stress. The 4 A's. Avoid the stressor. Alter, adapt, and accept. Number 4. Mmechukua? Mmepiga? Number 4 ni managing change. Managing change. It will mean that you'll have to be in touch with the way you normally deal with the normal life stressors. 5. Technology. Technology. Using screen time past 9 p.m. is not good for your mental wellness. It predisposes you to 25% of the time of 25% chances of you developing an anxiety or a depressive episode because of the UV. Then managing leisure time. Ukitumia simu past saa 3, sorry, there will be consequences. Because make sure by around 10 to 2 a.m., that is when the brain does a lot of repairing of the body. So that is when we have quality sleep. But you need more than that, at least 7 hours of sleep. And then individual intervention. Tell your friends to control you only have control of yourself. But if anyone else comes on board in your environment, you can't control another person. You'll be sick. And if you want to control the school and whatnot, any institution, you can only be concerned about them. You'll be sick. So manage yourself first so that your relationships become healthy and your occupational and your school life becomes even healthier. It's a ripple effect. And then always remember about self-care. Self-care is not selfish. These are the 8 types of self-care. Take a photo. Unacheki financial iko hapa. Unacheki job iko hapa hivi. Social iko hapa. Spiritual, emotional, physical, personal, environmental. Very, very important. Implementing self-care is very important. In fact, WHO says, because oftentimes a majority, 3 billion people in the world are unable to access perfect healthcare care per se. They often give us this recommendation of self-care. According to CDC and WHO, it's cheaper and easier to prevent, but it's going to be very costly to treat and onboard curative processes. So try and find a way of vibing with this as a student, and you'll keep off from seeing me anytime soon. Yeah, thank you so much. That marks the end of my presentation. I think I'll take maybe one question, Amma. You will guide us, but I officially bring the mic. Now, if you feel like they're very personal, but I'm aware umepatiwa something like this. So this, umepewa something like this. We have made available assessment tests. These are WHO tools and CDC tools that you can use to measure where you are at emotionally and mentally, spiritually, physically. So ukiscan unapata access to 5 assessment tests. Kuna ya depressive symptoms, anxiety symptoms, PTSD, stress and burnout, And then the final one, alcohol use inventory tests. So you do those questions. You don't even need to put your name or institution. Just do those assessment tests, get the scores interpreted, and then get to know, does this mean I can manage at home, or am I in a very, very bad state? So it can be used by anyone who's above 18 years of age. Because to tell you the truth, if you come to the hospital and we do those assessments and more together, a session I will charge you 4,500. So utilize that. So yeah, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. Yes, so thank you.
Wapi makofi yake? Any question? One question? One? Okay, hapa nyuma.
Katia teenager wetu.
Teenager wetu ni kama anasumbuka sana.
Anateseka.
Mental health ni serious, by the way. Sasa swali langu ni what next? Say I have gone through the mental healing process, and you said 6 months is the period I'll be maybe suffering from the whole depression or stress. How do you accept and sijui kama nitaita ni kama ku on board the people who have reformed, unaona? Yeah, hapo sasa juu personally I struggled with weed back in the day, and one of the things that I really remember was that there was no support group once umeacha kusmoke. Mabeshto wako wenye mlikuwa mna smoke nao ndio bado wako na hutaki kuhang out na wao. Sasa what next?
Wow, that's a very, very important question. So we realized that there was that gap. As Shirama Hospital Group, we have support groups, but they're very virtual. So you can follow us on Shirama Hospital Group, Instagram, X, Twitter. We normally have Mondays, we call it pre-chat. So we onboard specialists and anyone who wants to share. It's a psychoeducative session. So we tackle different things, like to educate the masses. On Wednesdays, we have Instagram Live and Facebook Live, where we also bring professionals and individuals who have gone through treatment and they want to share the personal journey. But wote ni wa Kenya. Si watu from sijui wapi, they're Kenyans. And then at the end of every session, we link up with support groups that offer that amount of community engagements for people who are recovering. But at Chiromo, we do have a support group for people who have addictions. We have support group for people who are being treated for bipolar, depression. We started a new one, ADHD. We have ADHD support group. And also when you go to our website, we'll be having on the 6th of March something called Trends, Emerging Trends on Mental Health. So that will be a platform for you also to link up, because other organizations come Befrienders Kenya, Oasis, they'll be there to also give us that platform for people to connect, to get support online. Because right now, everyone agrees with me. It's very hard for you to travel daily or weekly to go to maybe some far distance place, whereas we could have that virtually. So you can connect with us, you can link up with us, and that is very important. That's a very, very good question. And also we're partnering with churches and masjids, like religious institutions, to also, because it's a community, to just disseminate the programs. So they've been very nice. And also we are doing a lot more of preventative campaigns in schools. Yeah, we are doing that. We're training the teachers for them. How do you notice a child who's not doing well? When is it a disciplinary issue vis-a-vis? When it's an illness that they need to be managed for. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Daktari, for your session. It was very enlightening. Nimesoma vitu mingi. So the question here is, how do we avoid anger? How do I avoid anger? You said it's the liver. And I've been avoiding alcohol, but now there's anger. How do you avoid anger?
Anger?
Yes.
Like kasirika.
How can we be more zen?
Fun fact about anger, it's a secondary emotion. Whenever you are experiencing hasira, it's just a mask towards the real emotion. You see, on the flip side, what we talk about and we call anger, it's just masked passion. It's because msee amefanya something so unspeakable, because you care so much about that thing, that even the thought of them doing that is making you enraged. So anger oftentimes is an unexplained passion. You know, you care so much about this. Nani amevunja hii? Nani amefanya hii? Nani amenitupia book? Nani, nani amenibia phone? Nani amekalia lapi yangu ikavunjika? So it's because that thing means so much to you that the very idea of someone profaning it isn't even, your mind isn't able to process. Because it knows once I process this damage, I'll become, maybe sulky. So anger is often we call it a survival or a response, survival response. We have 4 types of survival response. When we have realized that something is a threat, like amenibia phone, ndaongeaje na watu, already your mind has deciphered something. The work of the brain is to do 2 things and 2 things only. Avoid pain and seek pleasure. Pain equals to loss of life. So anything that threatens you, I want you to know that your brain's work is very, very important. Any pain that you feel, your mind takes you there to deal with this uncertainty and the mess so that we get back to living. So by it doing that, you enter a state of fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Kwanza unakaa uko, you are processing it. You are in freeze mode. And then unafikiria, nimkanyage uso, nimnyonge, nimpige teke. And then unaona tu vile utenda kamiti. So unasema, I gotta walk. By that time, you're already incurring an injury. So it's okay. It's okay to have that emotion, to express it. On average, in an year, human beings experience 33,000 cycles of emotional experiences. Yeah. Anger has very many spectrums under it. Yeah. So it's okay to experience. But the way to get yourself out of there is to do something we call emotional regulation. The first thing is to identify underneath the anger, what exactly is it? Am I frustrated? Am I irritated? Was I even angry? First, nilikuwa na njaa by the way, sijakula siku mzima. So that further fuels the flame. Yeah. Hunger can make you angry by all means. Yeah. Your body goes into fight or flight because you become rabid because of low blood sugar. So, you acknowledge, I am angry. There is power in doing that because you process it. Your brain knows, it's not a threat. It's something I have the capacity to deal with. So I identify and I recognize the emotion which is being covered by the anger. And I realize maybe I'm just feeling a little bit embarrassed or ashamed or sad. And then get to realize, recognize what the trigger was. What within you has been triggered. Does it take you back to a memory? Like, mse alikushautia ukajam. Mi usinishautie by the way. Kumbe ulilelewa na mama ametoka Central wa Mulima. I've grown up in a household like that. Mi unanishautianga na zima. Ile kelele nimepigiwa. Trauma. So it takes you back to the point where you felt helpless. That's basically how psychology works. So get to affirm yourself, siko huku. So remember that trigger. Look at the facts. Si madhe na deal naye, si huyu na deal naye, si hii kitu na deal nayo, ni hii. And then put things into perspective. What is the event? Because for anger to be there must have been a triggering event. So learn to separate the event that has happened from the person so that you do not act on this person and you go to committee. You look at enyewe ni nini ime happen. Amenivunjia lapi, amevuka na mrembo wangu, ama amenibia do, amenikon. Yeah? Ama ameficha phone yangu, ama amenipeana, something of the sort. Yeah? So event ni hiyo. Separate the person from the event. Deal with the event. Is it something that is salvageable? Does it teach me that anyway you're not a genuine friend? Avoid those people. Yeah? Avoid them. Someone who costs you your mental health is also costing you your physical health. Avoid them. And normally, triggers are 4. We have 4 types of triggers. Any negative emotion, we have 3 major classes of negative emotions. We call them the angry, the sad, and the scared. All 3 of these states will make your body produce hormones that will fight everything and everyone. So those are the coincide the fight, flight, or freeze responses. And then get to acknowledge and get to just change things you learn from those situations. I want you to learn something about your brain. Your brain is your friend. Your brain has a place there's a place of the brain that catches pain. Physical pain and emotional pain to the brain is the same. I want you to know that. So ukivunjwa moyo na msee, when you suffer a heartbreak, the pain you feel, the pain that is interpreted by the brain is an equivalent of breaking your femur. And that is why heartbreak, mse ufanya vitu za ufala. Can you imagine? Equivalent ya kuvunja mguu hapa. That bone is so painful. By the way, you guys, I have an orthopedic friend. If there is a bone you guys, you will break and it will break you, it's this one. So you can imagine romantic relationships when your heart breaks is an equivalent, that kind of pain. Now, how long does it take for that bone to heal? Close to a year or a year and a half plus physiotherapy, sorry. So, notion ya kuoga na kurudi soko is a lie from the pits of hell. Akunanga kituka kuoga na kurudi soko. Utaoga urudi soko uchafue mwingine. Can you heal? Yeah. Usikimbizane. If you're not ready, because there is something, someone shared something very important. Social intelligence. Inakuja mpaka kwa romantics. You have no idea the number of people we have admitted in our facility because of kuvunjwa moyo. Your brain will pick up on any pain. I want you to know the brain is very serious. When it comes to people playing around with you, it will rather protect you and injure you, rather than let you stay in a relationship that has the potential of ending your life. So mjipende. Boy child, you are the prize. Girl child, you are the prize. Say, I am the prize. Yeah, sema, I am the prize. Yeah, be selfish. Jipende kwanza. It's not worth it tuende madhare jili ya mse alikuwacha. So tumenini. Yeah, separate, deal with the event. And if you feel like you need some assistance, anger management therapy is only 5 sessions. You can also on board and get assistance from a professional. Kama umefanya hizo zote na haiishi, it means there is more to the story. The pain runs deep. Yeah. Thank you. So we are done. If you have any more questions, you may attend. Thank you, guys. You've been a fun crowd. Yay.
Let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. She has done an amazing job. Thank you. Thank you. Tumefurahia. Sema tumefurahia. Yes. Thank you so much. That's an amazing session. Personally, I love to talk about mental health. I always love it. I'm a final student in School of Medicine. On every Wednesday, I go to Mathare. And let me tell you, there's nothing enye unibamba more than going to Mathare. Because when you go to Mathare, you start questioning yourself. Am I okay? Ama mimi ndo nimechizi. Sometimes the people in Mathare, they look more okay than sisi wengine. Sawa? Ukienda kwa msako Mathare, umse anakotanga uchafu. But unajua reason yake? Umse ukimuuliza anasema, mimi nililetwa hapa Mathare juu kwa familia yetu, naambianga hawa wase wa clean nyumba. Wao kazi yao ni kuchafua, hawaokoti. Mimi ninaokota hii uchafu, ninasafisha environment. Ni mimi mbaya ama ni wao? I have a friend, anakuanga hata around BCC. He is a non-bipolar. The other day, I think 2-3 weeks ago, nilimpata pale ile gate ndogo ya KM. So the guy alikuwa ameenda anachukua bucket, anaijaza maji, anamwaga hapo kwa gate ya Nyayo, kwa ile gate ndogo. Anamwaga maji. So nikapata mpaka watu wa security wamemwacha amwage maji. So kumuuliza, kunaenda aje? Akaniambia, mimi sitaki KU kuwe na vumbi. So yeye anazuia vumbi KU. Unaona? Aya, wacha niwape story nyingine. So niko na huyu rafiki yangu, wacha nisimuite patient, ni rafiki yangu. Anakuja ananiambia shida yake ni kwao, anaambianga watu wa kwao waombe. Anawaambianga waombe, hawataki kuomba. So every time anakaa chini anawaambia tukae chini tuombe, hawataki kuomba. Alafu sasa juu hawataki kumsikiza, hawataki kuomba, yeye anajam, anatoroka, anaenda. Sasa akitoroka akienda, hao watu wanatuma watu wa ndudhi wamfuate. Sawa? So swali la kwanza kaniuliza, hao watu wanasema mimi nimerogwa, niko na mashetani. Sawa? Mimi mwenye nawaambia waombe hawaombi, na wao wenye wanaambiwa waombe hawaombi, nani ako na mashetani? Wenye wanakataa kuomba, si ndio? Swali la pili akaniuliza ni, mimi kama niko na mashetani na ninatembea ninatoka home, kwa nini hawanitumii pastor, wananitumia watu wa ndudhi? Si watu wa ndudhi wanaweza nichoma. Kama ni kweli nimekuwa na mashetani na nimetoka home, si wanikuje na mapasta. Hiyo kitu sina make sense. Lakini penye nilimshikia ni penye alikuja akaniambia, wanasema mimi niko na mashetani, lakini hata shetani aliumbwa na Mungu Kwa hivyo Mungu ni shetani na shetani ni Mungu. So hapo ndo nilijua ako na schizophrenia. Simshaisikia kunisha schizophrenia? Hapo ndo nilijua, lakini the first half alikuwa amenishika. Yeye ndo anasafisha nyumba, yeye ndo anaambia wasee waombe. Na watu wanamfuata na wasi wanduthi badala kumfuata na pastor. So wao ndio wenye ni wabaya, si ndio? So that has been an amazing session. It is an amazing session about mental health. And let's clap for her once again. Let's clap for her. Do I have people who are interested in fashion? Tunataka tuingie mambo ya fashion. Kama uko interested in fashion. So now we want to talk about fashion. Sawa. The next speaker is a team that is well known and well crafted, well experienced in the field of fashion. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as welcome Outlook. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. A round of applause. Welcome Team Outlook. Karibuni sana.
Hey, good afternoon guys. Well, speaker ametoka hapa amekuwa na moto. Hata sijui kama nita keep up, but let me hope I'll keep up. Yeah, so my name is Whitney Naso. I'm head designer of Outlook. Basically, Outlook ni brand yenye inatengeneza our own stuff. We also do like customized stuff and everything else. Like anything about fashion, mimi ni ule msee. Anywho's, so staki kwa bo kwanza na beginning yangu. But you know, when I went to school to study fashion and design, I was like, what are people going to say back at home? Imagine umeenda shule kusoma fashion and design. But nikienda ushago, okay, I will not call it ushago, nikienda kwetu. So nikienda kwetu, watu wananiambia, umeenda kusomea nini? Nikamwambia fashion and design. Obviously hawataelewa, so you'll have to explain it to them. Nitawaambia, ni kukua mtu wa kushona nguo and everything. And they'll be like, we ni fundi. And I'll be so mad. Mbona unaniita fundi? Nilienda campus kusoma kuwa designer. Sikuenda like polytechnic kukuwa fundi. No, I didn't go to do that. But then nikifika campus, nikiwa campus when I was doing my attachment, and then my lecturer was like, by the way, Whitney, I think there's one thing you need to learn. Ukiwa kwa hii industry of fashion and design, you're not going to be a designer before ukue fundi. So you have to accept the fact that we ni fundi ndo ukue designer. So sikuwa offended mtu akikwambia we ni fundi. Yeah, and that is when I think I started accepting the term that as much as mimi ni designer, watu wataniita fundi bado. And right now, mtu hata akiniuliza what do you do, namwambia tu nashona nguo, because nikimwambia mimi ni fashion designer, I feel like hamtanielewa. So I hope kuna fashion designers hapa and you guys understand. Yeah. Anywho's, so you're going to start. So basically, you're going to start with the definition of fashion and design. So, what is fashion? I don't know what you will explain fashion according to yourself, but mostly, maybe mtu akiniuliza, what is fashion? I'll say it's creativity. Because when you're a fashion designer, haimaanishi pia you have to like make your thing from scratch. Unaweza hadi pata maybe a top, and then you're like, I don't like the way it is, and then you'll just style it and make it look beautiful. So, fashion is a form of self-expression and identity. This is how you guys like onamua. How do you want to be? Like the way you dress, that is how somebody is going to judge you. Like umeamua kuva official, mtu atakuona huyu ni mse uva official. If you also decide to be creative, I've seen a lot of people who are creative. I've done a lot of things that are creative, and I'm like, yeah, you guys in creativity. So basically, fashion is a form of self-expression and identity. And then, kwa fashion tuko na culture pia. Culture, I'll explain culture ni kama, for example, the Masai culture. Tukiona Masai, you don't even have to ask kama ni Masai. No, not in a, like, tukienda maybe places Masai, Narok, and yeah. So ukienda huko utawapata wamevaa Masai shuka. You always know huyu ni Masai. As long as amevaa hiyo Masai shuka, unajua huyu ni Masai. So there is culture. That is how culture inakuza. And then like South Africa, the Zulus, how they dress and everything. We know about that. So basically, Hapo kwa culture pia, culture will evolve. So you see like the way kitambo, people used to dress in skin, hizo vitu. But nowadays, people put on like real clothes, na pia hizo nguo ziko in different forms. Every time in evolve. There's a time where watu walikuwa na bell bottoms, the men, lakini ikakuza ikapotea, and then like saizi ndo sasa imeanza kurudi tena into fashion. So unaona like culture inaendelea ikigrow literally. That is what happens. And then kwa culture, under fashion pia we have something called trend. So the trend I think it's also something from Tuapo culture. In how people used to dress in the 1980s, 1990s, 2000, it may change. You know, the way our mothers used to dress is not the same way you are going to dress right now. Mi hata mamangu akiweza nibuy nguo, I'll be like, no, hii ni style yako. This is not my style. Hizi ni vitu nyinyi mlikuwa mnavaa, mlikuwa mnaona inawa nice, but for me it's not. So fashion huwa ina trend. Kuna levels za kutrend, how they come and go. Kama for example, kitambo watu walikuwa wanavaa hizo bell bottoms. I'm just going to use the same example. Hiyo ndo watu walikuwa wanavaa kitambo. But then bell bottoms zimerudi recently, and then now people call it fashion, like imerudi ikiwa more creative, and you can even style it like in a better way. Kitambo it was mostly low waist, but saizi unaweza ivaa hadi kama high waist and everything. So basically that's the trends, and huwa inasongana, ina depend. Iko na circle of easy trends. So kuna emergence, mtu anaamua ka designer. For example, kama let me just use the international ones, kama Balenciaga. They usually come up with their own different designs. Like every time they wanakuza tu na kitu unique. Vitu unique sana yenye uwezi vaa. And then kuna hizi adoption. Adoption ni ile yenye umeona mostly hapa Kenya, you'll see an influencer anavaa nguo fulani, and then you'll be like, nataka nguo kama hiyo. So that is what we call adoption. And then kuna hiyo trend inafika mahali, and then inapotea. There are times when we used to put on baseballs, na ulikuwa unaona umewaluku kabisa. And then ukipata saizi mtu akivaa baseballs zile zilikuwa tunavaa, I don't know if you guys understand, like kuna zile baseballs tulikuwa tunavaa kitambo in 2018, hizo baseballs siwezi zivaa saizi honestly mimi. I don't know about you guys, but mimi siwezi zivaa. And then kuna decline period. The decline period ni hiyo period imefika, and you guys are like, hii haiwezi tena, haiwezi, so inatoka kwa market kabisa. So far, I hope I'm not boring you guys. Kuna mtu akona swali yoyote? Maybe I may be a little bit tense. So maybe naweza kuwa naongea tu na hata mnielewe. So if anyone has a question, you can just ask me, okay? And then, kwa social norms, these are basically the unwritten rules and expectations regarding behavior in a given society. Huku Nairobi mimi nikivaa mini skirt, I don't think a lot of people will judge me. But if I go back home and then I put on the mini skirt, like a lot of people are going to judge me for that. So you see, there is society norms, literally. And then professional environments often have norms dictating business casual or formal attire. Hapa hivi ni ukienda kwa ofisi unafaa uvae official. So ukienda place, kuna place kama for example ya IT you don't have like to be casual, unaweza vaa vile unajisikia. Like mimi kama pia designer, when I go to work I don't like put on official, long official nini. Leo nimwambia unaenda kufanya presentation, ndio nimetafuta logo official nikuze nivae leo. But normally I'll be in my crazy outfit because it usually tells my personality. Siwezi kwambia mimi ni designer na nimevaa kawaida, hautaniaminia actually. So tunaenda importance of fashion and designer. So importance ya fashion and design ina showcase your personality. So normally, in the beginning, like you see the way you dress, it's actually going to speak about you. Like how you just portray yourself, your outfit. Kuna wale watu who prefer putting on ngozi mwafunika everywhere. Mtu akikuona hivi, normally with the African mindset, tutasema huyu ni mtu amejieka vizuri. And then kuna ule mtu pia anavaa mini skirts every time, lazima skinny show. So kwa African mentality bado tutasema this one huyu ni malaya. Hivyo ndo ukuwa. Right? And then kuna fashion include everyone. This is basically importance ya include everyone ni kama everyone in every age group kuna nguo anaweza vaa. For example, in our brand Outlook tunatengeneza hoodies mostly. So hoodie mtoto anaweza vaa, youth anaweza vaa, hadi mtu mzee anaweza vaa. So you see basically you include everyone. So hiyo ni important pia kwa fashion. And then it creates opportunities for an idea sharing platform. So when we started working with Safaricom Hook, we have gone to different places to get after designers when you want to show how creative they can get. Like literally tumewapea platform just to show us how creative they can be. And some of them may win machines, or may win different types of prizes. And then and elements of passion and design. So basically, easily vitu zenye zina kuwa considered in fashion. So for example, kuna color theory. Can any one of you explain it to me kindly? Mwenye anaona anaweza, mwenye anataka kuwa designer, you can?
Okay, in color theory, you have to consider many colors. Yeah, like green, there is jungle green, there is light green, and then there is that dark green. Yeah, that is how I understand.
Congratulations. Education. Amezaribu. Yeah, literally, there is, summarize. Unajua normally, kwa mtu kawaida, utakuza uambiwe, which color is this, utasema green. But mimi kama designer, when you come to me na a color, and then you tell me, nataka hii green, I'll be like, oh, if you want this green, maybe it's emerald green, maybe this light green, forest green, jungle green, I'll tell you that. I'll be exact to the point. Sasa kusema tu green, lakini ukikuza utaniambia unataka tu green. So, that is color theory. Alafu kuna silhouette and shapes. Nani anajua silhouette and shapes?
A silhouette is basically the outline of something as it faces a source of light. The shadow is basically that, as far as I understand.
So, amejaribu. Kwa kujaribu, si ati umepata, but at least you have tried. Honestly, you have tried. So, that's right. But sasa, in the language of fashion, normally, silhouette ni venye, maybe for example, nguo inakufuata. Like right now, I'm putting on a top enye inanishika mwili, inanifuata mwili. Now, that is what we call silhouette. And then my pants, they're kind of baggy, kwenda chini. That is also silhouette. Silhouette is mainly kuna airline. Hii airline ni ile enye inakufuata. And then shirt ni ile enye iko si baggy, iko tu hapo katikati. And then the oversized. Oversized is ile big enye I think I haven't put on something oversized. So hiyo siwezi tumie example. And then kuna texture and fabric. Kwa fabric kwa texture tuko na fabric enye iko smooth na kuna enye iko rough. Like si fabric zote ziko same, but then pia mostly kwa hapo kwa texture fabric yenye huwa smooth sana, actually it's usually more expensive compare na hizi zingine. And then now you're going to tailoring. Do fashion and design inaenda pamoja na tailoring. It's the art of fitting and constructing garments. Hapa fitting ni mimi na chukua tape measure yangu and then na kupima, and then after kupima, who is going to give the next step yenye nitafanya after umeshanipea measurements zako, and what will I do next? So normally after nimesha kupima, I'm going to create something called a pattern. So in the language of fashion and design, I will call it pattern. Unajua nikikata nguo yako direct naweza iharibu, because what if that pattern is not what you want? Like maybe you're giving me, kama I love like crazy challenges, but if kuna kitu crazy, mimi napenda ile kitu yenye like naenda nikilala usiku nasema sasa hiyo nguo nafaa kumtengenezea aje. Most of my clients wenye hukuza na wale wenye wanataka ni watengenezee nguo, wanakuza na nguo kutoka Pinterest, and then they're like nataka hii nguo. Most of them I have to make rugs ni watengenezee hiyo outfit, but then I love it because nafikiria, I have to think. Mimi ukikuza unaniambia unataka kitu normal, I usually find that boring. In fact, I think nitakuwa lazy kufanya kazi yako. But kama ni kazi inanifanya nafikiria, I'll be so happy to do that. So, lazima uta create pattern, and then ukisha create pattern, ndo unakata nguo. Because normally pattern inakusaidia kuonyesha what we want the outcome to be. Because normally a pattern, we always do it in a kituka kikaratasi hivi. So after nimefanya kwa karatasi and it's wrong, I'll still redo it. Karatasi iko cheap compared to your fabric. Maybe your fabric umeileta na iko so much expensive, and then nikate ni haribu. Hiyo itabidi nimeenda kwa mfuko wangu kuitengeneza tena. So yeah, so what you do next after fitting, unatengeneza pattern. So you'll go to the impact of fashion and tailoring. Kabla nyinyi wote mtoroke. So kuna nini cultural, economic na sustainability, which are just going to discuss them one by one, no? Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So I think the next slide. Okay, I think Jack, who is the CEO of Outlook, is going to talk about that.
Let's give her a round of applause, please. For Whitney. Okay, my name is Jack Oje. I'm founder and CEO of the Outlook brand. And to cut a long story short, I'm just here to tell you how to benefit off of a business like this. She does the production, she's the brains and everything in terms of tailoring and stuff. Mimi na run the business model. So today we are here just to show you how delving into such an industry can be profitable to us as a group. Sindio? So kabla hata nianze kusoma hizo slides, Outlook ilikuwa something I formed of a passion. Mimi sikusomea art and design ama sikusomea fashion. I studied finance. But I studied finance to enable me chase my dream, which was to start up a business, and the business was fashion. I got into the interest of loving fashion off of I'm a fan of music, and when you look at music, specifically hip-hop music, they have a lot of outfits and all that stuff. So if you follow Jay-Z a lot, you'd realize he's fashionable, and he owns a brand called who knows Jay-Z's brand? Anyone? If you follow music, Jay-Z has a brand. Or let's say Beyonce. Who knows Beyonce's brand in fashion? You can try. Okay, let's use the most controversial person in the industry right now, P. Diddy. Who knows P. Diddy's fashion brand? Yes, uko nyuma, tech team. Sean John. That's Diddy's nakuja huko ni mbali, nakuja na kuleta credo. Hiyo ni P. Diddy's fashion brand. So through music I got interest into fashion. So nikasema, how can I be able to form a business off of this? So fast forward, kila mtu Kenya huanza na kuprint matisho. Hiyo hata watu wa campus hapa can bear witness. There's a funky somewhere, there's an event, you want to print the t-shirts and make it, upate do kidogo, si ndio? So mimi nilianza from hapo. So my talk today will be based on how you can grow that t-shirt business you have into this maybe business, big business that you can live off of. Si ndio? Yeah, so as I was saying, I went to school to study specifically so that I can empower myself to run the business. Not so that I can go and do an 8 to 5. Mimi si fan wa 8 to 5. Najua watu wengine ni fans wa 8 to 5, but you also need, in Kenya, you need multiple income points because tax ni noma. Hapa na hepa kasongo big time. Hapa mi taxes naweza maneuver vile nataka. Given that 8 to 5 nakatwa domo because I also do an 8 to 5. Yeah? So in fashion or branding business, we're going to do the fashion bit, then kuna interest ya graphic design. Sijika time will allow us, but we wanted to do some practicals pale. Hopefully, naweza fix in here. But let's start with fashion. If you want to understand the creative economy in fashion, ni easy tuko hapa. What's the definition ndio hapo? The creative economy in fashion, design and tailoring refers to the economic activities that is now rise around you to create this industry where you can make the money. So vile nimesema, mimi nilianza na t-shirt printing business. Hapo ndo mali nili create capital yangu hata kama ilikuwa 5,000. If you sell, let's say 10 t-shirts, you grow it into 6K. Then how do you build it into the next nini? In two definition, itushaongelelea most of it. Next. So the economical impact. Kama mimi nilitumia fashion and design as a job creation avenue for myself, sindio? So Outlook does a lot of athleisure. So we'll do t-shirts, hoodies, shorts, pants, we even do casual. Like whatever I'm wearing right now was stitched in my studio or the nini, our studio, tailoring studio. The cultural value, najua Whitney amepitia. Then globalization hapa tu ni how the whole business runs from production, marketing, and consumption of the whole thing. Tunafikia place poa bado. So hapa, this is where now it gets interesting for us as a young group ama an upcoming group. Because hapa sana nahitaji watu wengi sana. Initially, you had to fight through to gain recognition. When I started, I think you know the local brands zenye ziko around. Like we have Home 254. You can talk about Outfit. You can talk about Dilray or Denry and stuff. I promise you, nimekuwa River Road tukizunguka trying to outsource some of the fabric and production for this stuff with the same people. And I've seen how they have grown through the ranks and they're now biggest brands in the country. That's the aim, to make our brand a household name. Mbona tunanunua vitu home if we can easily create the home hapa mtaani. So hapa, using social media digital tools za e-commerce, hapa normally sasa tunatumia growing up ama hapo nyuma kidogo, if you didn't have a website, then you couldn't run a proper business in terms of nini. Saizi tuko na all the social media platforms. So we have Facebook, we have TikTok, Instagram and all that stuff. Na kuna watu pia wame create a niche out of that called influencers or social media content creators. Hao wanatusaidia kupush brand. So hizo ndo innovations zimekam. Hapa kwa sustainability practices ni how say world kuna, if you know about the G7 summit and all that stuff, the world is going dark because of our practices as human beings. So part ni a very big it plays a very big role in your production. How do you sell a story whereby you want to help sustain the environment for future nini or for the future generation so that wapate a place in our work. So kama in our production we do a lot of upcycling. So I have this piece that I loved ama nilikuwa navaa but nikanona kidogo, so I can't put on the cloth again. So what do? I upcycle. Who can help me define upcycling? What do you understand by upcycling a cloth? Anyone? Upcycling. Yes?
From what I understand, upcycling means that maybe this piece of cloth, maybe it is old, maybe imechapa, haikai fiti, itengeneze inakuwa fiti nini hivyo sasa.
Amejaribu it not necessarily ni old, maybe tu vile nimesema na vai trao saizi kesha initoshi, but naweza katai trao na nigeuze short. So najua sijachafua environment, because ningeitupa it doesn't decay in a environment, you get. The other thing we do big with upcycling is reusing the fabric we have. So nikichukua kama material nishona nayo tisho haijakuja kai imekatwa hivi, so nikikata there's pieces of this fabric enye zinaenda waste. Hiyo kitupa kwa environment una pollute the environment, si ndio? So you can easily get those pieces and make something else, maybe a sling bag, maybe a tote bag. So we have examples of that. Hebu nisaidie just one of the bags. So ukiona piece kama hii ini bag, si ndio? Hii fabric natumia kushona jacket, natumia kushona it's twill. So you can use khaki, it's soft khaki, it can make a trouser. Ukikata then fabric baki, alafu your fabric instead of kutumia polythene bag au kutumia non-woven bags, then we make this. This is more helps to sustain the environment. How? Kabla hii bag ichape, kama unaitumia wewe as a person, utakuwa umeitumia for how long? Now compare this to an unwoven or a polythene bag. Ama zile za Carrefour. Gani inachafua environment? Hii. But you see, in the sense of chasing the sustainability of the environment, bado tena nimetengeneza product. Because mimi nikienda kuuza hii bado ni profit na make. So ile material yenye ilikuwa inaenda kutupa kama waste nimegeuza tu a product. That's how you make a business also off of this while still sustaining the environment. So kumbuka tumetoka kwa matisho tumefika hapa. Kana nilikuwa nakupatia tisho kwa non-woven yenye inipatie do, sana kupatia tisho kana nimepaka hapa ndani na make do kwa tisho na make do kwa hii. When I get started the way the business model works, that's one. Naenda kuendelea kupatia more examples. Next slide. Okay, hapa. Hii nadhani muongelesha already because I'm talking about the trends, and the trends are the consumer behavior. Si ndio? Saizi nimeona if you came to the tent over there ungeona kenye tumeshowcase. It's more of the corduroy stuff. Corduroy is ilivaliwa in the 70s. You get? But leo kwa campus nimeona watu kama 10 wamevaa something made na corduroy. Watu ngapi wameiona ama umepitia ukaona? Si get? The corduroy fabric. Na unaweza jua corduroy fabric? You know the corduroy fabric? Your fabric na kitambo, as in tukiwatch Lingala zile za kina Wazae ndio watu walikuwa wanavaa. But tunaona imepiga 360, 30 years later imerudi. So hizo ni trends and influences. Now the mere fact that tutaona in the industry ama in the society akivaa, then hiyo ndio inakuwa trend. Si ndio? How do I tap into that? Tunavanga hoodies, tunavaa sweatpants, tunavaa tracks. All of a sudden nimeona trend fulani imerudi. Tuenda kusource for corduroy. Kwa sasa if I'm supposed to survive in the same environment and make money off of that, then lazima ni chase your trend. As much as I stay true to nimevaa suti leo, si ndio? Hii bado watu suti wata move nayo, si ndio? Sasa kuna jua, hautauza hoodie saizi. Lazima uko able ku adapt to the environment. But corduroy nikiunda hiyo jacket, unaweza watu t-shirt ndani unaweka hiyo jacket juu. Jote kitoka unaitoanisha tu, unabaki na corduroy pants na t-shirt. That's how you follow trends in making business kwa hii nini. Personalization ndio kwa tunasema. You have something specific. We have a catalog as a company kenye tunatengeneza, but our biggest selling point is usually customization. Kama unaweza vaa hoodie na niende kwa shop nivae mimi na mkono refu, hoodie zote za shop zinanifikia hapa. So kama naweza kuja kwa shop yako na unishone hoodie yenye nafunga mkono yangu, hapo ndo mali narudi kila time. You get? So that aspect of customization bit is also big in trying to make a business off of shughuli kama ya branding. Yep. Aya. Hapa sana ni makolabo. Tulikuwa tunaongea about influencers. Saizi hakuna biashara ina run in the country enye iko successful kama hakuna influencers. Influencers vary. Si lazima uende kwa the top notch. Kwa hiyo niche yenye uko where you're operating, there's someone who can influence your brand to sell to that particular group. You understand? So kama mimi niko able ku afford, let's say niliona juzi nilikuwa natembea nikaona Pampers mpya and I saw Nameless on it. And Nameless is a billboard ilikuwa imeandikwa sincere with something. Watu wangapi hapa walikuwa kama hiyo ngoma ina drop? Sincere ya Nameless. Wangapi? Siku yenye ilikuwa ina drop, sasa tulisikia ka TBT because it's different. A lot of us ama Gen Zs walisikia kama TBT because your song will drop uko in the early 2000s, right? So imagine his creativity back then for creating a song called Sincere amekula now in the 2025 kwa billboard because ameitumia ku preempt ati mtu yake kivaa hiyo pampa yake anasinzia better, you get. So I'm just saying that by saying kama siwezi afford Nameless, maybe kuna unaitwaje bida daktari. So daktari probably ako KU and there's a niche ama rende yake fulani yenye ako na influence hapo. So end of influence wangu hapa. So if I want to sell my stuff, I'm going through daktari alafu ananipatia market yake, you get. Maybe sita budget ya kulipa mtu mkubwa, but naweza ambia daktari hebu niaje naweza kutengeneza sets kama 3 za nguo hivi uvae alafu wase wako wasikie waone kama ni poa. So for every client unaniletea kuna commission fulani una get. That's how you use the collaboration bit in terms of influencers. But hapo pia unaona umeandikwa artists, musicians, tech companies na hizo vitu zote. But sasa mimi nilikuwa natumia hii aspect yetu kama ma youth ya influencers and content creators, you get. That's how you create a business model that works. Si lazima nikuwe najulikana West, but hapa Thika Road, hapa KU, hapo ndo niche yangu iko. I'm going to base it off of that, then grow it moving forward. So mpaka hapo tunaelewana? We are creating a sustainable business environment whereby you don't need large amounts of capital to thrive, but you grow pole pole ukisonga. Kumbuka bado sitasema tuchukue loans ama tuende to work na watu kuna doa tupatie investments. Bado nasema nilianza na 5k, sasa niko 20 because nimetumia influence ya daktari KU kuniongeza another 5k. So we are creating a business, right? Hayo. Wapi hapo tena? Hapa education and skill, sasa ndo nilikuwa naongelelea. Mimi education yangu ni kurun biashara, si ndio? But nilienda nikatafuta mtu mwenye amesomea fashion and design. So yeye anajua kucraft the whole thing, kushona hizo vitu. Mimi najua kuleta biashara. So nikikuja hapa mimi naenda kutafuta clients, alafu yeye anashughulikia the job. So siwezi kuwa a one man house. Nilianza biashara kama niko hivyo because as a small business inakuwa tricky kidogo kuanza kulipana ama kuweka watu wana salary na hata wewe mwenyewe hujagrow huwezi jilipa, si ndio? But the more you grow, before you get to a place where you hire the expertise, you can actually outsource. Hiyo slide inakuja, and that's the most important one. How can I start to run a business na sina hizi mashini zote but bado niko successful? That's the outsourcing bit. Inakuja hapa, which is nimeweka huko mwisho because it's one of the most important reasons tuko hapa leo. How am I running a sustainable business and I don't even have one single machine? Niko tu na the awareness and the knowledge ya Kenya nataka kufanya, alafu na nachora plan ya how I want to achieve that, si ndio? Next. Hizi nadhani zimeongelelewa, but digital fashion, new virtual and digital clothing avatars. Sai kila social media platform iko na avatar, si ndio? Hata ukiingia Snapchat uko na mbongo ujivalishe vile unataka kuvaa, si ndio? So you don't necessarily need an IT expert nda kutengenezea avatar ya nguo yako. Sikizi kuna a lot of AI and all that stuff in your disposal. These things are free. So you can utilize that hata kama itakani kama it's too auto generated na a free thing kabla ufike place yenye unaweza lipa msemo sasa na actualize nini yako. Na get lazima tufuate future trends. Hapa na kila kitu inaenda. Ndio kwa maana ya pili ni hiyo augmented reality, ideally ni to AI and stuff. You can always screenshot and go check next. Ethical consumption is very key depending on the partners you're working with. Me, I'm working with Safaricom. They're very big in sustainability environment. So kama mimi sitakuwa nimeangalia hapa ethical priorities zangu na vile brand yangu ina align na Safaricom, probably watanipatia gig ya kukam kufanya nao hizo. Hii ya leo ni more of a mentorship session. There's usually a practical session. And you come, and if any one of you was there for the last years, tunakujanga na mashini. Tunakufundisha kushona. Kama unajua kushona, tutakwambia unashona hii bag, Alafu kama kwa tatu we gauge you. That's why alikuwa anasema kwa watakuwa anashinda simu, credit and all that stuff. We did, this is the Safaricom hook platform ya mentorship, but sasa kuna ya practicals. I hope you guys are going to register for that when it comes, because then hapo normally mtu alikuwa na win machine because ameshona outfit in 30 minutes. Then they end up having the job opportunities like us onboarding them in our team, ama having internship opportunities na sisi, and then they can create their path moving from there. Sindio? So you have to onboard your ethical nini with the industry so that partners can be groomed next to you. Hiyo sani conclusion ya hiyo part ya kwanza. Let's go next. E-business model sando hiyo. How do you fund? Tumeongea a lot of this bila kuangalia hata hii slide. Yeah? Next. So hapa in investment grants. Easy venture capital ni to your startup. Designers who need capital to develop whatever. How they can make the collections to make their money. Hii hapa sasa ni mali unaenda kutafuta investors and grants. Hapa ndio important kwa watu wa young sisi, crowdfunding. Nikianza hii nini yangu ilikuwa through friends tu, niliambia tu msee cheki niko na idea fulani na hivi nataka ku-approach hivi. So crowdfunding is one. Tulitengenezaje do kwanza from hiyo 5k yangu ikafika place yenye sasa niko sustainable naweza endelea. Hii ni one of the ways. Hii pia ni another one. So revenue sharing or equity. Kama brand imekam, so wameona vitu zangu ni poa but sina capital ya kuwork ama kufanya job yao. Usiaisha away from kuchukua job. Hii job bado wataifund. Kitu kama hii revenue sharing watakwambia okay, nitakupatia hii do, wende ufanye job, but kwa kila piece tunataka hii percentage. Normally if you don't know if you don't have the knowledge, utasema wanataka kuibia. But if you do your due diligence na ukapiga hesabu yako vizuri, utafanya tu job yako, uwapatie hiyo beat for that particular moment, and then you would have created more capital so that next time you can run the business for yourself. Kumbuka niliwaambia background yangu ya education ni nini? Finance na accounts. Nilienda kusomea specifically so that I can run this particular beat ya hii biashara. You get? So imaanisha tikao kusoma finance and accounts and business related courses you can't, but it's something you can easily get from here. Mtu wa crowdfunding hapa napata daktari amefanya finance na ni beshte yangu. Yeye hata ni advice because nimeenda kuuliza. Una get? Hiyo ndo business model. Hawezi kuwa one man island. Lazima kuwe able kumaneuver through hii biashara. Next. Hii ni consultation to consultation to market research ndo nimesema lazima kuwe able kuongea. Industry partnership ndo hiyo. Unaweza partner with other big brands so that wanakufanyia the production. Hapo ndo nilikuwa niko na collaboration na event and shows. Hapa ndo niko na rudi nyuma kidogo. Hapa ndo niko na Safaricom hook. So this is what I wanted to say about the collaborations and how you can create the business. When I started, I couldn't print the t-shirts. Ndio. Inamaanisha I was going to buy a t-shirt from here, then naenda natengeneza artwork hapa, then na print pale. Si ndio? Then nauza naeka tu markup yangu, niko sawa. Ikaendelea hivyo for a while. So if I buy a t-shirt here, sina stress. Najua tu napata t-shirt hapa, naunda artwork yangu hapa from a graphic designer, then na print pale, then nauza. Kumbuka nimesema hapa na buy t-shirt. Saizi nashona t-shirt once you grow, si ndio? Graphic designer ni mtu wako kwa timu yangu saizi, so he creates the designs. Then hapa kwa printing niko na ile machine. You get? So na print. So it's an in-house job. But kumbuka kama una hizi vitu zote, you can still do the same thing. Outsource the t-shirts, buy them, get a graphic designer akutengeneze, go and print. What happens when you grow now? The reason your machine iko hapo, it's one of the easiest to buy and the most affordable ones. Hiyo ndio finished product. Hiyo unafanya nayo kwa nyumba. So ukishapata ile moja, you still buy a t-shirt here, graphic designer anatengeneza, sasa umekaa cost ya printing kwa sababu unaifanya kwa nyumba. You get the model of the business. So unaifanya kwa nyumba. As you grow, probably kama wewe hukujasoma graphic and design, hiyo bado itakuwa mbali kidogo. Unakuja hapa kwa tailoring. Sasa sisi next ilikuwa ni hapa kwa tailoring bit. We got our workshop, tukapata tu mashini moja. Hiyo mashini moja inatushonea nguo sasa. Sasa tumetoa hii na printing tumetoa. Sasa tumebaki na graphic designer. Our next slides up are about graphic design and stuff. I don't know if time will allow, but so umepata hii part ya mwisho. Ukisha create alafu beshte yangu tumegraduate na yeye, mimi nafanya finance, yeye amesoma graphic design. Naomba buda ni aje. Unaweza nifanyanga design zangu. So you can even sketch ama mnakaa na yeye na watengeneza designs. So yeye anakuwa that person for you. Hata kama uwezi muemploy, this is what you do. Unaombea pa design ndakupatia so 2. Kwa design ndakupatia so 3. You get? So ako on call. Inamaanisha production yako ina run faster now. Kwa si lazima utoke KU ukimbie tao, utafute tisho, tena utoke uende upange laini kwa graphic designer 3 hours, ndo uundiwe tena graphic design, tena uende upange laini kwa printing. You get? So you are from outsourcing and now you're trying to make yourself be an household one-stop shop and unafanya kila kitu. So now when you get there, then you have a sustainable business. Nakumbuka tulianza na outsourcing. This thing is very key because then the most question you get ni, hey, napenda kuunda ma design. Hapa chuo tuko na timu ya hockey ama rugby ama timu ya nini. Naweza fanyaje, ingiaje kwa hii business ya printing ama ya kuunda mahudi. Sasa hizi kama uwezi shona, kuna hoodies za King's Collection. Kila mtu anajua King's Collection hapa. Hizo ndo hoodies na move around. When I started this business, hawakuwa hata na exist. Ama walikuwa na exist but hawakuwa wanauza mahudi until they saw that particular opportunity kwa market. Ndio? So you get the King's Collection hoodie. Now you have your friend who's doing your design and then you have that machine. That goes kwa market size depending on the dollar rate 35k to 50k depending on the size and the brand and kila kitu. If at all unaenda kubuy machine kwa life yako kwa unataka kufanya hii biashara ya printing, anza na ile. Itakumalizia kazi mob sana. Una get? So hiyo ndio hiyo biashara. Kama uko hapa ndani na umebu mkuu na hiyo swali ya nawezanga print aje. Nisaidie zile DTF. The stickers, yeah. Nataka kuonyesha different types of just prints zenye unaweza outsource. Next. Next slide. Hii nimeongelelea co-production. Sichasema hii. Unaweza enda una produce na mtu mwingine nikitu hapo. Tailoring services nimwambia vile unaweza outsource as you grow and build into it. Tech enabled design and production tumeongelelea already, si ndio? Next. Marketing and branding tumesema digital marketing. Vile una build your online presence through posting consistently and also through using content creators from your niche. Hiyo ni very key. You can't go big mpaka one. Lazima uanze mahali, ni baby steps. Hata mimi bado na grow saa hizi. I can't say ilikuwa the same 5 or 6 years ago, but I'm still growing, yeah? So, patience yako ni very key. Hapa PR and media, bado naunga tu hapo kwa social media. Okay, content yako yenye inatoka nje inakaaje? How are you relating to your target market? Then, how ndo utashare product yako? Sasa social media, saa zingine utaki hata mimi ni buy nguo yako. Unataka tu ushare so that group yako ione kenye mimi nafanya. Then maybe kuna mtu kwa hiyo group atakuwa interested to kenye nafanya, si ndio? Hii tumeongelea. So revenue streams, hapa kuna service charge. Ukiconsult, mtu akikuja consult kama hiki tunafanya hapa sasa hizi. Hii ni gig nafanya leo. Kwa sababu hapa sasa nimekuja kuoffer hii consultation na business development services. Ukifika place yenye umefika yenye unaweza ongelesha mtu mwambie okay tunaweza create business model na kaa hivi, this is one of them. So si shoni hapa sasa hizi, si ndio? Sina nguo yenye nauza hapa sasa hizi, but still niko kwa industry na nikubalia ku thrive, si ndio? Equity and stakes not tuliwaambia, naambia tu msee kwa hii brand. Let me give you a best example. Way back kabla home 254 blow up, walifanya collaboration na Avril. Sijui kama mtu aliona hiyo time. Kulikuwa na bomba jacket zingine zitolewa. And that's when they gained the most popularity because hiyo time ndo alikuwa pia yeye ana shine. So the deal is hizi jackets na baiwa na code ya discount ni hii. Hiyo discount ndo pay ya wewe msio unafanya nawe hiyo equity stakes ama collaboration. Royalties hiyo ni for much bigger brands but you can still just take a look at it alafu na hii. Hizi mbili zinakuja baadaye. Next. In conclusion to your part, your business model, how you can create. So those slides, sijasoma everything, but at least I think I've covered most of it. The last one in mwisho kwa hii fashion design and industry. Next, ni easy. So siwezi kuja hapa niongeleshe about nili create business na nini na sijawaambia kutakuwa na challenges, because hiyo then sitakuwa na kuprepare for the market. Nitakuwa tu nimekuja nimekupatia beat yangu vile mimi nilimake it ama vile na make it, na sija kuonyesha vile unaweza maneuver through na uhepe some of these challenges, how you can best cushion yourself for such kind of challenges, right? So umeambiwa hapo ina require blend of creativity, strategic planning na adaptability. So mimi niko na creatives, ama creatives herself. Strategic planning ndio kitu nimekuambia, create a business model enye kitu kinambaye you can always fall back to and seme maybe saizi hii graphic design na ni stretch, wacha ni outsource, nitengeneze logo 2-3 niziprint kama 100 so that nisikue nafanya hii hustle kila siku. You know, strategic planning inaangukia hapo. Then adaptability, nini na happen? Nimwambia sasa kuna joto, hoodies ziko, watu bado wanaweza penda but hazitaenda sana. So nini na push sana kwa market hiyo particular time? Tuliongea trends hapa earlier. Sasa hiyo ni adaptability to the trends of the market at the particular moment. Si ndio? Next. Tuangalie. So ka challenge ni fashion is fast moving with trends constantly evolving. Ndio tumesema sasa hivi. Solution ni nini? Continuous research. Angalia tu market uone nini inafanyika. Alafu utajua vile unaisort kama solution yako. Adaptation ndio hii hapa. Uko flexible and willing to adapt to your new trends na kenye consumers wanataka. Lazima ukuwe na standard plan ya nguo zenye unatoa. Mtu akiangalia tu ile kitu hivi anajua hiyo kitu ni specific to ile brand. But again, unaweza adapt na uuze kenye inaenda saa hizo. Because hiyo ndio kenye biashara, kenye market inakwambia ufanye saa hizo. Si ndio? Alafu consumer insights ni muhimu. Hawa ni wabaya. Hapo hivi ukiangalia DM za IG na TikTok na nini, hawa say are the best and the worst and they're still the bone of the business. Lazima uchukue able kuchukua reviews and insights and you still be cool about it and work through it. Kutakuwa na clients watakupatia reviews poa, kuna clients watakwambia umekama up short. You take both of them as positive critique, alafu unajaribu uone vile unaweza adapt through it na ucreate your environment ama product yenye atakwambia asante iko fiti. Si ndio? Yeah. Your next. 2. Managing cash flow. As a person in the field of money and finance, I think hapa normally fail wengi. Because idea inaweza kuwa uko na plan and everything, but ku manage cash flow tu ndio inaweza kuwa tricky. In the morning nimekuwa hapa twice for 2 sessions. Kulikuwa na both Old Mutual na nani tena wala aliongea juu ya na Absa. Hiyo ilikuwa very key. That's how unapata hizi inter collaborative environment ya between Kenya naongelea na Kenya alikuwa anaongelea asubuhi. If you are there in the morning, hiyo part yenye alikuwa anaongelea iko very key for here. Because now cash flow, unaambiwa cash is king. Most of for a startup, cash is king. Si ati nipatie kitu nitakulipa next week. Nipatie hii, nipatie discount when ni best yangu. I work for a startup, you're going to fail. You're not going to fail because you lack the model ama the plan ama the strategic thinking to run your business. You're going to fail because you're not following the rules of cash flow in a small startup business ama even ukishakuwa established, definitely uko na watu wana run your business, your section. So hapa cash flow is very unpredictable. Most of our startups na slow payments pia ziko. So ukipata kitu kama hiyo, financial planning is very key. Ukidiversify revenue streams, ndio kitu nilikuwa nakwambia. Uko na hii, uko na hiyo hoodie, pieces zikibaki, kesho bado tutakuwa tuna showcase hapo kwa tent, utaona I have a plain hoodie like hers, then I have a hoodie that has multiple colors. It's a design thing. I can intentionally make a multicolored hoodie from fresh fabric. But I can also make a multicolored hoodie off of pieces of fabric that zilibaki nikitengeneza these different colors. You get? It still ties down to Kenya nilikuwa nasema na bag. So if you can diversify your revenue streams, inakusaidia cost of production hakuna kwa fabric hapo sasa, si ndio? Kwa sababu hujabai fabric mpya, umetumia pieces zenye zilibaki. Hiyo ndo profit yako. You know, hiyo ni 100% profit because the overheads ama cost of production zilikuwa chini sana. na invoice management. So you need to follow your money. Production cost ni hii, vis-a-vis selling cost. Kama uko na overheads pia umefactor in. Kama ulikuwa na influencer umemwambia siwezi kukulipa but maybe nikupatie hii jako na trouser uvae alafu ni market, hujamlipa per se, but hii cost of production ya nguo, hiyo ni overhead cost, you also factor it in. Usisahau hiyo kwa hesabu, lazima uiweke hapo, so that at the end of the day ujue nimemake tu 50 bob. Usisahau hii 20 bob ya kutengeneza hii nguo ulikuwa mpeana hapo, so then you are able to track and trace how your business is running. Next. Hii tumeongelelea mostly building brand recognition. Crowded market iko na watu wengi sana, so unique value proposition. Nini inafanya una stand out? Mimi nilisema sisi tuna target customization. Hiyo ndo our unique value proposition. Unataka jacket but unataka in a specific way. Ukisikia hivyo mtu anakuambia enda Outlook. Mimi na Kings wanauza hoodie. Ukienda hapo uambie unataka multicolored hoodie au utaipata. Unajua ukikuja kwangu utaipata, si ndio? So that's my UVP. Social media marketing tumeongea a lot about it, TikTok and all those platforms. Collaborations tumeongea na content ya marketing itself. Hapa process, there's a word I wanted to throw out hapa, process stories. That's what I've been talking about. Can I have maybe someone mwenye anaelewa process stories in their own language ama in their own description? Nisaidie. Process stories. If I say my content in my marketing, I want it to showcase my process stories. Yeah.
According to my understanding, process stories inamaanisha kuonyesha watu hiyo product vile ilikuwa from material to the end product. Penye iko sahi.
That's it in a nutshell. Na ukiangalia most of content creators in any field saizi, sasa tutaongea specifically in fashion ama creativity hizi vitu za kujenga. Siku hizi hata reels and everything, mtu anakuonyesha vile alianza kukata hiyo material, vile fundi anaishona, vile inafika. Sasa inafanya na kwa more authentic. Haikai ni kama nimeimport kitu kutoka China, then I just branded it locally, then nikaipackage, alafu nikasema ni yangu. So I am more authentic and more unique to the market. Hiyo ndio inaitwa process story. So anything yenye unafanya iko na process story. What are you doing? What are the steps you're taking towards giving this particular product to your consumers? A supply chain tumegusia kidogo, but hapa finding suppliers ama management production yenye iko na timelines zake. Kama mimi nilikwambia, the challenge I had the biggest ilikuwa when I was outsourcing initially. So when I come to make a hoodie hapa, napata kuna laini. So naambiwa hii hoodie itachukua siku 3 because I'm outsourcing you. Sija kuandika. So you also have other clients, ndio? So MC ananiambia hoodie kuja after 3 days. Daktari amenishow ana travel kesho. Naweza mshonea hoodie. So je busy imeenda. Because siwezi deliver in a day. So what I was saying about building the brand is after growing kidogo nilikuja nikasema nataka kukusort hii production issue. So I get a machine, I get a tailor. I'm a fashion designer work hapo, si ndio? So ukiniambia nataka hoodie on a Monday morning, unaambia nataka hoodie saa 6. Trust me, mimi siko kwa hiyo mimi yenye utanishikia panga ati hoodie yangu iko wapi? Sisi tuta produce. And pale kwa ile place ya customer insights na kupatiana reviews, ndakwambia ukiniuliza how long do you take to produce a hoodie, I'll tell you 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days na najua naweza produce in 30 minutes. So wacha mimi nikuwe na hiyo cushion ya steam imepotea, fundi amekuwa msick, leo kitu maandamano iko tao, so nimecover myself, si ndio? But that doesn't mean if I make this hoodie in 30 minutes I'll wait 3 days to deliver it. Because you see, if I tell you 2 to 3 days, I'll be cool. I'll wait for Wednesday. Alafu nikukall after 3 hours nikwambie hoodie iko ready for delivery ama pick up. Utakuwa umefurahi ama hujafurahi? Immediately client so if it's a customized stuff, hakuna vile utasema uliniambia unataka hoodie ya black, red, white and green in size 37 chest. length ya arm 26. Nikwambia customization is our biggest selling point. Alafu full length ya 35. Alafu I produce it in 2 hours. Alafu udhani ati maybe niliokota mahali kwa shelf nika print. It's not possible, si ndio? So that's my selling point. You understand? Takwambia hoodie ni time frame, but we deliver it quicker mpaka na kushtua and the quality is nice. I'm definitely keeping you as a client because unaenda kurudi. So even ndo mali hapo iko very very key about yo ku make sure ume retain customer. Sasa hii tumeongea juu yake, hizi tumeongea relationships with the clients, tumeongea streamlined operations, niyo kwa tuna a working system. Next tunamaliza tu talent acquisition and retention. So kama mimi nilienda nika attract a good designer. I've been in the business since 2014. Ilikuwa tu ni matisho hapa, tisho pale nini. Up until COVID ndo tulikuwa na time mob, so nika job huko hakuna shughuli nyingine, so nikaeka time yangu kwa hii biz. But Whitney ameingia kwa kampuni last year January, so she's 1 year and a month old kwa business. During your time nilikuwa deal na mafundi wa River Road. That's hectic. Moso kawe ni third party. That's very hectic. So vile nilisotio designer problem na Taylor, ilinitolea a lot of challenges. But haimanishi nikistruggle na MC hapa ka fundi na ananiweka. Pia nilikuwa naambia watu hizo days production yangu ya hoodie for now ni 7 days. So that akiniambia siku 3 I'm still covering. Mwenye ako na haraka hiyo time probably hiyo biashara itanitoka, but I'm so patient kuongoja nisichukue do yako alafu nikwambie siwezi deliver. Hiyo unaharibu CV kwa market already. So you'd rather just take the 7 days yenye umejipanga nayo kitambo. Akimaliza haraka maybe anishtue na kudeliver hiyo bado. Akichukua hizo siku zake 3 ama nirudi anaambia hiyo material hata sikuona, aongeze siku 1, siku 2, I still have 2 more days to work with. That's how you build relationships between your production kama una outsource and your clientele, so that it's a win-win. Hakuna time yenye unajaribu kujicushion from your kelele. Training and development hiyo nipata ya kusoma, internship and apprenticeship programs, most of it hii hapa nimeactualize hii working in the Safaricom hook. Hii training hapo, a lot of it nimefanya nikiwork na Safaricom hook. Right now we have from the practicals we did in Nakuru, there's this boy mwenye alishinda hiyo practicals. Alishinda kitu kama duffel bag in like 30 minutes. Yenda alishinda hiyo set, alishinda phone na all that stuff. Sasa hizi you're planning to onboard him kwa company yetu so that I work na bags. So yeye ana specialize in bags. Una get? So hiyo ndio place ya internship na nini zinakam. Probably mimi singekuwa na hiyo uwezo kama Safaricom au kama nipatie platform ya kuwork na watu kama hao. You get? Maybe hapa kuna mtu anaenda create interest ya hii kitu, then atafollow group, alafu pia atake kuokota printing and design from there. Brand story, same thing na process stories, we talked about it. Quality and service, customer service, hiyo nimwambia hapo IG ama TikTok ama Facebook. Hata kama client ana act out aje, you still need to maintain your cool. Saa zingine hata unaweza umeka on red kidogo tu so upumue alafu urudi. But usijibizane naye because screenshots quizzes zinatembea all over the place. Quality ni non-negotiable. You'd rather make small margins, profits to begin with because watasema hii ni brand ndogo, than kwenda for poor quality fabric alafu ikuharibie CV kabisa kwa market. The thing about local production is even more expensive than exporting. Because hapa ndo upate fabric, kama nataka kuchukua fabric from EPZ, tutapanga line hivi, then kuna mtu mmoja ndo supplier na ana get keep. But ndo the best fabric for our industry. So lazima tu usiai on quality hata kama unaanza aje. Unless mtu akwambie ataka tisho za campaign. Quality ya tisho nataka ni za campaign. But mtu asikupatie do ya quality ya heavyweight cotton 250 GSM alafu unamchukulia tisho ya campaign unampea. Utakuleo do but utaikula once. You'd rather utaikula mara moja. Na CV yako tena hata ataenda haribu huko nje. So you'd rather get your small profit margins but you're going to grow moving forward. Competition, so innovation has to be key. I don't know if you guys have gone to the tent. If you haven't and you're here tomorrow, just come pitia tu hapo for 5 minutes, unaona kenye utashowcase kesho. Utaona Whitney alikuwa anasema apendi vitu boring. Ukienda hata hapo the jackets you'll see kuna a plain jacket ya kawaida, then you'll see her creativity on the next one. Hapo ndo niche yenye tuko nayo. So ukikuja usemeneza pata hii na hizi vitu mingi mmeweka huko mistaki, it's okay, wewe tutakutolea hizo vitu. But then kuna mtu pia anataka hizo. Kuna mtu atakuja aseme maybe niongeze hole hapa kwa elbow. Hauwezi weka kwa line yako kama production, but you can always customize it for them. Sindio? Yeah, next. Technology hii tumeongelelea sana. E-commerce platforms, siku hizi nimwambia si lazima kuwe na website. Yeah, social media platforms are enough. But pia kama unaweza jipata ujirushe places kama Shopify, shop zetu, Jumia, even way better. Kama unaweza fika hapo. Virtual fitting technology, hizo tools tu za mostly ziko AI driven. Unaweza tu mtu size yake ni gani ajue hata kujipima. But akiingia ama ukiambia mtu size 10, mimi nitaingia niangalie size 10. Akiniambia size 10 UK kani dem, nitaenda kuangalia size 10 UK, then niangalie the measurements za size 10 UK and different body types, just to help you, because maybe mtu akombali hawezi kuja for fitting, but then kuna konga na margin of error hapo yenye unaweza hit or miss. Hiyo lazima pia ufactor in kwa production yako, it's very key. So akisema ilitosha lakini hii panty iko aje, unamwambia okay rudisha, unapata nyingine. Lazima uwe flexible hivyo. Easy just data analytics ni hiyo, nilikuwa naambia vile unapiga hesabu yako na dove lazima ingia. Next, sustainability tumeongelelea. There's a gentleman alikuwa amekuja kwa tent yetu but he's just left. Aliniambia anakimbia mahali. They are very big. Hiyo team ya KU ya eco friendly whatever thing, sijui kama mlimwona hapo nyuma, he was seated there. He was very very eager to come and see what's happening, how do we conform to the sustainability and ethical practices in the environment in our production. This is key, guys. Saizi na vile world inaenda, one of the questions hata niliulizwa na Safaricom nikitaka ku on board, waliniambia how does your company or your business conform to the sustainability and ethical practices in production. So whatever you miss from there, just make sure hii part una check. Lazima kuwa una check hii part. Next. Customer retention nishawaambia. So I'll touch on this mostly. Hii feedback tumongelelea na personalization. On loyalty programs ndo easy. So kama ni programs za reward for repeat purchases, mimi niko na loyalty programs ya mtu buy vitu sana, there's a card naekanga hapo yenye itakwambia on the next order you have 10% off. One of the ways ya keep clients. Ama this can be in form of discount. Naambia if you referral from anyone, akiniambia tu daktari aliniambia nikuja hapa ni buy nguo, nguo inakuanga hivi. Naambia for that I'll give you a discount of 300 bob. Hii itamrudisha because ulimshow value siku ya kwanza vile alikam. You get. Sasa yeye pia anaenda kuambia msee. That's how you create that channel. Alafu new collections unaziweka exclusive ama vitu kama hizo. The creativity beat ya hii hapa is limitless. You just come up with your own. You can even customize your own. Unasema kama mimi when I sell the tote bag na use differently. Ukikuja tu sema nataka tote bag, I'll sell it to you at na cost yake, si ndio? When you buy a set from me, sema ya hoodie na pants, inakuja ndani ya bag. Sijakuuzia. Kumbuka hata ukienda Carrefour kubuy shopping, watakuuzia bag 50 bob ama so ama 30 whatever. So the mere fact that package yako inakuja ndani ya kitu, tayari mimi nishapatia na point moja ya kukuretain kama client. Because unaona msa ameenda think outside the box, amejaribu kuni impress kama client ama kitu kama hiyo. Si ndio? Hapo ndani kuna thank you cards umetupa hapo ndani. Umeona? Umemtupea hiyo discount, hiyo card ya promo ya discount on the next purchase. Usha plant hiyo CDR, lazima ni buy ile jacket nyingine next time. Nako ameplania hata because umeshamwambia niko na discount ya 10% on the next purchase. So that's how you try and retain your clients. Okay. Iko karibu kuisha. Hii imeisha. There's just one thing nataka tufanye pale because mwenye tabaki, I think I have a few gifts for you hapo. Asanteni for that presentation. Time imetukata just before that. Time imetukata because the next bit of the presentation was about graphic design and branding and printing. Normally ile ilikuwa ina come because I thought we had time for a demonstration hapo, which is also a giveaway. So since you're not able to do that, I'm just going to form mtu mwenye anataka kuingia kwa hii biz. This is a part of a film. This is called DTF. Na umesikia DTF in terms of printing. Yeah. Unajua DTF? Can you tell us about DTF?
DTF means direct to fabric.
Direct to fabric. That's one example of printing. So I won't go through the slides. I'm just going to briefly outline a few. So direct to fabric is what's major right now because it's the easiest way of printing, yeah. But kuna screen printing, which is a more traditional one, very strong. Kama hii yenye MC amevaa, this is a screen printed t-shirt. In screen printing. And unless you know the difference, I can do the same because tumefanyia hook the same na DTF. You wouldn't know unless uko kwa hiyo industry ama you know about printing. So that's screen printing, yeah. Then kuna embroidery. Is yours embroidered ama hiyo ni printed? Nani kuna nguo imekuwa embroidered? Anyone? Kama hiyo short. Hiyo short hiyo ni uzi. Hiyo ni ile uzi na mashini, si ndio? Sasa ile pia ni direct to fabric, but that's screen printing. Yani vinyl printing. Do you know the difference between vinyl and DTF? Do you know about vinyl printing? So vinyl printing ni ile unaonanga mtu kuna ile plotter. Unaanga ile plotter inakatanga vitu hivi. Ni kama zile namba za jazi. Ukienda kubai jazi ya Manu alafu kuandikia hapo number 7, kuna plotter yenye nakatanga hivi. Hiyo fabric hiyo inakata inaitwa vinyl. So vinyl ikishakatwa na hiyo plotter, you peel off the parts you don't want, then you print it kama hiyo. But vinyl inatoka mostly works best on one color prints like that one. The difference between that and DTF is because DTF does more colored stuff easily. Screen printing is the best for colored prints, but it involves a lot of screens. That's why inatolewa kwa biashara na technology. Technology inafanya DTF ina print a lot of colored stuff, so it's easier. Right now, going into the printing business here, t-shirt na nini, it's easier because technology imepanda. Mimi nilianza na screen printing. So nimeongea vinyl, embroidery na DTF. There's another one inaitwa puff print. So unajua ni still the same print but ni kama imefura juu kwa nguo. It's also another version of screen printing but kuna a special ink inawekwa yenye panda juu. So all these things ukiingia kwa biashara ya printing ama nini, you have to try the different types of prints. You have to. Then you get your niche. Because mimi niko na watu wenye hawatanikubaliwa nafanyia hii print. Watasema always embroidered. Those are corporates. Nikifanya corporate shirts ama t-shirts za Safaricom, that thing hapa, they'll always, hiyo yako ni embroidered. It's embroidered. Quality ya material yako. So sisi as a brand, ukikuja na fabric yako, mimi nitakucharge cost of production, vile nitacharge tu cost of production na kitu yote yenye nashona. Si ndio? But the quality of the fabric litakufanya cost yako irudi chini. But if I'm outsourcing for you, useme Outlook nataka suti, nataka kwenda dina kama hii, nitakwambia cut off ya fabric. Ukikuja niko na hizo books, zita swatches. I'll tell you this is the last fabric you can use in terms of quality. Hizo zingine unaonekana huko unakaa pasta. Hizo tulikataa sisi. Ama unakaa mabati unashine kutoka huko ukikaa hivi. So hiyo ni cut off. But ukikuja nayo mwenyewe, nitakwambia nitakushonea, but cost of production ama tailoring ni hii. So utatoka suti imeshona vizuri, line ziko fresh nini, but material yako tu ndio inakuangusha kidogo. So lingine
maswali mingi zenye nilikuwa nazo umejibu, but nilikuwa na hii swali. Unaona ka wewe busy yako ulianza juu uko na the technical know-how ya nini economics nini, alafu sasa uko na mseka huyu form zake ni sasa yeye anakama na kupigia hiyo mboka. Alafu sasa kuna mimi unaona time unakaanga hivi unafanto uko na idea deadly zenye unaweza incorporate, yani sitaki kusema but hizo like Nicola stuff deadly but sasa wewe umesema unaweza fanya 1-2 atafuta mse, but sasa mse kama mimi just nini mse wa kawaida ana nini anashughulika tu ana hizo mali anaweza peleka hizo ideas, but ni noma. Unarada
ni noma, industry ni noma. Ideas, mimi niko very sure watu wako na ideas poa sana za kurun biz. The one thing I usually naambianga mtu ni usiogopa kwanza. Lazima uanze juu uko na idea. Siku hizi tuko na social media ama tuko na platforms mob za kufanya research. So when you do your research and your due diligence, the next step need to take the risk, because entrepreneurship, the first thing about entrepreneurship ni it's a risk. So imanishi nikichukua hii risk nitakuwa na reward. Haimanishi pia nikichukua hii risk nitafail, but it's a risk that you have to take because you are willing to bite into that idea, si ndio? So lazima umake your step ya niko na hii idea, nimefanya research yangu, naona inaweza, but right now the first biggest step I need to do is to take the risk. Once you take the risk, you are able now to assess yourself and say, I took the risk, naona inaweza jipa. So you add more energy to it, you add more research into it, you add more research and energy. But ukiona pia kitu kidogo nilikuwa nafikiria itaenda hivi na kidogo tricky, because you are able to assess because ushajaribu, then you either shelve it for the moment and do more research, or you do away with it altogether. But platform kama hizi probably zinakusaidia kukuwa enlightened. So hata kama si biz per se, inakuwa enlightened in the part, you have to be willing to make the risk and willing to try and grow off of it. Yeah.
So like niko na swali hapo place ya like okay, nimefungua brand yangu shop kwa Instagram, nimepost hapo. So like how do I connect my product to my shop? Unaonanga like ukienda kwa gram unaona kuna ka line hapo kinasema view my product, alafu inakuonyesha hadi price sijui what 1.0 USD sijui mambo gani. So like how do you connect it to that shop?
Now mostly if you view shops like that, those are shops that have websites. So they've connected their social media platforms to the website. The website no place you click hivi itakupeleka hapo ikupatie pricing yote. Now nowadays you don't necessarily have to have the website yourself. There's different websites which are e-commerce websites that onboard brands. On their back door in the operations, nile ukikuja kwa sema ni website ya MC ya Iran akona brand yake, but I'm on board a few other brands. Hata mimi nafanya hivyo because I don't have an active website, but you have different partners that you work with. So kwa hiyo website yake atasema we also stock Outlook brand stuff. We also stock whatever brand hapa. So how they make their money is if you're selling your t-shirt at 1,000 bob, you still send your t-shirt at 1,000 bob. Then they're going to put a markup of maybe 100 bob kidogo tu, or 200 bob. People may ask, why should not just go and buy from you at 1,000 bob instead of buying it here at 200 bob, 1,200? The answer is very simple. Probably I want to buy his jerseys. He runs a website. So when I go there, I can buy his jersey and his and your brand off of that, and maybe another brand off of that. So it's a one-stop shop, right? So if I have a delivery cost, it's one time from there. But nikibuy jersey hapa, atume delivery cost. Nibuy jersey pale, delivery cost. Jersey hapa, delivery cost. It's costly. So that's how he makes money off of just marking up your brand kidogo to make his money. But that's one of the answers is, baby, there's mimi personally just post, write the prices hapo chini. It's easier. So tukianza conversation, mtu akwambia why is it 3,000 here na kwa DM umeniambia ni 3,500, because kwa DM wewe pia umenishow if I can add a different thing kwa hiyo nguo. So I'm customizing it differently from what you viewed on the post. But for what I posted, if it's this and I said it's 2K, then you ask me for this, itakuwa 2,000. But this is 2K plus like a small coat, it's not 2,000 anymore. So I have to explain that. But it's always good to just put your posts over there. Yeah. Acha ni hapa alafu tukam.
So So I've been thinking about what you've been saying about the designs umekuwa kusema ati you are creative, si ndio?
Yeah.
So when you started kuna zile ideas ulikuanga nazo, kuna pale ulikuwa na note down, si ndio? Yeah. So me too, I'm a rap and I write songs, but napata nimeandika ka line moja hapo, napata kama there are many paragraphs but in different documents. So nimepata niko na 100. So nikajiuliza, how do you go back to the ideas that you had in the beginning? How do you go about it? Labda uzidevelop ama uzitumie zile za kitambo na zikakuja successfully in now. Yeah. How do you go about it?
See the process stories we're talking about. You never part of the process stories ni hiyo part ya sketching and everything. The first time I ever sketched the logo, this one, it's Outlook. So unaweza one of like it's a minimalistic type of a logo. I sketched it in high school. Kitambo. But nilitumia kama logo in 2020. After nimejaribu ile yenye unaona pale, and there's a couple more. I tried a lot of different designs to make the logo. But I still found myself going back to that initial idea. So it's a give and take. Maybe that initial idea is what you wanted to do, but the market didn't like it that particular moment in time. It wasn't for the market that particular moment in time. We're talking about adaptability, right? So if you shelve that idea for the moment, it doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Time yake tu ndo bado. Watu bado wanataka vitu flashy, because me I went and did flashy stuff, nini, mtu anaona colorful stuff, they buy that because that's what they want at that particular moment in time. Then moving forward, Brayo, turn. So unaona hapo nyuma iko na logo. So now unaweza kuweka Chip and Dale, because you want Chip and Dale here. But at the back of the cloth, I'm going to put my logo. So you know exactly who did the job. So your idea, you can shelve it, maybe because time yake bado, utaifikiria vizuri baadaye. Ama pia unaweza achana nayo, because in my sketchbook, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't use. But it's a thin line between understanding, ni ya saizi, si ya sai, ama ina work, ama hai work. But as a creative, you'll know the trends in the market, and you're going to adapt to them. So, cheers.
So, I have listened to what you've said, and I have now gained a proper structure to the question I wanted to ask you. And the question is, you as a company, because you said that sometimes you used to outsource material, you used to outsource labor. Can you outsource creativity? Like, can I sell my creative ideas to you, and then you try to bring them to life, even if it's adjusting them? Because I believe, personally, I have great ideas, but some of them I might never indulge in, because maybe that's not my niche. But I believe that if it's something, for example, apart from clothes, sometimes when I daydream, I also daydream about shoes and things like that. And sometimes I'm even a public speaker in my mind. You see, my mind is running a lot. And I have some ideas. Maybe, can you...
I get you. I get your point, yeah? You can outsource ideas. Back in time, there's a logo I did. When ilikuwa ni Outlook, but with a Chinese phrase. Yeah? Ilikuwa hiyo time ya... The time when the Chinese were coming to Kenya a lot. Your time when they're doing the SGR and stuff. So I had an idea, but I wasn't able to see it through. But as just kama vile tunaongea na wewe saa hizi hivi, a friend of mine came up with a thing, akasema, why can't we incorporate Outlook in something? But in Chinese, because that was the thing. Yeah, that was the thing. I happen to have studied that language too. So we were working on the SGR, doing the signages. So you translate from English to Mandarin, then to the characters, right? And I didn't come up with this, I just talked about it. But my friend, seme kama ingekuwa ni wewe, he went and ukaanza kudream juu yake vile umesema saizi hapa, si ndio? And kesho ukakuja ukaniambia, I have this idea, can you think can you work with it in the brand? So you can outsource, in short. That's the answer to your question. You can outsource creativity, because I've done it so many times. Saizi tasema ati I'm the first one to do a thin stripes pant. Nikiingia Pinterest, anything I search, there'll be something similar to that. There's something similar to that, unless nataka invent kitu mpya yenye iko. Hata nikifanya hoodie na nieke pant with pockets and do something hivi, siku moja tu naangalia Pinterest, then I get something almost similar. See, I looked at it before I created it, but it's because I believe creatives always think alike. Maybe not particularly the same, but can always align in their creative venture. So, yeah, you can outsource creativity. Yeah, and you can also make it a business. So we hata si uingie basi graphic design. Alafu tuuzie hizo vitu. You market, watermark it, put it in your socials, people can buy them off of it. Ama you start with a niche, yenye kani shule hapa, something is happening, you create a logo, ama a slogan, ama a theme for it. You don't necessarily need to do the production. You just say, I'm going to sell for you the logo or the slogan. Yeah, I want royalties, I just want this amount of money for this number of pieces. Then una create kitu ingine, unaachana na hiyo, si ndio? Any other question? Hapo mwisho. Take maybe 2 more. Hapo mwisho.
My question to you itakuwa, sema ulianza na kumake t-shirts, so pia mimi niko kwa hiyo stage sasa ya kumake t-shirts. But sasa nimejipata nimemake t-shirts na nimeuzia a couple of people. Actually ni t-shirt nimevaa sasa. So nimeuzia a couple of people, na sasa after nimeshawauzia najipata kwa situation yenye nishawauzia t-shirt. So na hiyo ndio kenye nime specialize nayo sasa. So hakuna kitu kingine naweza wauzia. So they already have the t-shirt, but hakuna kitu kingine naweza wauzia. Unaweza ni advise sasa like which line can I take now? Because nimejipata most of the people nime-advertise Instagram, WhatsApp, everywhere na t-shirts. So a majority of watu wenye wananifollow as at now wamenunua hizo t-shirts. So niwe hizo ndo niko nazo sahi. So how can I like break your market? Like wasinijue only for the t-shirts only.
Yeah.
Because that's what they know me for.
Is that your logo?
Yes, it
is.
It's
the logo?
Yes.
Right. So first of all, come on and get a market. You have to have I'm forgetting the word, but a minimum number of pieces that you want to hit in terms of sales before you move to the next one. That's at least my rule. So if nikianza, wacha tuanze huko, because that's where you are. I did the first logo. It's called Outlook Pioneer. It has a story by itself. So nikiprintio t-shirt nilisema I want to hit 50 pieces. When you hit 50 pieces, now you have 50 walking billboards, literally marketing you, sindio? So everywhere you go, kwa group flani, you have 3 or 4 people putting on. If you're operating in the same environment, social economic space, ukienda mali, there's always 2 or 3 people putting on that, sindio? You don't saturate the market with an idea that has already sold itself. If you do, kama mimi nikisema in a startup I did 50, I knew after I hit 50, I don't need to market that t-shirt again. It's going to market itself. So you divert your attention to a different product. Don't say you can't sell the same t-shirt. If that's your logo, change it, do something else, but the logo stays, if that's your brand identity. So either unaiacha hapa kwa sleeve, ama unaigeuza ndogo, ama unaiweka hapo nyuma vile nimekushow, but hapo unaleta kitu tofauti. You understand? So mtu bado amevaa t-shirt yako, hujamwekea logo kubwa hapa, so atakuwa na t-shirt zako 5 amevaa ziko na the same thing. Hiyo logo bado iko, which is your brand identity, but umeleta slogan fulani. Siko shule hapa, you have different teams. I know Masese hapo nyuma anacheza rugby, right? Team ya rugby, it's proud kwa hii shule, si ndio? And they have a following and wako vitu kama hizo. So let's assume you're friends and you want to throw your idea to them. What you do is, mosoko zauna venture capital kubwa. What you do is, on the next piece and you're gonna drop, I did this because I come from a team setup. You just put your logo hapo kwa mkono ama hapo nyuma, then whatever slogan they're running with, weka kwa kifua. Afu patia watu 3 peke yake. Then you're going to get the rest of the stuff, si ndio? Au wengine. So it's the team plus the following your team. So now you have 2 different products in the market which are the same. So how you grow from t-shirts is this. Hauna do ya kuunda hoodies mob, wekwa billboard. Ama chukua mtu, kama nilikuwa nasema daktari hapa, mvalishe hoodie yako, aende huko akienda kwa hall amphitheater akisikia social whatever akiimba ama akirap huko amefuata hiyo hoodie yako. Then hiyo ni a walking billboard hapo. Ukitoka mtu anauza hiyo hoodie yako ni kali ulipata wapi? So now you are from stocking 50 t-shirts and una hope zitaenda to actually working with a pre-order basis. So unasema hii hoodie it's on pre-order. You order for it either by 50% or full payment you get. Ama 70% ama cost yake ni 3k but uki-pre-order tunakupatia discount ya 200 bob so you buy it at 800 bob. You get for the first timers. That's how you move. Then before you know it 5 people have ordered your hoodie. You get. Then now busy na grow. Next time unarudi unakuja na bucket hat. Sasa kunajua nikwambia lazima uangalie trends. Mtu maybe avai kofia kama hiyo but ni mtu wa bucket hat. Unamweka hapo. Next unakuja tu na bandana zenye ni giveaways. Unaweza ziuza hata so kwa game ya rugby ama game ya futa ama ya hockey. So you're marketing yourself with minimum overheads ama cost of production. That's how you grow. So, yeah. Go sawa guys. Asanteni sana. I hope it's been eye-opening for you guys when you're hapa. And in whatever venture umechukua nilisema, if it's an entrepreneurial venture, just know it's a risk. And si lazima upate reward na pia si lazima fail. At times you just need to break even to show you that you can actually do it even better on the next one. Sindio? Asanteni.
Thank you. Yes, ulisema unataka ku-award. Sijui kama uta-award sahi because we are done for the day. Kuna mtu bado hajapata the self-administered mental wellness checkup by Chiromo? Yes, you can just pick it tafadhali. Okay. So hii ni mental checkup. You scan the code and they have their site there where unaweza jicheki uangalie kama mental health yako iko sawa. Sorry, I think they are done. Unaangalia kama mental health yako iko sawa, kama kuna issue there's their number there, you can follow for more mental nini. Okay. DJ alisema anajua brand ya PDD. Bado najiuliza. Yaani haujui brand ya Kanye West, haujui brand ya Jay-Z, lakini unajua ya PDD. Aje. Ni production. Au si Gen Z hao. Au ni wale unaambiwa wamekula chumvi. Yes. So as we told you, our partners are having amazing presents, amazing gifts. So mkiangalia wako na mazuri mingi, and I know they are gonna appreciate you for coming here. Kuna mtu sijapea credo leo na amekuwa hapa the whole time. Wewe kwendeni huko. Mweka hiyo mkono chini. Wewe tutako sana. Huyu sijampea credo leo. Wewe. Huyu msupa sijampea credo leo. Nani sijapea credo leo? Sitaki mtu aende alale aseme sijampea credo na amekaa even the whole day. Hawa. Wewe nimekupea credo. Tupatane kesho. Nitakuongezea kesho. Niko na I think kama 6 hivi. Niko na kama 6. Wewe nimekupea credo leo. Nimekwambia ukuje shati kesho. Tumemalizana. Yes. Wewe umepata huyu hata ni hapa wajapata credo leo.
Sasa si leo unaweza post pale TikTok. Utatuambia TikTok yako tukufollow. Huyu ni content creator mkubwa EKU. Tuambie tuwe ni nani?
Nyajeni. Naitwa Marseizi with the R. Nachezea KU. Tunaitwa Black Blood, one youth. Na Saturday tuko na game tunacheza na Strathmore. Tunaomba mtokee pia. Awazi.
Okay. Yes. Pia we have the female delegate from School of Creative Arts. Huko ndo wanafanya fashion. Just say hi Popsis. Just say hi. Yes. Aya, tuko na wasanii pia. Sasa we nimekupea nini leo? Sijakupea? Ati ilikuwa ya? Sasa si unitafute kesho.